playing nonstop in the apocalypse to level up. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 1. This world is a bit terrible. Thick, dark clouds obscured most of the sky. In the deserted streets, Lin Fan stood there expressionless, holding a can of cola, his seemingly calm gaze sweeping over his surroundings. Dilapidated buildings, cracked pavement, abandoned and rusty cars, all accompanied by an eerie silence, sent chills down his spine. A gust of wind blew. He slowly brought the cola to his lips, his hand trembling slightly before turning into a violent shudder. He appeared calm, but was actually panicking. Damn it, where am I? He remembered leaving a karaoke bar, stealing a bottle of cola from the front desk, and waving goodbye to two girls under their affectionate gazes. Let me work another month, I'll be back next month. Then he slipped and fell, and that was it. Did I fall into a sewer in time travel? Judging from the current situation, that seemed to be it. What a disaster. Lin Fan angrily smashed the cola on the ground, the dark brown liquid bubbling as it spilled. The surroundings resembled an apocalyptic scene. Not a soul was to be seen. Is anyone there? He felt like an idiot. How could there be a ghost in this environment? He desperately wanted to know where he was. To him, this was no longer a desolate, abandoned city, but a vast, unfamiliar maze. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps, accompanied by the panting of a wild beast, from behind. Startled, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly turned around to see what it was. What he saw instantly stunned him. What the hell? A massive beast appeared not far away, about 10 meters away. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a porcupine. In the light, its white quills gleamed sharply, clearly highly penetrating. Porcupines were terrifying beasts, even lions and tigers dared not easily provoke them. Only experienced cheetahs or hunting dogs could kick them down, exposing their soft bellies, to subdue them. But the key was that this porcupine was enormous, the size of an adult tiger. The thought of those long, sharp quills sent a chill down his spine. Porcupine quills have barbs pointing backward. Once they're embedded in your body, they're impossible to remove, only causing you to scream in agony. At that moment, the porcupine also saw Lin Fan. Its quills stood erect, jingling as its muscles tightened. Don't mess around. I don't hesitate to kill a pig. Don't make me mess with you. Lin Fan feigned bravado, trying to intimidate the wild animal while quickly assessing his surroundings, looking for an opportunity to slip away and hide in safety. Soon, he spotted an abandoned cart parked near a shop entrance and immediately had a plan. If I run over quickly, step onto the hood, leap onto the roof, grab the shop sign, and climb onto the extended roof of the building, then grab the security bars on the windows, using both hands and feet to climb all the way up, maybe I can escape. A perfect plan formed in his mind. He even knew exactly which foot to lift first. Safe, not too difficult to execute. The guy who tried to slide tackle the tiger had also planned his tackle perfectly, including the angle of the blade, ensuring absolute safety. Of course, the result wasn't important, confidence was. He gave the porcupine the middle finger and took off running, but before he could take more than a few steps, the commotion behind him grew louder, and a huge black shadow loomed over him. Turning around, he saw the massive porcupine leaping through the air, its mouth agape, revealing sharp teeth. Viscous liquid dripping from its fangs. Ouch, I'm done for. He was about to break the record for the fastest death of a transmigrator in history. He truly hadn't expected a strange porcupine to be so fast. Death was imminent, and images flashed through his mind. The porcupine pounced on him, pinning him to the ground, violently shaking and tearing his body to pieces. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air. An arrow flew from afar, swift as lightning, striking the porcupine's head with a soft thud. The porcupine, leaping into the air, was slammed against the wall by the arrow, its massive body colliding violently. The fallen porcupine wasn't dead. It howled softly, blood seeping from its wound, still struggling, its limbs scraping against the ground, trying to get back up. Its tiny, beady eyes gleamed with ferocity, staring intently at Lin Fan. What are you looking at? I didn't stab you. Lin Fan looked around and spotted a rusty iron pipe in a corner. Without a second thought, he picked it up, gripped it tightly, and with a low growl, plunged it downwards into the porcupine's head. With a soft thud, the iron pipe pierced the porcupine's skull, a spray of blood erupting. Now it's my turn to stab you. There was no psychological pressure in killing a pig. After all, when he gets ruthless, he'll kill even his own millions of offspring without hesitation. What wouldn't he dare to do to a mere porcupine that's slightly larger? The struggling porcupine gradually fell silent, lying motionless. Evolution point +1, a sudden voice rang in his head. There's a cheat. There was no time to investigate the cheat. A pickup truck pulled up in front of him, and two people got out, a man and a woman. The man had a square face, a buzz cut, and wore a black jacket. He glanced at the bewildered Lin Fan, walked to the porcupine's carcass, and, to Lin Fan's astonishment, actually lifted the porcupine's carcass with one hand and threw it onto the pickup truck. Dude, this was a pig the size of a tiger. You lifted it with one hand? That's terrifying strength. It seems this strange and terrifying world is not simple. The woman was pretty, somewhat aloof and serious. She walked up to Lin Fan, and with a swift movement, drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against his neck, her eyes coldly fixed on him. Who are you? She asked emotionlessly, as if she would slit his throat at the slightest provocation. Feeling the cold touch of the dagger, Lin Fan suddenly felt the urge to urinate. That's how it is with people, the urge arises when nervous. I'm a good person, can you take me away from this place? He truly knew nothing about this unfamiliar world, and in his opinion, following someone was the safest option. Lu Ying, let's get out of here quickly, lest we be discovered by the monsters, the man, back in the driver's seat, urged, while simultaneously observing the surroundings to prevent any danger. Get in, quick, Lu Ying said, turning and quickly walking towards the car. Oh, coming, Lin Fan followed behind, opened the back door, and quickly climbed in. Being led away by her was incredibly lucky. Although this world seems abnormal, there are still many good people. The square-faced man stepped on the gas and sped towards the outskirts of the city. At the same time, he glanced at the rearview mirror and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Lin Fan, brother." "What's your name?" Lin Fan was extremely friendly. Before figuring out the situation in this world, he dared not offend anyone, especially this middle-aged man who could lift a porcupine the size of a tiger with one hand. It was terrifying. If he displeased the other party, he might just stop the car, pull him out of the back seat, and slam him to the ground like a chicken. That would be terrible. "Lu Shan, this is my sister, Lu Ying. You're really brave, standing there like an idiot in the street without even a weapon." Sigh. "To be honest, brother Lu Shan, I was abandoned by my companions," Lin Fan said sadly. He was quite adept at managing his expressions, a skill he honed in karaoke bars. Entering a karaoke bar, he'd be full of confidence and swagger, letting the girls know he was rich and there to spend money. Leaving, however, he'd have a bitter face, lamenting his empty pockets. Since the beast calamity 10 years ago, trusting others has been incredibly foolish. The main reason you might be abandoned by your team is whether you still have any value. Lu Shan shook his head, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. Lin Fan blinked. "Okay, to put it bluntly, I'm just a piece of trash." But he gleaned useful information from the conversation. Beast calamity. It meant that wild beasts were influenced by some force, evolved, and destroyed human civilization, leaving the world in chaos. And 10 years had passed. How did the remaining humans survive? Suddenly, someone's there. Lin Fan saw a figure ahead, running towards the pickup truck like a mad dog. But something seemed off about this person. What was that thing on the back looking like fleshy tentacles? Bang! Lu Shan didn't dodge, driving straight over it. The car jolted a few times, sounding like a watermelon bursting. That's not human. Being parasitized by a brain beast makes it a monster. A brain beast? Lin Fan turned his head, looking back through the glass. The creature he had mistaken for a human lay in a pool of blood, its fleshy back twitching a few times before slumping. Damn, is this world really that dangerous? Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Ying, who hadn't spoken a word, glanced at Lin Fan, as if wondering if he was mentally unstable, unable to even distinguish between a human and a human. How had he survived this long? Meeting his gaze, Lin Fan smiled, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, his main strength being his good attitude. He had misjudged him. Lu Ying turned back, arms crossed, not wanting to talk to someone not very bright. The car fell silent. Lu Shan focused on driving, while Lu Ying remained silent the entire time. Lin Fan looked outside. It was desolate. There was no sign of life. It made him uneasy. Many strange beasts roamed the desolate ruins of the city. Hearing the sound of the pickup truck, they chased after it, but were quickly outpaced. If he hadn't left with Lu Shan and the others, and instead wandered here alone, the outcome would have been predictable. Taking advantage of the free time, he decided to investigate the hint he had just received. He didn't think he could survive without a cheat system. Even if he did, he'd probably be worse off than a pig or a dog. A panel appeared before him. Name, Lin Fan. Level 0/10. Constitution 1.0. Increasing constitution improves strength, physical strength, and the speed of injury recovery. Agility 1.0. Increasing agility improves running speed, reaction speed, and attack frequency. Spirit 0.9. Increasing spirit allows the brain to release more of an invisible power, unrelated to intelligence. Evolution points 1. Oh, so that's how it is. It doesn't seem that bad. This cheat doesn't seem very fierce, Lin Fan muttered to himself, carefully checking the panel to make sure there were no hidden subpanels. He then added the evolution point he had just acquired to his level. His biggest fear was glancing at the panel, adding points without thinking, only to discover hidden subpanels where points could be used for an easier start in the apocalypse. If that happened, he'd be doomed. Now, things were fine. There was only 1 point to allocate, preventing any unexpected problems. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through his body. The panel data changed level. 0/1/10. Constitution 1/0/2/0 Agility 1/0/2/0 Spirit 0/9/1/9 All three attributes increased by 1. The increase is decent. He felt it, but not much. Considering Lu Shan had previously lifted the porcupine carcass with one hand, roughly estimating it to be 250 to 300 kilograms, the thought was overwhelming. With his current attribute improvements, achieving that was still a drop in the ocean. Soon, the surrounding scenery changed. He had left the city. At the entrance, he saw a welcome sign, dilapidated and decaying, yet still legible. Beautiful Miaoan County welcomes you, an unfamiliar city name, never heard of before. It seemed he had truly transmigrated to another world. Leaving the city, the surrounding land gradually became open and flat. The roads were overgrown with weeds, abandoned vehicles piled on both sides, long since covered in greenery, a scene of utter desolation. Even with the car windows closed, he could still hear the roars of strange beasts, each sound stirring the deepest vulnerabilities within him. Sitting in the back, Lin Fan felt a wave of fear. If he hadn't met Lu Shan and his sister, he would have undoubtedly died in that desolate county town. Gradually, buildings appeared ahead. A towering wall could be seen in the distance, stretching for hundreds of meters from east to west. Lu Shan said, "That's a small fortress in Miaoan. Many survivors live there, escaping the predation of alien beasts. But even hiding there isn't the safest option, because no one knows if it will be destroyed by alien beasts someday." Lin Fan remained silent. He caught the word small, meaning there might be larger fortresses. But if there were large fortresses, why not go to a safer place? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. In the apocalypse, alien beasts were indeed terrifying, but what was truly terrifying was humanity. In the absence of restraint, all sorts of emotions would be amplified. Thinking of this, his palms sweated. This unfamiliar world was dangerous. He had to stay calm and not be careless. Even with cheat codes, it was still the same. Only by surviving could one become stronger with cheat codes. If one died, even cheat codes would be useless. Please add this to your favorites, write a good book, and strive to rise again. Chapter 2 There's a job for me, do you want it or not? I definitely will. We're here, the small fortress of Miaoan, Lu Shan reminded them. Relieved to have arrived, he too breathed a sigh of relief. The situation outside was uncontrollable. They were lucky this time to have avoided a beast horde, otherwise their return wouldn't have been so easy. Approaching, the fortress was even more awe-inspiring than Lin Fan had imagined. Weathered by time, scratch marks were visible on the walls, indicating a fierce battle had taken place. The fortress had no gate. Instead, there were hidden channels in the walls, resembling a lifting mechanism. Lu Shan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck slowly moved forward, the wheels making a dull creaking sound as they rubbed against the supporting iron plates. Once parked, the lifting mechanism started operating, rising upwards. A fortress without a gate. Lin Fan silently observed the surroundings. It made sense. The fortress's thickness couldn't support a gate. If there were a gate, that would be the fortress's biggest weakness. Soon, they reached the city wall. Many people stood on the wall, carrying various old firearms, clearly from a bygone era. The city wall was at least 6 meters wide, enough for vehicles to park. Such a fortress could not have been built during the apocalypse of the alien beasts. Various mysteries swirled in his mind. He didn't dwell on it, it was pointless. Lin Fan parked the pickup truck and got out. He stood on the city wall, looking into the fortress. The scene before him was quite shocking. Various makeshift houses of different shapes appeared in his view, some made of wood, some of iron plates. Chaotic, extremely chaotic. Even without close inspection, one could imagine how terrible this place was. There was already a city wall here, but in the center, there was an outer wall, and he could vaguely see a group of people continuing to reinforce its height. Outer city wall. Inner city wall. This meant that within this fortress, class distinctions were very clear. There was definitely no equal treatment. Survivors with strength and organization should be living well. Survivors without strength or organization were probably worse off than pigs and dogs. As he pondered these things, he watched as Lin Fan sliced open a porcupine's hind leg and tossed it directly to the stronghold members, who expertly placed it into a blood-soaked basket. This is a return from the hunt, a necessary handover of spoils. He silently memorized the process. He wasn't in the mood for that domineering, furious outburst. How dare you touch the food I worked so hard to catch? You're asking for death, before unscathed. Just as Lin Fan was lost in thought, Lin Fan approached him, offering the leg of meat. Take this, he said, exchange it for currency inside. It should be enough to live on for a while. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. I hope you survive. Lin Fan took the leg and sincerely said, thank you. He knew all too well how rare it was to encounter someone like this in the apocalypse. He would remember this kindness. Lin Fan gently patted Lin Fan's shoulder, saying nothing more, simply wishing him a good life, a sincere blessing. But in this environment, survival was often a luxury. Lin Fan hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. He wanted to ask if they could form a team, but he knew it was impossible. They had previously said that in the apocalypse, easily trusting others was the most foolish thing to do. So they wouldn't accept him so easily. It was better to be self-aware than to be rejected. In the distance, Lin Fan and Liu Ying, descending the stairs, grew further and further apart. Brother, why give him a leg? We've already done a great job saving him, Liu Ying asked, puzzled. Lin Fan replied, sister, to ensure our own safety, we can be indifferent, but kindness must always remain. In his condition, without a leg, he'd have a hard time surviving in the fortress. Okay, I hope he survives. Liu Ying respected her brother's choice, because she had survived this long because he hadn't abandoned her. At this moment, as they descended the stairs from the city wall, a pungent stench assaulted their nostrils. It was hard to describe, like a mixture of many smells, the smell of decay, the smell of garbage, the smell of feces, the stench of urine, and so on. Damn, is this even a place for a human to stay? Lin Fan grumbled incessantly. He'd rather go back to Earth and do manual labor than stay in this godforsaken place. But what could he do now that he was already here? If he could go back, he would have done so long ago. He observed the passers-by around him, noticing their tattered clothes, emaciated bodies, and blank, lifeless eyes, completely devoid of any human spirit. A ragged woman leaned against the door of a dilapidated shack, trying her best to display her allure. He saw a man wave a small bag in front of the woman. Judging by its bulge, it was about the size of a fist, probably rice. Upon seeing it, the woman's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly ushered the man inside, closing the door behind her. The rest, without even thinking, was obviously inappropriate for children. Damn, even in this situation, they're not conserving their energy for the unknown dangers. Wait, there are two sides to every coin. Maybe this is poverty alleviation. Poverty alleviation is also a form of goodwill. Thinking of this, he truly understood. Indeed, one must think. Without thinking, one will never discover the blind spots in a problem. Lin Fan noticed that carrying the porcupine leg attracted the attention of many survivors. They licked their lips, their eyes gleaming with greed, as if everything around them had ceased to exist, and only the porcupine leg was real. What are you looking at? Don't actually try to steal my stuff. However, something seemed to be holding them back. So far, not a single survivor dared to rush forward to snatch it. Was it because of the patrol personnel in special forces uniforms carrying batons? That seemed to be the case. He felt that the stability of a stronghold necessarily required simple order and constraints. If people were allowed to steal and harm each other, they wouldn't even need the alien beasts to intervene, they would destroy themselves. He arrived at the exchange point Lin Fan had mentioned. In this weather, without a refrigerator, the meat would easily spoil. He certainly couldn't finish it all by himself. The only option was to exchange it for the current stronghold's currency. The currency was only useful here. Outside the stronghold, it was just trash. The currency exchange point was very formal, with 2 security guards standing at the entrance. He was greeted by a middle-aged man who placed the porcupine leg on the counter. The middle-aged man didn't say much, and expertly weighed the meat. Red-blooded common beast, 10 jin, 10 coins. Hearing this, Lin Fan didn't reply, but looked inside. There was a lot of beast meat, with staff carrying it away. Meanwhile, shelves were stocked with various supplies. Instant noodles in transparent bags cost 1 coin. A palm-sized bag of salt cost 10 coins. Many other items were expensive. He thought about it carefully and realized the problem. Why did the barrier keep the price of beast meat so low? It was because ordinary survivors had no electricity, no refrigerators, and couldn't store it for long. It was either wasted or sold cheaply. The only thing that could store meat for a long time was salt, hence the high price of a small bag of salt. Damn, even capitalists would weep at this. Are you going to trade or not? The middle-aged man asked impatiently. Yes, leave me a jin. Lin Fan thought he'd get through today first, then have some barbecue that night to fill his stomach and make sure he didn't go hungry. The middle-aged man said, what's the use of keeping a pound? The meat of a common red-blooded beast, while it can enhance physical strength, requires long-term consumption. I think you'd be better off exchanging it for a pack of instant noodles to satisfy your craving and reminisce about childhood flavors. Never mind, I'm not talking to you anymore. Ignoring Lin Fan, the man skillfully cut off a piece, weighed it, trimmed some edges, and after confirming it was a pound, threw it directly in front of Lin Fan. He then tossed the remaining meat leg behind him and took 9 coins from the cabinet, placing them on the table. Lin Fan was startled. Long-term consumption of beast meat could enhance physical strength? Was Lin Fan's immense strength due to this? Thinking this, he didn't regret selling the meat leg, as he couldn't preserve it for long. As for the instant noodles, they were something he'd get sick of eating. Even if you ate them for 20 days a month, see if you could still vomit. Suddenly, he remembered the coke he'd thrown away. Damn, there was still half a bottle left. Oh well, whatever, it's fate. He carefully put away the currency, wrapped the meat in scrap paper, put it in his pocket, and turned to leave. Night fell. Lin Fan huddled in a corner, a fire burning beneath the sizzling meat. Damn it, there's not even a place to stand. He was truly on the verge of tears. He had previously thought others were living worse than dogs, but at least they had something to cover their heads. He was practically sleeping on the ground, using the sky as his blanket. His main focus was environmental protection. The meat was ready. It tasted pretty good. Holding it, it was a little hot. He tossed it between his hands, took a big bite, and it tasted delicious. He devoured the meat in no time. He was so full he was burping. He hadn't expected a single piece of meat to fill his stomach. The energy content was quite high. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation inside. Remembering what the person at the exchange shop had casually mentioned, he hurriedly checked the exchange panel. Level 0, 1/10, Constitution. February 2, 2001, Agility. 2.0, Spirit. 1.9. He rubbed his eyes. His constitution had actually increased by 0.01. Although the increase was small, it proved the other party's statement. It really worked. It's just that this 0.01 increase was a bit small. It looked pitiful. The sky gradually darkened. In the quiet night, the roars of strange beasts could be heard outside the city walls. The next day, at dawn, the air was murky and mixed with a strange smell. Lin Fan wandered aimlessly through the fortress. His impression of this place was that it was dirty and chaotic, simply not a place for humans to live. He also noticed that some of the survivors on the outer perimeter couldn't hunt strange beasts, So how were they able to survive? They were working, such as farming, doing hard labor, obtaining a little food. That little food couldn't fill their stomachs, it could only stave off hunger and ensure they wouldn't starve to death. He needed to find a way to survive, at least he had to make full use of his cheat. He knew that the early stages were a bit tough, but as long as he could improve his attributes, everything would be alright. Suddenly, he stopped. Civilization bookstore, no doubt, a bookstore. He found it unbelievable, a bookstore in this kind of environment? Was he kidding? At the entrance, an old man sat there, his face kind and smiling, surrounded by some children who were thin and malnourished. He stopped and watched quietly, wondering why the children were gathered around the old man. Soon, he found out. The old man was actually teaching the children knowledge and principles, asking them questions. If a child answered correctly, the old man would take out dried potato chips from his pocket and reward them. "Grandpa, I could write my name yesterday, but I can't today." This character, one child was almost crying, he was so hungry and wanted potato chips. The old man gently patted the child's head, picked up a twig, and drew on the ground. "Don't rush, look, isn't this how it's written? A left falling stroke and a right falling stroke, isn't that good?" "That's right, great progress. Grandpa will give you 2 slices." The old man took out 2 potato slices and placed them in the child's hand, which the child wolfed down. A long time later, the teaching reward session ended. The old man spread his hands and said kindly, "Grandpa has no more food. How about we come again tomorrow?" "Okay." The children left happily. Every child received food, even those who answered incorrectly. After being taught, they also received food, ensuring that every child could eat. Although it wouldn't fill their stomachs, it wouldn't make them too hungry. Lin Fan, who had been watching this unfold, was deeply moved. The old man watched the children's departing figures, his heart aching with sorrow and a flood of emotions. After a moment, he saw Lin Fan and noticed the young man staring at him. He smiled and said, "Would you like to look at a book?" "May I?" "Of course you can. Books are meant to be read. If a book can't be read, what's its value?" "Right, the old man is right." Lin Fan entered the bookstore and, looking at the yellowed and worn books, knew they had been stored for a long time. He saw a book that stood out from the others. It wasn't new, but it was at least newer than the others. He picked it up and opened it. The collapse of human civilization began in July 2033. A global meteor shower appeared. At first, people thought it was just a large-scale meteor shower, a sign of better luck in the coming year. But in July 2034, a disaster that no one had ever imagined erupted. A mysterious pulse swept across the globe, rendering airplanes, cars, and even military weapons ineffective. The beasts that once lived in the deep forests transformed into torrent, sweeping through cities all over the world, and a catastrophe ensued. Lin Fan watched intently. The disaster was caused by a meteor shower, which had been dormant for a year before finally erupting. It seemed that the reason for the beast's mutation was related to that meteor shower. He continued watching. He found out how the barrier was formed. In August 2033, the elderly General Wang appeared on television, telling the people that the meteor shower had affected the world, that the beast's situation might be somewhat abnormal, and hoping that the people of the whole country would unite to build barriers and surround important cities to fight against the possible future disasters. However, at that time, the people of the whole country, and even the highest ruler, looked at General Wang as a joke. In mid-August 2033, for reasons unknown, the nation began construction. However, instead of building fortifications centered on cities, they constructed walls tens of meters high, centered on air raid shelters and underground military installations. In May 2034, the disaster did not occur. General Wang was brought before a military court. His advanced age, due to the arduous work of building the fortifications, finally gave way, and he died in court. Before his death, General Wang addressed the media, loudly proclaiming that he saw the future. Humanity would be slaughtered by alien beasts, and the fortifications would be the safest place. He hoped people would unite to fight the beasts. But people continued to laugh and curse him for wasting social and national resources. In July 2034, the disaster struck. Human extinction began. The survivors remembered General Wang's words. They knew the great General Wang had not lied, but it was too late. This account shocked Lin Fan. General Wang could see the future. Therefore, taking action in advance was only possible due to certain obstacles, preventing them from doing better. They could only take a step back, hoping to leave humanity with a base to fight against the alien beasts. After a long while, Lin Fan slowly closed the book, having gained a general understanding of this world. The situation with the alien beasts was similar. Alien beasts were ranked, and the porcupine was just a common red-blooded alien beast, belonging to the lowest level. Long-term consumption could enhance a person's physique, but the effect was limited. Indeed limited. He had personally consumed it and watched the data change, confirming its authenticity and reliability, no exaggeration. However, if one continued to consume the flesh and blood of higher-level alien beasts, their physical strength would continue to increase, reaching a level where they could contend with the alien beasts. These people were called hunters. Above hunters was another category, awakeners. When consuming the flesh and blood of common red-blooded alien beasts reached its limit, there was a chance of awakening, possessing various extraordinary abilities. At that time, they needed to consume the blood crystals of higher-level alien beasts. Blood crystals existed within the bodies of higher-level alien beasts, representing their essence. He understood now. He finally understood. He had a general understanding of the situation in this world. He wouldn't be clueless when asked questions anymore. He was practically a local now. He put the book back. "Grandpa, when you distribute food to the children, don't you keep some for yourself?" Lin Fan asked. The old man chuckled. "When you get old, your appetite diminishes. A little is enough to fill you up, then where does your food come from?" He didn't believe that someone his age could still hunt beasts, or even farm. The food was too little to meet the needs of those distributing it. Haha, you underestimate this old man. To be honest, I used to be a car mechanic. I was very skilled, so it was quite sought after. I had a stable job here. After all, vehicles are crucial for travel these days. 2 legs can't outrun 4, Lin Fan blinked. He'd been too hasty. He'd assumed the old man was struggling, but it turned out he had a stable job. Thinking about it, skilled workers are always the best. With a skill, you're fearless anywhere. Whether it's the apocalypse or not, you'll definitely be valued and have food to eat. Young man, you're one of the few I've seen on the outer wall who still has spirit and energy, and whose eyes shine. Remember, what makes humans human is civilization. Without civilization, what's the difference between humans and the wild beasts outside? So this child is the inheritor of civilization, the hope for the future, not someone who relies on the past. The old man shook his head, saying nothing more. The old man is right, Lin Fan said. Although their interaction was brief, he had a high opinion of the old man. Nothing is absolute. Even in the apocalypse, there are noble people. Young man, would you like to do some work? I can't guarantee anything else, but at least you can survive here. What kind of work? Blacksmithing, are you in? Yes, without any hesitation. Having found a direction to integrate into this community, it's impossible to give up. Chapter 3 Skills 1 Certificate, Permanent Certification. Remember my words, don't talk much once you reach the inner wall. Those living inside are survivors who can hunt monsters, understand, Old Master Chen Hali repeatedly warned. Since the apocalypse, order has collapsed. The powerful survivors get everything they want, while ordinary survivors are as insignificant as ants in their eyes. Don't worry, Grandpa, I've always been introverted and don't like to talk, Lin Fan said sincerely. Chen Hali, if it weren't for the fact that the two had exchanged at least 100 words along the way, the old man might have actually believed Lin Fan's nonsense. The inner wall also had no door, they were hoisted up by machines. Reaching the city wall. The environment inside the inner wall was far better than the outer wall. Although there were no tall buildings, there were many 3- or 4-story residential buildings. Although simple, living here in the apocalypse was an extremely fortunate thing. It was far better than the environment outside the wall. Chen Hali led Lin Fan towards the stairs. The outside and the inside are worlds apart. But there's never been true fairness. The so-called fairness promoted is just a verbal promise of fairness given to the people because they need it, Lin Fan said. The children living inside the inner walls are much happier than those outside, Chen Hali replied. Happiness is based on ability. I've seen many survivors driven from the inner walls to the outer walls. Some of the children I teach used to live inside the inner walls. Is it because the adults died in the jaws of the monsters? Lin Fan asked. Yes, this was a very real situation. Adults hunted monsters to provide a better life for their surviving families, but if they died in the jaws of monsters, their families would be left without care and would have to move from the inner walls to the outer walls. Such a change in lifestyle is very painful. Are the people living in those air-raid shelters with their metal doors? Lin Fan asked. Chen Hali said, yes, that's where the true administrators of the fortress live. Awakened individuals can also reside there. Awakened individuals are also known as extraordinary individuals. Once they master their abilities, they leap to the top ranks. Grandpa Chen, have you ever been inside? How could I possibly go in there? Being inside the inner wall is already quite good. Lin Fan carefully analyzed the situation. The air raid shelter was a symbol of the fortress's powerful members, and also a place of refuge and hiding. If the fortress were attacked by alien beasts and breached, the worst off would naturally be the survivors inside the outer and inner walls. The powerful individuals in the air raid shelter could use this defensive line for temporary safety. The hierarchy was quite clear. Chatting, they arrived at their destination. Old Chen, a middle-aged man, greeted Chen Haoli with a smile. This middle-aged man had dark skin and a scar on his face that looked like a centipede. In peacetime, with the medical standards of that time, even if there were scars, they wouldn't look like this, indicating that the injury was caused after the outbreak of alien beasts. Old Chen, didn't you say you were short of blacksmiths here? Today I've brought you a young and strong lad. What do you think? Chen Haoli asked with a smile. Here, there's no such thing as respecting the elderly. People call him Old Chen because he's valuable and will be useful in the future. They can't really take advantage of his age. Haha, Old Chen's introduction is naturally no problem. But when can you take a look at my car? I want to modify mine a bit. Old Chen seemed indifferent, but he had actually sized up Lin Fan. He was indeed good looking, with a much better appearance than the other survivors who were working. Old Master Chen said, no problem. If it's convenient, after you've settled Xiao Fanin, you can take me to see him. Okay, then it's settled. Old Chen was overjoyed. On the way here, Old Master Chen had already told him that this Old Chen was called Shen Hai, the head of the weapons factory. All the weapons possessed by the survivors in the entire stronghold came from here. To obtain weapons, one needed to exchange them for currency. Although firearms are highly lethal, hunting alien beasts with them outside is incredibly foolish. The gunfire will attract their attention, and being surrounded by a large number of them will inevitably lead to certain death. Therefore, melee weapons are the preferred choice. Young man, my name is Shen Hai. You can call me Old Shen from now on. If you want to survive here, you'll have to work hard. This job would be highly sought after if it were advertised outside the walls. Shen Hai patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, emphasizing the importance of the job, and also subtly implying to Old Chen that he was giving Lin Fan face, so Lin Fan had to be careful when modifying his car. I know, thank you for the opportunity, Lin Fan said humbly. Shen Hai nodded in satisfaction, showing he was understanding. Lin Fan was now alone and helpless within the fortress. Only by remaining cautious and surviving could he survive. A cheat code is a cheat code, but it needs development. If only he could be invincible from the start, becoming a bulldozer, clearing away all the alien beasts wherever he went. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. He needed to establish a foothold before trying to improve his strength with the help of external tools. Joining a team to hunt monsters wasn't his first choice. It was too dangerous, and the chances of being sold out were extremely high. Soon, led by Old Shen, Lin Fan and Grandpa Chen arrived at a weapons processing factory. The factory was a simple brick building. Stepping inside, the temperature suddenly rose, and many shirtless survivors were working. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds rang out. Sparks flew as the red-hot iron was struck by the sledgehammer. Old Wang, come out here for a moment, Old Shen called out. A man in his 40s or 50s, with a weathered face, came out and acted very humbly when he saw Old Shen. His name is Lin Fan. He'll be working here from now on. You take him under your wing and teach him blacksmithing, understand? Old Shen said expressionlessly, appearing very serious in front of the working survivors. Understood, Old Wang nodded, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. This job was hard won. Grandpa Chen patted Lin Fan on the shoulder, nodded, and said nothing, his meaning clear, do a good job. That was all he could do to help. His idea of introducing Lin Fan to a job stemmed from the glimmer of hope he saw in Lin Fan's eyes. Grandpa Chen and Old Shen left. Come with me, Old Wang said, leading them inside. Reaching their workstations, they saw an anvil in front of them, a furnace to the left, coals glowing red hot. The intense heat washing over them, making them feel their bodies evaporating. Have you done this before? Old Wang asked. No, you watch mine first. You don't need to do the complicated stuff, just complete the initial tasks. I can work with you. Old Wang didn't swear or mock Lin Fan. They were both miserable survivors, at the very bottom of the stronghold. What was the point of bickering? No. Of course, Old Wang was holding back a bit. He was an expert in forging, and if he taught the other person, given his age, what if Shenhe wanted to conserve resources and kicked him out? He really didn't know how he would survive in the fortress. After all, at 40 or 50 years old, his strength certainly couldn't compare to that of a young man. Okay, Lin Fan nodded, saying nothing more. Old Wang used his tools to rummage through the coal, picking out a piece of red-hot iron and placing it on the anvil. He then struck it with a hammer in his right hand, the sound of the hammering orderly and rhythmic. This is to forge a long sword. The blank for the long sword needs to be hammered out. Lin Fan had never been involved in this kind of work before, and he watched very carefully. In peacetime, if he found these techniques boring, he could simply give up and not learn them, but in the apocalypse, learning some skills was very necessary. In the past, this process was compressed by machines, but without machines, it could only be done by manpower. Old Wang explained in detail, forging, sprinkling barracks, and firing for a long time. Did you learn it? I can't seem to get it right. Let me try. Lin Fan was quite helpless. This wasn't something you could learn just by watching once. Old Wang nodded and continued forging. He couldn't let Shenhe see him slacking off. He still needed to earn a meager living to support his daughter. Lin Fan put on gloves, used tools to scoop iron from the furnace, and following Old Wang's steps, placed the iron on the anvil and began hammering. Clang. Suddenly, his expression froze. He hurriedly checked the panel. Level 0, 1/10, Constitution. 2.01, Agility. 2.0, Spirit. 1.9, Skill, Blacksmithing, Beginner 0/100. With my first hammer strike, a new panel appeared, and even the skill blacksmithing appeared. This change startled Lin Fan a little. However, these things weren't important. Since the skill had appeared, he had to keep trying. He didn't know what the changes would be, but he had to give it a try. Seeing Lin Fan strike once and then remain motionless with a hammer, Old Wang said softly, "Should I demonstrate again?" He suspected Lin Fan was confused and had forgotten the procedure. It's all right, Lin Fan snapped out of his daze and, without thinking, began hammering. 80. 80. The clanging sounds echoed as all the survivors were immersed in their work. Lin Fan remained expressionless, his arm bent and straight, the hammer striking the red-hot iron, sparks flying with each strike. Although this work was tiring, seeing the proficiency level, he completely unleashed his full potential. As long as he had any feeling, he would continue to use this skill to the very end. Proficiency didn't increase with each strike. Gradually, after a while, he noticed his proficiency level had increased, Beginner 1/100. With each increase, he had a strange feeling, as if he realized his posture was slightly off, and thus changed. This made him think of a possibility. The improvement in skill proficiency is absolutely permanent, and it also allows for self-correction of mistakes. The higher the proficiency, the greater the correction. If that's true, it's truly amazing. Thinking of this, he worked even harder at hammering. Old Wang, standing to the side, blinked and sighed inwardly. Indeed, this job was incredibly important for any survivor, but in his opinion, Lin Fan's high-frequency strikes were too much for his arms. You're hitting like that, your arms can't take it. Don't rush, slow down, Old Wang reminded him. Okay, I understand, thanks, he said he understood, but his hammer swings didn't slow down. Old Wang sighed helplessly and didn't say anything more. He'd understand once he learned his lesson and felt the soreness in his arms, and then he'd correct his mistakes. Some time passed. When the proficiency reached 10 points, a change occurred, a warm current flowed through his body. He checked the panel, Constitution. 2.01211, Agility. 2.0, Spirit. 1.9, Skill, Blacksmithing, Beginner 10/100, his Constitution increased by 0.1. Blacksmithing can increase Constitution? His original idea was to master a skill as quickly as possible with high proficiency, which would definitely be profitable. But now, with the increase in proficiency, his Constitution has also started to improve. He pondered. Could it be that swinging the hammer strengthened his arms and increased his strength? thus improving his constitution attribute in a chain reaction? It seemed possible. He stopped thinking about it. In the current situation, if he didn't hammer this piece of iron until it was bald, he'd change his name. Work, work. Full of motivation. If it weren't for maintaining a good image, he would have liked to rip off his clothes, shout go for it, and unleash a chaotic hammering attack on the iron. Meanwhile, old Shen was secretly observing from outside. Seeing Lin Fan working diligently, he nodded with satisfaction. If he slacked off here, even old Chen's face wouldn't matter. Without strength, you'd be called old Chen out of respect, but otherwise, you'd just be an old bastard. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were resolute. Like a machine, he continuously hammered the iron, his movements becoming increasingly precise and skilled. Although he couldn't compare to a true master, this progress left old Wang speechless and dumbfounded. Was this really a beginner blacksmith? Was he just pretending to be weak? Lin Fan, it's time to go home. All the survivors living on the outer wall need to leave the inner wall, old Wang reminded him. Hearing old Wang's reminder, he stopped working, and a wave of soreness surged from his arm. But the gains were plentiful. Blacksmithing, beginner 51/100, Constitution, 2.51. Proficiency increased to 51. Constitution also reached 2.51. This was the result of a whole day's work. From morning until noon, not a moment was wasted. Lunch was a sticky, unpalatable mess, but it filled his stomach. He didn't care what it was, he just stuffed it into his mouth. Here, they had no choice. Old Shen at the entrance was settling the currency. 1 coin per person. Blacksmithing was skilled and physically demanding, so he received 1 coin. Other survivors working on the outer walls received no currency, only some rough, simple food to fill their stomachs. How is it going? Old Shen handed Lin Fan a coin, smiling as he asked. Yes, in Lin Fan's eyes. Old Shen's smile was somewhat insincere, but his reply showed satisfaction and gratitude, which made old Shen nod in satisfaction. He realized that within the stronghold, those in power wouldn't let ordinary survivors starve. Instead, they exploited their labor in ways that would make capitalists weep, creating returns for the stronghold several times, even dozens of times, greater than what they had put in. That's good, thank you for your care. I'll be going now, Lin Fan feigned gratitude. Then they left together with Lao Wang. Lao Wang's name was Wang Quan, an ordinary man who hadn't broken down in the apocalypse, showing remarkable mental fortitude. During their conversation, it was learned that he had a daughter. Several years after the apocalypse, he met a woman in the fortress, and they eventually had a child. However, his wife passed away from an illness, leaving him and his daughter behind. You've just arrived, do you have a place to stay? Wang Quan asked. No, I have a spare tarpaulin at home, you can use it, at least it'll keep you warm. Thank you, it's nothing, just a tarpaulin. The two walked side by side, talking. The twilight shone on them, creating a beautiful and poetic scene, but for the ordinary survivors here, it revealed a deep sadness and helplessness. Following the other survivors, they stood on a hanging platform and were slowly lowered into the outer wall. Daddy, a clear, childish voice called out. My daughter, her nickname is Hope. The moment Wang Quan saw his daughter, he pointed her out to Lin Fan, then knelt down to welcome her as she rushed towards him, and then picked her up. Lin Fan watched with a smile. The innocent child, though thin from lack of food, wore a smile that was perhaps the purest sight in the apocalypse. Daughter, this is Daddy's colleague, call him Uncle Lin. Hello, Uncle Lin, Little Hope greeted him. Lin Fan patted her head. Hello, Little Hope. What do you want to eat? Tell me, and Uncle will buy it for you. Little Hope was about to speak, but then seemed to remember something and hugged Wang Quan's neck. Daddy told me I shouldn't ask people for things, Wang Quan said, no need to buy anything. You've just arrived, keep it for yourself. I have some currency, it's alright. Didn't you give me the tarpaulin? And the child calls me uncle. It's our first meeting, buying her something is fine. Lin Fan naturally knew that in the apocalypse, currency represented food and various supplies, but he wasn't selfish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked a month carrying bricks just to support the girls at the KTV. I, Lin Fan, am a man of great love. Lin Fan flicked 2 fingers, tossing the coins in his hand into the air, then caught them, unfolded them, and handed them to Xiao Ziwen. Shall we go buy instant noodles? Xiao Ziwen's round eyes lit up at the mention of instant noodles. She'd only had them once, on her birthday, and they were delicious. Okay, after all, she was just a child, and she couldn't resist good food. Then let's go. Lin Fan waved his hand. Let's go. Xiao Ziwen waved excitedly. Chapter 4. Someone actually wants to team up with me. Thanks, it's nothing, really no need to thank me. I feel bad that you had to spend money. Old Wang felt that Lin Fan was different from other survivors. In the apocalypse, he had gradually become selfish and unwilling to participate in anything, having previously been kind-hearted. In peacetime, he would give some spare change to beggars, but in the apocalypse, he became indifferent, only wanting to take care of his own little corner of the world and not wanting to concern himself with anything else. Lin Fan took a tarpaulin from Old Wang, and Old Wang offered to help set it up. He used a few poles for support, laid the tarpaulin on it, and secured the sides, leaving only one entrance. Old Wang also gave Lin Fan an old blanket to lay on the ground to prevent the earth's heat from entering his body and causing him to catch a cold or fever. Once you catch a cold in the apocalypse, you can only tough it out. The scarcity of medicine makes it incredibly precious. He had seen children on the outer walls die from colds and fevers without treatment. Old Wang inspected the makeshift shelter, and after confirming that there were no problems, he clapped his hands, nodded in satisfaction, and prepared to leave. You should get some rest too. I'll wake you up tomorrow, okay? After Old Wang left, Lin Fan stood in front of the green tarpaulin shelter, gently touching it. This is really good development. I have my own shelter on the second day after transmigrating to the apocalypse. My development speed is phenomenal. He was good at finding joy in hardship and comforting himself. Entering the stronghold on the first day, finding a job and building a shelter on the second day, life is getting more and more hopeful. Lin Fan sniffed, feeling a little sore for some reason. He tilted his head back, gazing at the starry night sky, trying not to let the tears flow down his cheeks. So beautiful. He was immersed in the beautiful night, but a roar from a strange beast shattered his beautiful thoughts. He shrank back into the tarpaulin and sat cross-legged on the blanket. It wasn't too cold, just a little stuffy. I have to replace the tarpaulin shelter in a while. I need to arrange a wooden house. As a transmigrated Chinese, he possessed an innate talent for farming. He firmly believed that by making small changes every day, his living environment would improve rapidly. The next day, clang, clang. In the scorching weapons factory, the survivors worked diligently. Lin Fan, one of them, remained unnoticed, but only he knew the extent of his transformation. Skill, blacksmithing, beginner 90 out of 100, his proficiency was rapidly increasing. Old Wang, standing nearby, was used to it. He noticed Lin Fan's remarkable talent in blacksmithing. From a novice yesterday to a seasoned pro today, his progress was astonishing. Old Shen, patrolling, had completely abandoned his smiling demeanor from yesterday, replaced by a serious and cold expression. Even when he met Lin Fan's gaze, he wouldn't show a smile. It was as if yesterday's friendly concern was a lie. Suddenly, a noise came from behind. Brother Shen, please don't fire me. I can't live without this job. A survivor clung to Shen Hai's leg, pleading desperately. The surrounding survivors froze slightly, seemingly continuing their work, but in reality, they were all trembling with fear, afraid that they would be the next to be fired. Let go. Old Shen lowered his head, his eyes indifferent as he looked at the man, uttering two cold words devoid of any emotion. The pleading man's pitiful face met Shen Hai's cold gaze, and he fearfully released his grip. Shen Hai said coldly, with an injured arm, you can't do this work. Trying to earn currency by slacking off is impossible. And you all remember this, anyone who slacks off can get out of here. We don't tolerate idlers here. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. This was the coldness of the fortress. Useless people were worthless. And the living wall had two sides. Think of Shen Hai yesterday. His face was all smiles, but as old Master Chen finished modifying his car, the smile vanished, replaced by utter indifference. This was reality. He'd learned his lesson. This was just a minor incident for him. He couldn't very well yell at Shen Hai, you've gone too far. Can't you give me a way out? That wouldn't be chivalry, it would be idiotic. He had to keep a low profile, stay calm, and play it safe. Playing it safe wasn't shameful before he had absolute strength. He swung his hammer, continuing to forge iron, grinding away at improving his proficiency and strength. No one could stop him from forging. It was time to leave work. His stats changed, level 0, 1/10, Constitution. 3.01, Agility. 2.0, Spirit. 1.9, Skill, Blacksmithing, Intermediate 0/100. Looking at his own progress, it was truly impressive. He'd improved his forging from beginner to intermediate level, and his physique had slightly increased. Although it seemed small, he could clearly feel the changes within himself. His strength and physical resilience had both improved. His fists clenched, tense, and his muscles hardened. While he wasn't invulnerable, he was definitely stronger than he had been a few days ago. This was progress, this was improvement, this was his capital for surviving, and even surviving better, in the apocalypse. Hunting beasts for evolution points was indeed a fast way to improve, but he didn't want to choose a dangerous path in pursuit of rapid power. Improving skill proficiency meant improving attributes, so he was willing to patiently grind until he had sufficient self-defense capabilities before attempting to use evolution points. He finished get off work and left. Together with Lao Wang, they arrived at the outer wall. Little Hope happily ran over, sweetly calling out Uncle Lin. Lao Wang, standing nearby, took out his lunch and handed it to his daughter. This job was very important to Lao Wang. Besides the currency, the most important thing was the free lunch. Although this food might not have been eaten by pigs or dogs in the past, it was very important to them now. After parting ways with Lao Wang and Little Hope, Lin Fan went to the bookstore. Grandpa Chen was teaching children, just like always. Lin Fan greatly admired Grandpa Chen. If there was anyone among the survivors he had met who could be called a true human being, it was probably Grandpa Chen. His behavior, spirit, and thoughts had not changed despite the 10-year apocalypse. After talking with Grandpa Chen for a while, he left and chose to look around inside the outer wall. As he walked, he was deeply shocked. The tragic lives he witnessed were everywhere. The numbness and despair of the survivors didn't need close observation. It was as if that aura had solidified into something tangible, becoming a mountain pressing down on their backs. If life is this bad, what's the point? Lin Fan shook his head, banishing these negative thoughts. His bricklaying was just as hard. Under the scorching sun, sweat poured down his face, leaving him physically and mentally exhausted. But he had his moments of joy. That was in the karaoke bar, surrounded by girls calling him Jej, a homophone for pigeon in Chinese. He felt happy then. A month's hard work for a few hours of happiness was well worth it. Happiness is priceless. Just like in this apocalyptic situation, perhaps most of the time there is despair, but often a glimmer of hope accompanies that despair. For example, old Wang was like that. The light that kept him going was his daughter. After a long day at work, dragging his weary body home, seeing his lovely daughter would revitalize him, making all the sacrifices feel worthwhile. A group of survivors gathered ahead. Approaching, he discovered someone had hanged themselves. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that the survivor who had been driven out of the weapons factory during the day? Suicide? Lin Fan's pupils dilated slightly. Since arriving at the fortress, he had never seen a dead body, yet now one lay before him. The surrounding survivors weren't discussing why he had died, but rather the greed in their eyes as they stared at the corpse. Then, as if remembering something, that greed vanished. Immediately afterward, people rushed into the makeshift dwelling, frantically loading worthless items. Some even set the body down, taking the noose, and others rummaged through the deceased's clothes. It was madness, utter madness. Everything visible was taken. A patrolman arrived, saw the naked corpse, showed no change in expression, but instead raised his hands and feet and walked away into the distance. Faint sounds drifted over. The vegetable garden has nutrients again. Vegetable garden? Nutrients. Lin Fan looked down at the ground, his heart pounding. He suddenly realized something. He hadn't truly accepted the harshness of the apocalypse. His mindset was still that of a transmigrator, and the arrival of his cheat-like abilities made him somewhat careless about the atmosphere of the apocalypse. Back at his lodgings, he threw in the few pieces of wood he'd collected. He planned to build himself a bed once he had enough wood. Although there was a blanket on the floor, it wasn't very comfortable. The next day, he went to work with Lao Wang. Halfway there, they were stopped by a group of men. Brother, interested in hunting monsters together, the man speaking was covered in dust, his skin cracked and dry, as if it might split open at any moment. He's not interested. He works with me in the weapons factory. There's no need for him to go out and risk his life. Before Lin Fan could even speak, old Wang hurriedly interjected, constantly giving Lin Fan meaningful glances, as if to say, Don't be fooled, staying here is the safest place. The man looked surprised, clearly not expecting the other party to have such a good opportunity. Even so, the man didn't give up. He noticed Lin Fan's excellent spirits, far surpassing those of the survivors on the outer wall, so from the first glance, he wanted to recruit him into his team for their adventures outside. Ignoring old Wang, the man looked at Lin Fan and said, "You don't want to live like this, do you? We should control our own destiny. The flesh and blood of the alien beasts can make us stronger, even giving us the chance to become awakened. Now the opportunity is before you. I want to invite you to join our team and go out to hunt alien beasts together. Look at my team, 6 people in total." He used to be a boxer, very strong, but look at him now, barely getting enough to eat, so thin. Look at him, he used to be a runner, very fast, but now, because of cowardice, he's slowly dying. You're in good physical condition now, you should waste it like this. Give it a shot, there's hope. The man hoped to persuade Lin Fan. After all, hunting beasts wasn't easy, it required healthy and strong teammates, and even just one kill would be a good start. "Sorry, I'm not interested, find someone else." Lin Fan pulled old Wang away. Hey, you shouldn't give up, this is an opportunity to rise up. Do you want to live a muddled life like these guys? The man shouted, but received no response from Lin Fan. Ahead. Old Wang whispered, "Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I know he used to recruit people into teams, but few ever came back. Once, he even came back alone with a common red-blooded beast. As for where the others went, it's obvious." "Yeah, I can tell," Lin Fan said. He had just observed them. My God, what did those survivors they recruited look like? The boxer was emaciated, pale and thin, dazed and confused, looking like he was sleepwalking. As for the runner, he was pretty much the same. No different. They looked like cannon fodder, meant to track the monster's firepower at crucial moments. Old Wang continued to ramble on, basically saying that although life inside the fortress wasn't good, at least they were alive, and as long as they were alive, there was hope. Even if they really formed a team, they had to be with reliable people. Blah blah blah. When he and old Wang arrived at the inner wall, they were surprised to find familiar faces. "Brother Lu, hello there," Lin Fan greeted them. Although they had only just met, he was still quite grateful to Lu Shan. He already knew the value of that piece of meat. Without it, life wouldn't have been so comfortable. "It's you," Lu Shan smiled when he saw Lin Fan. "What are you doing here?" Lin Fan said. "I'm working in a weapons factory now, so I have a way to make a living." Lu Shan was startled, then laughed. "That's great. I didn't expect you to find such a good job in such a short time." "Do a good job, you can do it." Lu Ying, who had remained indifferent, showed surprise upon hearing that Lin Fan was working in a weapons factory. She clearly hadn't expected him to have such a job after only a few days. "Brother Lu, where are you going?" Lu Shan replied. "Last time we hunted a common red-blooded beast, but it was too ordinary. We're going to hunt real beasts. Do your best, that's all for now. See you again sometime." With that, Lu Shan left with Lu Ying. As Lu Ying passed Lin Fan, he flashed a row of pearly white teeth, and Lu Ying rolled her eyes. Lin Fan could sense Lu Shan's friendliness, but also a distance, a reluctance to get too involved. After all, in the apocalypse, Lu Shan only trusted his sister, he didn't trust anyone else. "Are they the ones who brought you here?" Old Wang watched the departing figures of the brother and sister, filled with envy. Strong individuals, the strong in this apocalyptic world, capable of hunting down alien beasts on their own. Lin Fan, noticing old Wang's envious gaze, smiled and said, "Yeah, it's them." "What, envious of their strength?" Old Wang knew his own limitations. "Envy is envy, but I know my place. At my age, how could I have that ability? Come on, let's hurry to the factory, being late is a disaster." Lin Fan looked at old Wang's lonely figure, a smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, "Old Wang, I'm not bragging, but I'll definitely rise to power. Just because Little Hope calls me uncle, I'll make you eat meat until you're sick of it." An invisible pie silently enveloped old Wang. Old Wang involuntarily raised his head, looked at the sky, then looked at Lin Fan standing there, waving. "Hurry up, it looks like it's going to rain." Coming, 2 days later. In the weapons factory. Strange, why is my proficiency not increasing? After Lin Fan upgraded his blacksmithing to advanced level, his proficiency stopped increasing. No matter how hard he struck, the result was the same. "Zio Fan, what's wrong?" Old Wang asked, puzzled. Nothing, just thinking about something, Lin Fan smiled, then pondered. Old Wang didn't think much of it and continued forging. The longsword was already formed, it would be finished in a little while. While thinking, Lin Fan glanced at the longsword on Old Wang's anvil and an idea popped into his head. Old Wang, I want to try forging a finished weapon. Could you teach me? Lin Fan said. This is a technical skill, not something you can figure out on your own. It requires someone to guide you step by step. Old Wang replied without hesitation, sure, I'll teach you. If Lin Fan had made this request to Old Wang a few days ago, Old Wang would have hesitated, because he wasn't familiar with Lin Fan and he was afraid of being replaced. But in the following days, perhaps it was Lin Fan's attractive personality that made Old Wang consider Lin Fan his only friend within the barrier, and from then on, there was no need for further explanation. Old Wang put down his work and began to explain in detail. To shape the blank, that requires a lot of skill, and there are many techniques involved. It's very difficult, but who am I? I'm Old Wang, a professional blacksmith for decades. 10 years ago, people called me Old Wang next door. I was really good at it. Watch carefully, learn diligently. Old Wang will only teach you until you master it, so you must cherish this opportunity. Old Wang had a sense of humor, and he would occasionally say something that would make you laugh if you thought about it. Haha, okay, please teach me, Master Wang next door, Lin Fan said with a smile. Thank you, Yijian Qingzin, Reader 20220508102159064 for the reward, thank you. Chapter 5 Skills are maxed out. Old Wang's instructions were very detailed, progressing from simple to complex. These were experiences he had accumulated over many years. In ancient times, they would have been considered essential knowledge, true teachings, never to be passed on to outsiders unless one became an apprentice. But now, Old Wang had shared all of this with Lin Fan. Shen Hai, like a ghost, was elusive, appearing every now and then to check if anyone was slacking off. Seeing Lin Fan chatting with Wen Quan, he assumed they were slacking off and hurried over with a cold face. However, upon hearing that Wen Quan was teaching Lin Fan the essentials of forging, his expression softened considerably, and he nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly what he wanted to see. The weapons factory needed qualified craftsmen, simply knowing how to forge was not enough. He silently left, still as elusive as a ghost. A moment later. Did you understand? If not, I'll explain it again, Old Wang said. He knew this was difficult, although he had explained it in great detail. Understanding was one thing, but actually doing it was another. Let me try it out first. Lin Fan recalled the points Old Wang had told him and started working. At first, he was a little clumsy, but with continuous hammering, he would become more and more skilled, and it wouldn't be a big problem. Before long, his skill level had indeed improved. Just as I thought, Lin Fan thought to himself. Since he had really improved, what was there to hesitate about? He had to go all out and work hard. Without thinking, he swung the hammer and began to strike fiercely. Old Wang had been watching Lin Fan's progress closely. At first, Lin Fan's movements were a little clumsy, and he kept making mistakes, which Old Wang considered normal, since that's how it is when you first start. But gradually, he noticed something was wrong. Damn, how come he seems to be getting more and more skilled? Is this really a beginner? Old Wang's lips twitched. When he was learning forging, it was truly miserable. He didn't know how many times he had been scolded, but seeing Lin Fan's increasingly skilled movements, he was truly astonished. Is this really your first time learning forging? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. Lin Fan's eyes were clear as he said, yes, it's my first time. Are you sure you're not playing dumb with me? No. Old Wang stared into Lin Fan's clear gaze, finally nodding silently, and continued to concentrate on forging. Perhaps there really are geniuses in this world, someone who, despite having no prior experience, can effortlessly outperform veteran craftsmen with a natural talent. The survivors working nearby heard the rapid hammering coming from Lin Fan's direction. They all looked up. They had been watching Lin Fan for several days. Damn, he's practically an animal. He works incredibly hard, never slacking off, leaving them in a very passive position, forced to work just as hard. One meal, one coin, what's with all this risk? Forging is tedious. But for Lin Fan, he truly loves forging. Forging makes him happy, makes him stronger. With his current physique, in the entire stronghold, besides the hunters and awakened ones, who can beat him? Thinking of this, he was filled with even more passion. He was going to take down both the hunters and awakened ones. Time to go home. He left happily with a coin in hand. Skill, blacksmithing, advanced 35 out of 100. The proficiency improvement was slower than before. Likely due to reaching the advanced level, the slower improvement was understandable. Outer wall. Lin Fan and Old Wang stopped. The survivor who had tried to recruit Lin Fan during the day had returned. There were only two of them, the other was a boxer. They were all in a sorry state. The one who had tried to recruit Lin Fan had a bloody, mangled right arm, the bone even visible. Dead, all dead, all dead. The man was delirious, his eyes bloodshot, his expression crazed, as if he had encountered a terrifying beast. The boxer also seemed to be traumatized. Back at the fortress, he stood there dumbfounded, seemingly paralyzed with fear. The surrounding survivors watched coldly. They only cared about their own survival. Who lived or died was none of their concern. Some had even begun to covet the man's supplies. Old Wang said, "He's dead." Lin Fan nodded, completely agreeing. Indeed, with such severe injuries, without medical treatment, the wounds would definitely fester, and he'd be finished. Won't his corpse become fertilizer for the vegetable garden? Yes, that's the end for the dead, he sighed. He didn't dwell on it, it had nothing to do with him. Right now, he just wanted to focus on maxing out his skill proficiency and then live a vibrant life in the apocalypse. He thought of Lu Shan and his sister, wondering how they were doing outside. But in his opinion, they should be fine. After all, the siblings were incredibly capable and so stable outside. As long as they didn't do anything reckless, they should be alright. After parting ways with Old Wang and his daughter, he wandered around the outer walls, collecting unwanted wood. He borrowed tools from old Master Chen and returned to his lodgings, where he began making a simple bed. In the open space, Lin Fan sat on the ground, drawing lines on the wood with a pen, then picked up a saw and started working. What a terrible apocalypse where you have to rely on yourself to survive. He was slowly integrating into this unfamiliar world. Going back was impossible, there was nothing left to think about. Soon, the 4 bed legs were finished, perfectly level. He'd found out that old Master Chen had a considerable amount of wood. If he'd known old Master Chen had so much, he wouldn't have been scavenging like a scavenger along the outer wall. Not long after, the simple bed was done. No bedboard, just ropes woven together. He moved the small bed onto the tarpaulin. He lay down. It felt pretty good. He wouldn't have to worry about the damp ground or insect bites anymore. Lying flat, hands folded over his stomach, eyes closed, he felt the tranquility of the night. Life was like this. Take it slow, things will get better. 2 days later. Morning. Lin Fan got up early, taking a deep breath of the murky, strange-smelling air. He seemed to be enjoying it, but in reality, he was quite helpless. He'd discovered that besides the vast difference in living standards between the outer and inner walls, even the air was different. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Let's go, time to work. Old Wang hurried over. Coming, without toothpaste, he couldn't brush his teeth, so he could only hastily drink some water and rub his fingers in his mouth. Water wasn't scarce in the fortress, it was a vital necessity. The fortress administrators naturally wouldn't control water demand. After all, what they wanted was for survivors to create value, not corpses dying of thirst. The two headed towards the inner wall. Old Wang said, "The guy who came back a couple of days ago is dead." Dead? Lin Fan was surprised, not expecting it to happen so quickly. Since seeing him that day, he hadn't paid any attention to the man. Now, hearing Old Wang say he was dead, he felt that death in the apocalypse seemed truly commonplace, making him numb. Yes, the wound was infected, rotting, with worms crawling in the decaying flesh. When I arrived, the patrol had already removed the body, Old Wang said, somewhat fearful, perhaps also wondering what would happen to him. Lin Fan didn't press further, nodding. On the way, he saw the Lu siblings returning laden with their spoils, each carrying a slain beast. These were 2-fanged creatures, likely wolves, with jet black fur and the size of adults. Even in death, they exuded a terrifying aura. The surrounding survivors stared greedily, but none dared to make a move. There were rules within this fortress, and even without them, given their strength, daring to charge would likely result in their deaths. These 2 siblings are truly amazing, Lin Fan thought to himself. He wasn't envious, he believed he would one day be just as fierce. Looking at his current attributes, His physique had already reached level 4, a significant improvement. He felt that with his current physique, a single punch he unleashed would cause damage that few could withstand. He had arm wrestled with Old Wang and won without even putting in much effort. To truly see just how strong they were, a fair battle with a beast would suffice. Without going over to talk to them, he left directly with Old Wang. They can catch strange beasts, that's their skill. Besides, he and the siblings are just nodding acquaintances, there's no real relationship between them. If he pretends to be very enthusiastic, they might think he's doing it on purpose. Inside the weapons factory, the clanging sound rang out rhythmically. Done. Lin Fan was overjoyed, his skill proficiency was maxed out. He checked his panel, level 0, 1/10, Constitution. 5.01, Agility. 2.0, Spirit. 1.9, Skill, Blacksmithing, Perfect. There are only 3 stages, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, and then Perfect. He used this skill to increase his constitution by 3 points. He could naturally feel the changes brought about by the increase in constitution. Now that the skill is perfected, I need to think about other things. Lin Fan's hammer swing speed suddenly decreased. He wasn't as energetic as before. He didn't even have proficiency anymore. To still exert himself like that would be crazy. The slow rhythm naturally attracted the attention of the other survivors. They breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, finally things have slowed down. Old Wang, standing to the side, tilted his head and nodded. It seemed he had finally realized that slowing down was also a form of survival. At this moment, Lin Fan thought that with his current abilities, hunting alien beasts was still somewhat risky. Without a suitable weapon, could he really fight them hand to hand? That was something only a fool would do. He couldn't get firearms, so he had to settle for melee weapons. However, with the currency he had accumulated, he couldn't afford them. Although melee weapons in the stronghold weren't expensive, and the stronghold hoped that survivors would go out hunting alien beasts more often so that they could also reap rewards when they returned successfully. He simply didn't have enough currency. Old Wang, I have something to tell you. Huh? What is it? I'm thinking of quitting. What? What did you say? Old Wang was stunned. I told you I'm quitting blacksmithing. I've realized this isn't the life I'm looking for. Day after day, year after year, I don't know when it will end, or even when this place will be wiped out by the monsters. So I want to do something I want to do while I'm still alive. Hey, don't be silly. If you quit, how will you survive? It's tiring, but at least you can live a decent life. Don't have this kind of thinking anymore. I'm serious, blacksmithing is out of the question. I have my own pursuits. Don't try to persuade me. I'm not coming back after today. Old Wang thought Lin Fan had definitely lost his mind. No, he had to have a good talk with him tonight, to clean his head. This was work time. If Shanghai saw them chatting, they'd definitely get a scolding, and might even have their pay docked. I'll talk to you later tonight. A moment later, Shanghai was on patrol. Seeing Lin Fan slacking off, he frowned. Good lad, so diligent the other day, and now he's slowing down. Shanghai didn't speak immediately, but wanted to observe the situation and see if he needed a break, since blacksmithing was indeed strenuous work. But after watching for a while, good heavens, he was really slacking off. Lin Fan, come out here, Shanghai shouted angrily, his face cold. Lin Fan put down his hammer and walked out. Old Wang watched with worry. Shanghai looked at Lin Fan and said coldly, do you still want to work here? I've been watching you for ages. Is that blacksmithing? You're just slacking off. Although you were introduced by old Chen, we don't keep idlers here. If you don't want to work, get out of here right now. No one's face matters. Now tell me loudly, do you want to work here or not? Shanghai was enjoying the current situation. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. In peacetime, he was controlled. After the apocalypse, he still lived a life worse than death. Now, as the manager of the weapons factory, his status had risen dramatically. He could scold others at will, and even after scolding them, they had to smile obsequiously. It felt really good. The survivors in the factory hung their heads, some trembling. Old Wang was very worried, remembering what Lin Fan had told him, and kept praying that he wouldn't act impulsively. Lin Fan stepped forward and grabbed Shanghai's hand. Brother Shen, thank you so much for taking care of me these past few days. I've decided to quit, Shanghai said with satisfaction. Very good. Since you want to continue, then behave yourself. Go ahead, I don't want a next time. This was the result Shanghai had expected. But then Shanghai looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. What did you just say? He suspected he had misheard, so he needed to ask clearly. Lin Fan smiled and said, Brother Shen, I don't want to work here anymore. Thank you so much for taking care of me these past few days. I've learned a lot here. Shanghai felt as if he had heard a lie. Someone actually wanted to quit. This was the last thing he could believe. Countless people would fight tooth and nail for this job, and this kid actually said he was quitting? You can't hit a smiling face. Shanghai had a lot to say, but for a moment, it was stuck in his throat. He wanted to speak, but couldn't say it. Lin Fan didn't try to show off in front of Shanghai. He didn't think that quitting would mean losing face. This was the apocalypse. There was no need to offend people unnecessarily. After all, even a small fry could cause big trouble if they held a grudge. Besides, this job was introduced by Old Master Chen. Old Wang was also working here. He was alone and fearless, but Old Wang was different. He had a daughter, and he was alive because of this job. Are you really quitting? Shanghai asked. Really, I don't think I'm suited for this job. I want to try my luck outside, Lin Fan said with a smile. Shanghai looked at Lin Fan. Are you sure? Sure, I have high hopes for you. Working here, you can live comfortably with a meal and a currency. You say you want to go out and try your luck? You should know how terrifying the alien beasts are. You might even lose your life. I know Brother Shen means well, but don't try to persuade me anymore. I'm really quitting. Everyone likes to hear nice things. Even Shanghai was no exception. Seeing such a young sheep leaving, no more wool to be produced, he felt it was a real pity. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder. You kid, I really have high hopes for you. It's a shame you're not doing this. But I'll give you a chance to come back. If you don't like it, come back to me, and I'll let you keep this job. Shanghai was trying his best to pull this fat sheep back and continue producing wool, so he offered Lin Fan a way out. He knew it. Why was he suddenly lazy? Turns out he didn't want to work anymore. Okay, thanks, Brother Shen. I'll be going now, Lin Fan said with a smile. Shanghai nodded, genuinely puzzled. Old Wang, I'm leaving now. Lin Fan waved to Old Wang inside and left. Old Wang clearly had a lot to say, but didn't know what to say. He could only watch Lin Fan leave. The other workers were stunned. They had only ever seen people being scolded and fired, but never someone willingly leaving. Brother, this is the apocalypse. Having a stable meal is already a blessing. You actually quit? That's impressive. Thank you to the authors Yizbao Juhua, Shintao Einfashi, Yijian Kinkson, Yi Zifan, and Xiaoling Juibi for their generous donations. Chapter 6 Big Sister, I was just grinding proficiency points. What did you think I was doing? Night. Foolish, Old Wang sighed. What's foolish about it? This is what I planned from the beginning. Lin Fan naturally couldn't say. I was blacksmithing to level up my skills. Now that I've maxed out my skills, what's the point of blacksmithing anymore? So what are your plans for the future? Old Wang asked. Hunting strange beasts, huh? Old Wang stared at Lin Fan, mouth agape, as if to say, brother, can't we be honest? Old Wang, go back and be with your kids. I'm not an impulsive person, Lin Fan said. Helpless, seeing Lin Fan's resolute expression, Old Wang knew it was pointless to say anything and could only shake his head and leave. After leaving the weapons factory, Lin Fan went to see Grandpa Chen. The old man was equally dumbfounded, clearly not expecting that after only a few days of blacksmithing, he would quit so abruptly. Completely bewildered. However, Grandpa Chen didn't say much. A young man with strong comprehension and boundless energy had his own ideas. That was a good thing. Morning. Time to get to work. Old Wang arrived early. What kind of work am I supposed to do? Lin Fan looked at him blankly. Old Wang suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, oh, right, I forgot you quit. I'm used to it, Lin Fan. After a brief exchange, Old Wang hurried off to the weapons factory. After all, Shanghai was quite strict, and everyone working there was afraid. As Old Wang's figure disappeared from sight, he looked away and began to think about what to do next. Melee combat with the alien beasts was an unwise choice. Ranged attacks were safer and more convenient. He thought of Lu Ying hunting alien beasts, relying on bows and arrows. However, he couldn't get his hands on bows and arrows right now. Moreover, a bow that could pierce through alien beasts was not something an ordinary bow could do. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a weapon. Simple, practical, and capable of perfectly unleashing power. Searching along the outer wall, he finally found a wooden pole. If he sharpened it, it could be used as a spear. If he fitted it with a sharp spearhead, it would be a highly destructive throwing weapon. Lin Fan held the wooden pole in his hand, weighing it in his hand. The weight was acceptable. Reaching a corner of the outer wall, he chose a relatively open spot. Although occasional bewildered survivors passed by, at a time like this, he didn't care about others' opinions. He drew a circle on the wall and stepped back about 10 meters. Lin Fan gripped a wooden pole, the front end wrapped in soft cloth and the other end tied with a rope. He took a deep breath, made a throwing motion, aimed at the circle on the wall, and hurled it with all his might. With a whoosh, the wooden pole hurtled towards the wall. The pole collided with the city wall, making a dull thud. With my current strength, even at 10 meters, I can generate tremendous force, but my accuracy is absolutely terrible. With this throw, I didn't even touch the edge of the circle, let alone the circle itself. He checked his panel. His skills had indeed changed. Skill, throwing, 0/100. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He needed to max out his throwing proficiency. He needed accuracy. If he was inaccurate, and a single throw didn't even leave a trace of the beast, it would be truly embarrassing. He pulled on the rope, and the thrown wooden pole returned to his hand. He continued throwing. It wasn't like each throw increased his proficiency by a fraction. If it were that easy, he'd be flying high already, instead of working so hard. Time passed quickly. It was noon. He glanced at his panel. Skill, throwing, 15 out of 100. The improvement was slow, but he dared not slack off. He was grinding like crazy. Perhaps it was because there were no level divisions, hence the slower progress. However, his accuracy improved solely with the increase in proficiency. This was the thrill of cheating. As long as you put in the effort, you reap the rewards. He left with a wooden pole, spending 1 coin to buy a sweet potato. Everything was too expensive, but there was nothing he could do. The power was in the hands of the true administrators of the fortress. They could do whatever they wanted, and he was powerless to stop them. He thought the administrators of this fortress weren't so bad. At least they had some sense and didn't disregard the survivors. He returned to the city wall, gathered some dry grass to start a fire, and threw the sweet potato in. He squatted down to the side, waiting quietly. Roasted sweet potatoes were the only food he found palatable. A moment later, the aroma wafted through the air. He extinguished the fire, picked out the charred sweet potatoes, they were still hot, and let them cool. He peeled back the skin to reveal golden brown flesh, the aroma intensifying. Having filled his stomach, he continued grinding for skill points. Life was tough, but it was all for a better future. Keep striving, keep striving. Evening fell, dusk enveloped the scene. With a low growl, Lin Fan, his muscles taut, bent his arm and threw the wooden pole forward with a sudden, powerful motion. The pole flew from his hand, a blur of motion, heading straight for the circular mat on the wall. The tip of the pole struck the center of the circle perfectly. Amazing, came an exclamation. Lin Fan turned around and saw Old Wang with little hope behind him. Old Wang's mouth was agape, a look of astonishment on his face. Old Wang, what brings you here? Lin Fan smiled, dragging the pole back to Old Wang and patting Little Hope's head. Old Wang said, after work, I came looking for you, but you weren't home, so I looked everywhere for you and finally found you here. Hello, Uncle Lin, Little Hope called out sweetly. Lin Fan ignored Old Wang, but bent down, smiled, his eyes narrowed into crescents, and said softly, hello, Little Hope. Only then did he respond to Old Wang's words. Let's go back and talk. Night fell. The campfire burned, its light dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating everything in a reddish glow. Lin Fan and Old Wang sat around the campfire, while Little Hope happily ate a roasted sweet potato. Sweet things are always a favorite of children. So, you practiced throwing all day? Old Wang asked. Yes, throwing. Without guns, and unable to engage in close combat with the beasts, I felt that throwing was the most reliable option. The tools are relatively easy to obtain, the cost is low, and the success rate is high. Lin Fan shared his thoughts. There was nothing he couldn't say. Old Wang pondered, ultimately agreeing with Lin Fan's idea. Firearms were indeed difficult to obtain, and he had witnessed the effectiveness of Lin Fan's throwing technique. It was incredibly powerful. He certainly couldn't replicate that effect if he were to handle it himself. So, Are you planning to team up with others, or go alone? I haven't decided yet. He genuinely hadn't decided. Going alone was certainly safer. He only needed to face the monsters and wouldn't have to worry about being harmed by others. But going alone also had its disadvantages. Both choices were mutually exclusive, and it was impossible to say which was more advantageous. Old Wang knew Lin Fan didn't want this kind of life. Working in the weapons factory did solve his food and drink problems, but as long as this barrier existed, he could only continue like this, without any change. What does it mean to live like a walking corpse? Perhaps this was it. But he truly had no other choice. He could only live like this because he had someone to care about. What would happen to his daughter if he died out there? Hunting monsters was a gamble. He dreamed of becoming a hunter, or perhaps an awakened one. This was the only chance to change his fate in the apocalypse. Do you know about the Temple Bay hunting team within our barrier? Old Wang asked. I don't know. Lin Fan had never heard of the Maoan hunting team before. Old Wang said, it's a team formed by the fortress management team and the survivors from the inner wall. They also take strong survivors from the outer wall to hunt monsters outside the fortress. They go out like this about once every 2 months, so it's relatively safe. It might be around soon, so I think you could give it a try. Listening to what Old Wang said, Lin Fan pondered. Such a large team was indeed relatively safe. He felt that as long as he didn't do anything reckless, he could come back the same way he went out and still have some gains. Okay, I can give it a try. He felt it was better to choose a relatively safe method first. They had talked for a while. Old Wang got up, patted his clothes. Even though his clothes were very dark, patting them was a habit. Then I'll find out the exact date for you, okay? Thank you for your trouble. It's nothing, just a small matter. Old Wang left with a little hope. Lin Fan watched their departing figures, then turned his gaze to the campfire. His mindset was beginning to subtly shift. Upon arriving at the stronghold, he had met Old Wang and Old Master Chen, both decent people, but he couldn't afford to be delusional and assume everyone alive was good. Take, for example, the guy who had recruited him. A group went out, but only 2 returned. While he didn't know their exact situation, he could imagine a treacherous struggle, a battle so detailed it could be made into a movie. He had only 3 conclusions: be careful, and be careful again. He checked his skills. After a long day's work, his proficiency had increased to 32. But to his surprise, a 32-point increase in proficiency should have increased his constitution by 0.32, but his attributes remained unchanged. Damn, could it be that blacksmithing raised my constitution to a level that throwing couldn't increase? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Hunting beasts might be the only way to improve. Night fell at Old Wang's residence. Daughter, what do you think of Uncle Lin? Old Wang gently waved his fan to shoo away mosquitoes from his daughter, who was getting ready for bed. Little Hope said, Uncle Lin is a good person. He's especially good to me. Yes, Dad thinks so too, Old Wang said with a smile. Good girl, go to sleep. Okay. Little Hope closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep quickly because she knew her father had to get up early for work the next day, and work was very tiring. She had seen him come home exhausted many times, and only when she saw him would she perk up and pretend she wasn't tired at all. She had even seen him hiding in a corner crying, and she had secretly watched him. Gradually, Little Hope fell asleep. Old Wang poked his head out of the house, looked around in the darkness, and after confirming no one was there, began digging in the ground. Soon, he unearthed a small wooden box containing his savings, which he had always saved by living frugally. Touching the box, many thoughts flooded his mind. Although you can't trust anyone in this apocalyptic world, he feels different from others. He needs to go out and hunt monsters, and he can't be without a suitable weapon. He's driven, wants to change his current life, and is the only friend I truly trust right now. If he succeeds, I believe he's not ungrateful. Let's do it. Old Wang had made up his mind. He was going to gamble everything he had, betting that Lin Fan would succeed and wasn't ungrateful. He thought of what Lin Fan had said. This fortress seemed to exist, but in reality, it was like a rootless plant. No one knew when it would be destroyed by the monsters. If you couldn't control your own destiny, what was the point of living? Old Wang thought Lin Fan was right. What was the use of saving up his currency? It might be valuable here, but outside, in other fortresses, it was just junk, worthless. Morning. Lin Fan woke up as usual, brushed his teeth with his fingers, and then gnawed on a raw sweet potato. Food was always this bad. Before, he could at least have soy milk porridge, steamed dumplings, and spicy tofu, but now there was nothing but sweet potatoes. However, this kind of life outside the city walls was considered pretty good. Some people didn't even have sweet potatoes to eat. To be honest, he was quite lucky. He went to the designated spot and continued to grind his proficiency. His throwing accuracy had improved, a very overpowered ability. No matter how skilled a thrower was, they could never hit exactly where they aimed. But he could. The improvement in proficiency allowed him to always maintain peak performance in throwing. Bang! Bang! Dull sounds rang out. Lin Fan threw again and again, the movements monotonous, the content monotonous, but with each increase in proficiency, his chances of survival in the apocalypse increased. He didn't know how much time had passed. What's the use of practicing like this? The circle is an inanimate object, but the alien beasts can move, a calm voice said. Lin Fan stopped what he was doing and turned around. He was surprised to see Lu Ying there. He was puzzled, why was this woman here, and why was she talking to him? In his mind, Lu Ying was rather cold. Lu Ying was wearing women's combat gear, black high-top combat boots, and her long, straight legs gave her a dashing and cool look. Wearing such equipment in the apocalypse, you didn't need to look to know she wasn't someone to mess with. Lu Ying was casually strolling around when she came across Lin Fan practicing his throwing. She stopped to watch, amazed by his accuracy, but throwing inanimate objects was useless. The beasts were very fast. He would only realize the point of all his practice when he actually faced them. By the way, I remember you work at the weapons factory. It's getting late. Aren't you going? Lu Ying asked. I quit. I'm going out to hunt beasts. PFFT, Lu Ying laughed out loud. You're going to feed the alien beasts, aren't you? I don't think your choice is right. The work in the weapons factory is indeed tedious, but it's a safe place. I've seen too many survivors who wanted to go out and fight the alien beasts, but most of them ended up as food. Lin Fan looked at her. So how did you hunt the alien beast for the first time? Lu Ying frankly replied, my brother gave me alien beast meat, which gave me the ability to protect myself. Even when facing alien beasts, I can handle them calmly. Goodness, that makes perfect sense. Having a good older brother who raised his younger sister is only natural. Others may envy her, but who can blame them for not having an older brother? Lu Ying bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and weighed it in her hand. Can you hit it if I throw a stone? Like, if you encounter a running monster, can you hit it? Try it. Lin Fan didn't say he couldn't. People in the apocalypse need confidence. Sometimes you should show what you're good at. If you're too humble, no one will think you're being modest, they'll just think you're really incompetent. Even if you go out to hunt monsters together, no one will choose you because you don't give them any sense of security. They'll feel like going out with you is suicide. Lu Ying smiled and suddenly threw the stone in her hand towards the city wall. The instant she threw it, Lin Fan's expression turned serious, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. With a flick of his wrist, the wooden stick flew out of his hand with a whoosh and a thud, hitting the stone directly. Lu Ying, who had been acting casually, suddenly showed shock at this scene, and her eyes changed as she looked at Lin Fan. Try again, okay? She was somewhat incredulous, picked up another stone, and continued to throw it towards the wall. Bang! This time, the long pole didn't hit the pebble squarely, only glancing at the edge. However, in Lu Ying's eyes, this was a successful hit. Only Lin Fan wasn't satisfied. It was still a matter of practice, not a perfect shot, still flawed. 2 consecutive hits made Lu Ying put away her contempt. Seeing Lu Ying's shocked expression, Lin Fan smiled inwardly. Big sister, I'm practicing. Did you think I was throwing a ring? Good strength, extremely high accuracy. Sorry, I take back what I just said. You really could hunt the alien beast yourself. Lu Ying felt she had underestimated him. Even with a bow and arrow, she might not be able to do it every time. It's okay, you don't know, Lin Fan replied. He felt lucky. The people he'd met in the stronghold seemed quite reasonable, not becoming dark, paranoid, or crazy due to the pressure of the apocalypse. Of course, there were definitely many such people, he just hadn't met them yet. Lu Ying seemed to remember something. By the way, there's a large-scale hunting expedition the day after tomorrow, and some people from the outer wall will be joining. Are you interested? This is a chance for you to change your life. The day after tomorrow? Of course. Are you going with your brother? Yes, okay, I'll participate. Lin Fan felt that if he and his sister participated, the possibility of being sold would be greatly reduced. Lu Ying left. Lin Fan watched her departing figure, understanding that all invitations stemmed from his own strength. When one's strength is sufficient, no one will look down on them. He continued practicing his throwing. He worked on improving his proficiency. Everything was for the day after tomorrow. Thank you to readers 20220815173625358, 161,818,124,235,689, Lun Gujuan, AI Baigu, and Tao Shen Ying Fashi for their generous donations. Chapter 7. This is an investment that requires sacrificing everything. Inside the house. Back home, Lu Ying was no longer the cold person she was outside, but rather calling out cheerfully, "Brother, brother," in the kitchen. Lu Shan, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, poked his head out and said, "Brother's cooking, what's all the fuss about, brother? You know Lin Fan, right?" "Yeah, I remember, he's the one we brought back from Miaowen County, a very polite and sensible young man. Why are you suddenly mentioning him?" Lu Shan squinted, seemingly a little confused. He had trained his sister to be cold and aloof in public, precisely to protect her in the apocalypse. After all, there were too many bad people now. The sudden mention of someone he wasn't very familiar with made him wary. He didn't want his carefully nurtured little cabbage to be eaten by a pig. Lu Ying, oblivious to her brother's expression, continued her rambling. "I ran into him today. He was practicing throwing, and I thought he was being silly by always throwing into a circle. So I told him that wasn't right, but brother, do you know how amazing this guy is? I threw stones quickly twice, and he hit me both times. His accuracy is incredible, and his strength is pretty good too, really." Now it was Lu Shan's turn to be surprised. He remembered that the kid didn't seem that good, but now, hearing his sister say this, he realized he really was quite impressive. He knew his sister's personality. She would never praise someone without reason, and she certainly wouldn't hold back. "Yes, that's why I invited him to join the hunting team the day after tomorrow. I think hard work deserves some reward," Lu Ying said. Lu Shan, blinking, put down his spatula and came out of the kitchen. Looking at his younger sister, whom he had raised with love and care, he said earnestly, "Little sister, I know you're 18 this year. Our parents passed away early, and life has been hard. Brother, why are you talking about such sad things?" Lu Ying asked. Lu Shan said, "I don't mean anything by it. I've never been in a relationship, and I haven't found you a sister-in-law. But I know women's hearts. You're an adult now. Since you became aware of things, you've seen the wickedness of humanity and faced those crazy survivors. You can't just be fooled by a pretty, clean-cut guy. Men are wicked. As a man, do you think I don't understand their little schemes?" Lu Ying glared, her face flushed with anger at her brother's words. "Brother, how could you think like that? Isn't that right, you big dummy?" The once peaceful living space instantly erupted into chaos. Evening. So tired, Lin Fan swung his arms, feeling a bit sore, but this soreness would go away after a night's rest. His current constitution was around 4 points, so his recovery ability was pretty good. He had no choice, there was only one path before him: abandon everything and focus all his energy on grinding proficiency. He looked at the sky. It should be over soon. Skill, throwing, 72/100. A good night's rest, and he could reach perfection tomorrow. He headed towards his residence. The twilight was beautiful, but the surrounding scenery was terrible. There was nothing to appreciate about the twilight in the apocalypse. Under its shroud, corpses littered the landscape. In the distance, he saw a figure waiting at the entrance of his residence. "Old Wang, what's this?" Lin Fan walked up to Old Wang, who was carrying something long, wrapped in yellow oil paper. "Here, see if it fits." Old Wang handed the wrapped item to Lin Fan. "What is this?" The weight of the spear seemed to confirm his suspicions as he took it. Unwrapping the packaging revealed a short spear with a metallic, diamond-shaped tip that gleamed coldly. The shaft was brand new, with a metal plate wrapped around the middle, its surface dotted with bumps to increase friction and reduce slippage. At the end, there was an astonishing design, a hole for a nylon rope, allowing for quick and long-distance retrieval after throwing. Lin Fan stared. "Where did you get this?" This was exactly what he needed. He planned to simply attach a small knife to the end of the shaft to serve as a weapon when he went hunting beasts the day after tomorrow. Old Wang said, "Don't ask me where I got it. Just tell me if it's handy, Lin Fan looked at the weathered and exhausted old Wang, noticing an unprecedented seriousness in his expression. It's easy to handle. Lin Fan weighed it in his hand. It was perfect, even more comfortable than holding a simple long pole. He even had a feeling that if he threw it with all his might, he could definitely pierce through the alien beast. Old Wang smiled. It's easy to handle. I've already inquired. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. I know. I met Lu Ying today. She and her brother are going out too. I should be with them, Lin Fan said. That's great. After saying that, Old Wang took out something else, still wrapped in paper, but this one looked a little smaller, about the size of a palm. Alien beast meat. Lin Fan opened it and saw a piece of alien beast meat, weighing about a pound. He looked up at Old Wang. Why did you decide to buy meat? He knew that alien beast meat could be bought, but the price was outrageous. Ordinary red-blooded alien beast meat cost 1 pound per coin. That was the price sold to the barrier. But if you wanted to buy it from the barrier, it would cost 5 coins per pound, ostensibly for preservation costs. Old Wang said, here's some food. You're leaving the day after tomorrow, so you must take good care of yourself. Only by staying strong can you hunt beasts more easily. At this moment, Lin Fan didn't speak. He looked up at Old Wang. This must have cost you all your savings, right? Why did you do this? Old Wang said, you're right, fate should be in your own hands, but my fate is already broken. It's impossible for me to have it again. But I don't want my daughter's fate to be like mine. I don't have any skills, and I can't hunt beasts. I hope that if you can successfully change your own fate, you can also help my daughter. Although we haven't known each other for long, in the entire stronghold, only you are someone I can trust. Listening to Old Wang's words, Lin Fan didn't waste any time with pleasantries. Instead, he raised his hand and patted Old Wang on the shoulder, his eyes firm and resolute. Old Wang, thank you for your trust. I, Lin Fan, will not let those who trust me down. I promise. Old Wang smiled, a bright and happy smile. You should eat the meat quickly and get some rest. I'm leaving now, my daughter is waiting for me. Okay, Lin Fan nodded. He watched Old Wang's departing figure. He knew Old Wang had placed all his hopes on him. Looking at the short spear in his hand, a fine weapon, its price in the stronghold was considerable. And this meat was even more precious. Old Wang himself probably hadn't even dared to eat it, yet he bought it and gave it to him. Do I really have the charisma to inspire trust? Lin Fan muttered to himself. Please continue reading. Continuing is very important. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Breaking Through the Barrier, First Kill begins. Sizzle. The beast meat sizzled and dripped with oil, its aroma filling the air. Survivors around them drooled, their hunger erupting like a volcano. But when they saw Lin Fan sitting cross-legged on the ground, a short spear in one hand, head bowed, eating the roasted meat, they all cowered. There's a warm current, but the data hasn't changed. Looks like this piece of meat isn't enough, but it's certainly enough to satisfy my hunger. Eat, sleep, work tomorrow. He slept with his short spear, ready to stab anyone who dared to steal. Morning. Lin Fan woke up early, not daring to slack off, and went straight to grind his proficiency. Now he wasn't just acting for himself, but also carrying the hopes of others, a heavy burden he couldn't bear to slack off on. While Lin Fan was grinding his proficiency, Lu Shan watched from afar. Since his sister had mentioned it, he'd come to see for himself. When he saw Lin Fan, wielding a long spear, hitting the circles on the city wall every time, he was truly stunned. This kid had mastered this move to perfection. He then quietly left. In the apocalypse, there are too many survivors who are lost and confused, and not many who have this kind of fighting spirit. It was almost evening. Finally maxed out, Lin Fan wanted to cry. Several days of diligent practice had finally perfected his throwing technique. The moment he reached the perfect proficiency level, he felt a sudden enlightenment, understanding much more deeply. He looked at the long pole, and the moment he gripped it, he felt a sense of absolute certainty. When he returned to his lodgings, Old Wang was already there, bringing another piece of meat. To others, it was just a piece of beast meat, but he knew that for Old Wang, it represented his hope of controlling his destiny. He wouldn't let that hope go to waste. He took the meat. After a brief chat with Old Wang, Old Wang made an excuse to take care of his daughter and left. He knew this was because Old Wang didn't want him to feel too much pressure. They were leaving tomorrow. Around the campfire, the surrounding survivors were stunned. They could clearly see that the meat was brought by Wen Quan. What did Wen Quan do? He worked in the weapons factory, right? A meal, 1 coin. That's all. Buying meat is out of the question. Survivors whispered among themselves. I heard there's a big hunt tomorrow. That kid's been practicing throwing, he definitely wants to join. Oh, so Wen Quan gave him meat hoping he'd succeed in the hunt and reward him? I think so too. What an idiot. The hunting party is growing, but it's dangerous. I think he's more likely to die. Exactly. With his physique, if it weren't for the rules of the stronghold, I would have already robbed him. I heard from guys who ran here from other strongholds that some strongholds are all about robbing. If you have the ability, you can take anything. I really want to see. Lin Fan ate his meat, listening to their conversation, but ignored them. He needed to conserve his energy and prepare for tomorrow's hunt. Early morning. Outer Wall Plaza. A large crowd had gathered. Lin Fan and Old Wang had arrived early. Those are the hunters inside the inner wall, right? Lin Fan noticed some people standing on high ground. Their demeanor contrasted sharply with the survivors on the outer wall. They were spirited, their faces glowing, carrying various weapons, giant axes, long swords, and firearms. Yes, and awakened ones too. Old Wang added. Lin Fan knew the difference between hunters and awakened ones. Hunters consumed the flesh and blood crystals of exotic beasts to enhance their strength and speed. Awakened ones possessed all the advantages of hunters, and also exhibited extraordinary abilities, gifts from the blood crystals of exotic beasts, though the probability of awakened ones appearing was extremely low. He had heard from Grandpa Chen that there weren't many awakened ones in the Temple Bay Fortress, only a handful. However, when he asked Grandpa Chen about the abilities of awakened ones, Grandpa Chen shook his head, indicating he didn't know. After all, he had never participated in the hunt, and awakened ones within the fortress wouldn't display their abilities, so he didn't know either. Outer Wall survivors, who wants to participate in this hunt? Step forward, a burly man carrying a giant axe called out in a booming voice. Lin Fan didn't think much of it and stepped forward. As he walked out, more survivors followed suit. Many more, however, showed fear, too afraid to participate and fearful of losing their lives outside. In their eyes, the beasts outside were incredibly ferocious. They would rather eke out a living than face them head-on. Lin Fan saw Lu Shan and his sister in the hunting party. Their eyes met, and he said nothing. The man with a giant axe looked at the survivors who had stepped forward and began to select. You can do it, you're so skinny, you can't even run. Get lost, not bad. The man with a giant axe walked up to Lin Fan, looked at Lin Fan's appearance and the brand new, sharp short spear on his back, and couldn't help but laugh. Good lad, looks like you were prepared. You even prepared such a fine short spear. If you want to hunt monsters with it, we'll see how strong you are. You're in. In the end, the man with a giant axe selected 20 survivors from the outer wall. The survivors who were not selected did not dare to be angry. After all, those who selected them were strong from the inner wall. Killing them was as easy as killing an ant. You must come back alive. Old Wang grabbed Lin Fan's hand. His eyes were a little red, and his expression was a little excited. Lin Fan smiled and said, Old Wang, don't worry, I won't let your investment go to waste. I will definitely come back alive. That's not what I meant. Old Wang was anxious. Yes, it's concern, it's care for me, I understand. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't let himself die out there. His current equipment was all prepared for him by Old Wang, using up all his savings. If he really died out there, Old Wang's efforts over the years would be completely wasted. Now, he carried some dry rations and a water bag. After all, no one knew how long he would be out there, or whether he would encounter danger along the way and get trapped somewhere. Let's go, the giant axe-wielding man shouted. I'm leaving. Lin Fan said goodbye to Old Wang, then squatted down and patted Little Hope's head. When Uncle comes back, I'll give you meat. Uncle, be careful, I'll miss you. Little Hope knew her uncle was going out, but she had heard there were man-eating monsters outside, and she was scared. Lin Fan smiled, rubbed Little Hope's head, turned around, waved goodbye with his back to them, and walked away with a flourish. He met Lu Shan and his sister. He felt that Lu Shan's gaze towards him was a little strange. He squinted, looking Lu Shan up and down. It was as if something had been stolen. Outside the fortress, 10 pickup trucks drove along the desolate road. Lin Fan was in the pickup truck with Lin Fan and his sister inside, while Lin Fan and the other inner wall hunters were in the back. This suggested that Lin Fan and his sister held a high position within the inner wall, or perhaps one of them was an awakened. At this moment, the surrounding environment seemed calm, but no one knew what danger lurked beneath the surface. Suddenly, a low growl came. Lin Fan looked towards the source of the sound and saw a human being parasitized by a brain beast chasing a pickup truck, its fleshy tentacles swaying. However, the surrounding hunters showed no interest. Brain beasts were also a type of alien beast, but they considered them worthless and didn't bother to fight, easily shaking off the brain beast in the blink of an eye. "Where are we going to hunt?" Lin Fan asked the people around him. "In the county town," someone replied. "Hunting in open areas isn't a wise choice. If we're surrounded by a large number of monsters, even if we outnumber them, it'll be useless. The county town may seem deserted, but there are buildings where we can hide and wait for the monsters to appear so we can hunt them down." "Thank you." The hunter who told Lin Fan the situation ignored him. He was just a survivor from the outer wall. There was no need to pay him any attention. If you come out to hunt monsters, you have to be prepared to die. The biggest role of the survivors from the outer wall is to be cannon fodder when danger arises, buying them a chance to escape. This is the apocalypse. Do they really think everyone will help each other and unite? After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, something happened ahead. A rhinoceros-like monster with horns suddenly leaped out of the grass on the abandoned road and used its hard horns to directly knock over a pickup truck in the convoy. The pickup truck flipped in the air, and the people in the back were thrown out in all directions. "Help!" The rhinoceros-like beast opened its blood-red maw and bit into a survivor falling from the sky, tearing him apart and splitting his body in two. The savage scene shocked everyone. This rhinoceros-like beast was twice the size of a normal rhinoceros, its only problem being its seemingly slow speed. It also had a white stripe around its belly. This was the mark of the beast's level. Ordinary red-blooded beasts were simply mutated and increased in size. Those with a white stripe around their belly were level 1 beasts, where blood crystals were present. Level 1 beast, be careful. The 6th pickup truck was overturned, but the 5 pickup trucks ahead didn't stop, instead accelerating towards Mayawan County. At this point, they had to rely on themselves to resolve the crisis. They didn't have time to worry about anything else. Lin Fan and his group stopped. He gripped his short spear tightly, slightly nervous about their first battle, but he knew retreat was impossible. He remained vigilant, constantly monitoring their surroundings in case any more beasts appeared. Lin Fan looked ahead and saw the survivor, bitten by the rhinoceros beast, his flesh and blood flung everywhere. Only after his upper body was thrown away, and seeing the beast's eyes still open in despair, did he know he was dead. Lu Ying opened the car door, climbed onto the roof, drew her bow, and fired an arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, striking the rhinoceros beast in one eye. The beast screamed in agony and ran frantically into the grass, disappearing without a trace in moments. "Get in the car, leave immediately," Lu Ying said. The people in the overturned pickup truck climbed out and scattered into the various vehicles. They didn't even glance at the dead man, only taking his rations. They didn't even look at his weapons. The dead man was just a survivor from the outer wall. What good weapons could he possibly have? They hadn't even hunted any beasts yet, and someone had already died tragically at the beast's gaping maw. This was truly terrifying to Lin Fan. He recalled what the other person had just said. Hunting beasts in open areas is indeed unwise. The impact of just this one beast was truly terrifying. A common red-blooded beast. A level 1 beast. He remembered Lu Ying shooting an arrow through the head of the porcupine beast, but the arrow just now couldn't penetrate it. Was this the difference between beasts? The vehicle started and continued driving. Sitting in the back, Lin Fan gripped his short spear tightly, concentrating to prevent any further danger. His fellow survivor from the outer wall was pale, curled up, trembling, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Fan knew this guy was terrified. Faced with a beast, he would probably only turn and run. Whether he could make it back alive, Lin Fan didn't know. The only certainty was that his chances of dying were high. Fortunately, on the way into Mayawan County, apart from the previous incident, they hadn't encountered any other beast attacks. What puzzled Lin Fan was that there weren't as many beasts as he had imagined, like they were everywhere or in endless packs. If that were the case, it would be impossible for surviving humans to hunt them. Soon, The pickup truck that had left earlier pulled up in front of a building in the county town. There was no one inside. They were inside the building, waving to those arriving later. After parking, Lin Fan followed the group into the building. As a survivor of the outer wall, he was inconspicuous, ordinary, and no one would pay him any attention. The building was 4 stories high. The 4th floor they were on was unfinished, undecorated. A group of experienced survivors were gathered together, talking. At this moment, the man carrying the giant axe walked up to Lin Fan and handed him a walkie-talkie. Go to the rooftop and observe the surroundings. If any alien beasts approach, notify them immediately. Understood. Lin Fan took the walkie-talkie and headed towards the rooftop. He knew he couldn't refuse this task, because his current identity was that of an outer wall survivor. In the eyes of these hunters or awakened ones, he was a pitiful creature needing their protection. All you could do was monitor. Reaching the rooftop, the wind blew, and the silent city seemed desolate, a chilling desolation. 10 years ago, this county town must have been very prosperous. But now everything is gone. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, coming from a great distance, yet still audible. Gunshot, Lin Fan said into the walkie-talkie. A buzzing sound quickly came through. Ignore it, it's a group of wandering survivors. What a bunch of idiots. Looks like they've run into serious trouble and have no choice but to open fire. Wandering survivors. He thought of the apocalyptic books in old Master Chen's bookstore, filled with accounts of wandering survivors hiding in the city. Hunting mutated beasts. They had no ethics or morals, were utterly insane, killing anyone they saw, even cannibalizing human flesh when food was scarce. They were beings even more terrifying than some mutated beasts in the apocalypse. Damn. Thinking back to when he first transmigrated, if he had encountered wandering survivors, he probably would have been eaten alive. He continued to observe. After an unknown amount of time, 2 mutated beasts appeared ahead on the street. He quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. 2 mutated beasts have appeared at the end of the street, heading this way. He knew he had to get to work. He had to get the first kill. Evolution points are the fastest way for him to become stronger. Thank you to the following readers for their generous donations. Book Friend 161,818,124,235,689, Yejian Twingzin, Wan Li Fenhui Rilan, Erjiang 1, Yao Ben Wu Zin Xinyuzin, Nu Ao Ro, and others. Chapter 9, Encountering Delicious Humans. They offer you food first. Lin Fan had never felt so solemn before. 2 strange beasts walked side by side in the distance. They belonged to the same species, one being half again as large as the other. They were wolves. The larger wolf had a white stripe around its belly, classifying it as a level 1 beast. The smaller wolf was clearly an ordinary red-blooded beast. The hunting team members on the 4th floor were also observing the distance. We've only been here a short time and we've already encountered 2 beasts. Not bad, said the man carrying the giant axe. Lu Ying calmly said, I'll deal with the ordinary red-blooded beast. The man with the giant axe said, can you kill it with 1 blow? If you don't, and it escapes like the rhinoceros beast before, you'll lose a lot. Besides, these wolves definitely have their own kind. If they escape, they'll definitely call their companions to surround this place. Lu Ying said, if I can't kill it with 1 blow, are you just going to stay on the 4th floor and watch? The man with the giant axe frowned, disliking Lu Ying's tone. Alright, enough talk. We came out to hunt beasts, not to argue. Get ready, hunt enough beasts as soon as possible, and get back as soon as possible, Lu Shan said, stepping forward. As Lu Shan eased the tension, the man with the giant axe said, get your spirits up and get to work. Lin Fan, on the rooftop, was completely unaware of the situation on the 4th floor. He was simply waiting for those on the 4th floor to make their move. He would seize the opportunity to finish them off. He deeply understood that even if he killed a beast alone, he wouldn't get its corpse. These guys had all lived in the apocalypse for a long time. They appeared cheerful on the surface, but were actually cold-blooded. Once someone's interests were involved, they would be ruthless. However, Lin Fan didn't care. After all, he was also a cheerful person. Lin Fan continued to observe the situation ahead. The 2 wolves didn't notice anything amiss around them, even staring at each other and howling low, as if they were conversing. Level 1 beast wolf, only I truly love you. They're all just lusting after your body. Look how nice it is that I took you out for a stroll. If we encounter any delicious humans, you'll be the first one I eat. Ordinary red-blooded beast wolf, you're so sweet. Lin Fan couldn't understand the meaning of their low growls, but he figured it was roughly the same. After all, level 1 beast wolves are male, and males generally think similarly. On the quiet street, the figures of these two beast wolves, now courting each other, gradually approached. Passing the building where they were, the level 1 beast wolf slowed its pace. Its keen sense of smell detected something amiss in the surroundings. Its animal instincts caused it to let out a low growl, its sharp canines gleaming, and saliva dripping from its teeth. Such keen intuition, Lin Fan was startled. The ordinary red-blooded beast wolf hadn't noticed anything amiss, but the level 1 beast wolf had. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the air, its target the ordinary beast wolf. Lin Fan, gripping his short spear tightly, kept a close watch. This is it, he had to secure the first kill, and the perfect moment to strike was the instant the hunting party on the 4th floor made their move. He gripped the spear tightly, his arm bent, muscles taut, gathering his strength, and then hurled the spear. Thud! Just as the arrow pierced the ordinary red-blooded beast wolf, Lin Fan's thrown spear also instantly pierced the wolf's head. He had chosen a most fatal spot. With his current physique and skill proficiency, there would be absolutely no problem. Lu Ying on the 4th floor was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected a short spear to appear while she was shooting an arrow, also hitting the beast. Of course, she knew it came from the rooftop and that Lin Fan was responsible. Evolution point +1, Lin Fan was overjoyed. The long-awaited reward had arrived. He retrieved the short spear, grabbed the rope, and dragged the ordinary red-blooded beast wolf along. The spear had pierced a beast's body, creating a gripping point. It would be incredibly difficult for an ordinary person to pull the beast wolf back. But Lin Fan's physique far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had long since embarked on the path of evolution. In the gaps between dragging, he hurriedly used the evolution points he had just obtained. With the improvement of his three-dimensional attributes and physique, a warm current appeared, and his strength noticeably increased. The dragging speed increased even more. The level 1 beast wolf was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the female wolf it had just hooked up with was pierced through the head, and right before its eyes, it was being dragged by a human on the rooftop of this building. This situation enraged the level 1 beast wolf. It felt like being NTR'd right in front of its eyes. Just as the level 1 beast wolf was about to roar in anger, danger appeared. An arrow came flying, but this arrow was very different from the previous one, much weaker. The beast wolf quickly dodged, its angry eyes fixed on the 4th floor. Just as it glared angrily at the 4th floor, the scene before it terrified it. Thud! 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 In a matter of moments, the level 1 beast wolf was riddled with various weapons, arrows, machetes, and more. It had died a brutal death under a hail of blades. Lin Fan, who had just dragged the ordinary beast wolf to the rooftop, looked down, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. It's truly tragic. The level 1 beast wolf lay in a pool of blood, and in its fading gaze, he seemed to see despair and helplessness. It was as if it were saying, "My beloved wolf, I ultimately failed to protect you, to lead you to devour humans, and to let you die before my eyes." Lin Fan looked around, finding no other beasts, and pulled out the short spear. As it was pulled out, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound. He wiped the blood from the spear with the wolf's fur. This was the short spear's first kill, a momentous occasion. As for why he didn't attempt to hunt the level 1 beast wolf, it was mainly because he lacked confidence and didn't want to waste any opportunities. He only wanted a 100% success rate. He carried the corpse to the 4th floor. The crowd's gazes shifted as they watched Lin Fan descend from the rooftop. Their initial contempt vanished. The brilliance of the short spear was undeniable, far surpassing Lu Ying's arrow. Lin Fan tossed the beast wolf to the ground. "Impressive. I never realized your spear-throwing accuracy was so high," the man carrying the giant axe said with a smile, scrutinizing Lin Fan closely. For a survivor living on the outer walls to possess such skill was indeed remarkable. Lin Fan replied, 10 years of practice, not bad." Lu Ying stepped forward and removed the arrow from the corpse. "You'll get a share of this beast's meat." All remember, their hunting team's distribution was based on contribution. Joining didn't guarantee a share of the beast's meat. That was impossible. Oh, Lin Fan didn't say much. Whether he got any or not wasn't important for now. He just wanted to take this opportunity to kill more alien beasts and accumulate more evolution points to improve his three-dimensional attributes. At this moment, the man with the giant axe pointed at the 3 survivors on the outer wall. You three go outside and carry the alien beast corpses back. 3 adults were enough. The 3 survivors who were pointed at changed their expressions, somewhat frightened. In their view, staying here was quite safe. What if they went outside to carry the corpses and were seen by other alien beasts? Look how powerful Lin Fan is. He asked you to carry the corpses back, and you're dawdling. If you don't do it, you can forget about getting a single thing in this hunting activity, the man with the giant axe said. Everyone around watched silently. Whether it was dangerous to carry alien beast corpses outside was unknown, but if you were unlucky, it was indeed dangerous. After all, some alien beasts were very sneaky and good at ambushing. Therefore, this kind of thing was usually left to the survivors on the outer wall. Lin Fan didn't say much and turned to head towards the rooftop. This matter was none of his concern. He just wanted to obtain enough evolution points safely. On the rooftop, Lin Fan checked his stats, level 0, 2/10, Constitution, 6.01, Agility, 3.1, Spirit, 2.9. Not bad. He was quite satisfied with the progress. Evolution points were increasing very quickly. Then, he saw the 3 survivors he had been pointed to cautiously approach the corpse of the alien wolf. Lin Fan looked at the street and indeed found nothing wrong. He felt there shouldn't be any danger. Chapter 10. If you want to become a hunter, you have to eat meat. If we don't encounter a large group of mutated beasts, it seems there's not much danger. Lin Fan looked at the street. Suddenly, he looked sharply at the rooftop of the building opposite, where he saw a figure standing. It wasn't a human. Fleshy tentacles were moving on its back. It was a brain beast. The person parasitized by the brain beast roared and leaped off the roof. Just as Lin Fan was about to pierce it with his short spear, something unexpected happened. After jumping from a height, it crashed to the ground with a thud, its brain splattering in a fan shape. The brain beast's intelligence is 0, Lin Fan thought that was it. The 3 people who were about to approach the mutated beast's corpse were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand up. Useless. Seeing that the 3 guys were so scared, the man carrying the giant axe jumped off the 4th floor, landed steadily, kicked one of them aside, walked to the corpse, easily picked it up, and without even glancing at the 3, returned to the building. Lin Fan saw all of this. He knew that the man with the giant axe was not someone to be trusted. Perhaps they'll offer praise and nice words. But when trouble comes, they'll be the first to betray others. There are other survivors within the walls. They seem taciturn, but each has their own hidden agenda. Lin Fan understands that most survivors who have survived the apocalypse to this point, even becoming powerful, are self-centered. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a distant building, a group of people silently observe. They appear insane, their expressions inhuman, their eyes cold and crazed. Wandering survivors. Hey, this time it's a large group. Those guys in the fortress really know how to pick their spots, always choosing the same place. Don't they know how to change locations? The speaking wanderer looks terrifying. Half his face is missing a piece of flesh from his mouth, revealing the flesh and blood of his oral cavity, making it impossible for him to eat or drink without ventilation. In the eyes of these wanderers, those inside the building are lambs to the slaughter. But they need to be fattened up a bit. They haven't fully fattened up yet. When do we make our move? Don't rush. Let them hunt more beasts, then we'll reap the benefits. The beast meat is ours, the weapons are ours, and who knows, even the blood crystals might be ours. They might think our gun fires because we're surrounded by beasts and have to fire, but little do they know, it's our celebration. The group of wanderers exuded a sinister glint in their eyes. Night fell. Lin Fan checked his loot. He hadn't encountered many beasts. Only 4 waves in total, each wave typically containing 1 to 3 beasts. He was lucky. In the subsequent 4 waves, he successfully killed 2 beasts, gaining 2 evolution points. The short spear Old Wang had given him was really useful. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to get more first kills, but he simply couldn't compete. He checked his panel, level 0, 4/10, Constitution, 8.01, Agility, 5.1, Spirit, 4.9. He improved so quickly after coming out. In just one day, he had reached this level. Especially in terms of constitution, he felt that with his current constitution, 6 or 7 ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close to him. 1 punch was no problem. He could clearly feel the improvement in constitution and agility. only his spirit was very mysterious. He wasn't tired anymore, and his spirit was excellent. But what exactly was the invisible power mentioned in the spirit description? He really couldn't feel it. Or was his spirit value insufficient? Did he need to continue working hard? Night fell. Lin Fan was called back to the 4th floor. At night, there was no need to monitor. Even if a strange beast passed by, it wouldn't dare to attack. Who knew how many strange beasts were hiding in the darkness? He stayed in a corner, burying his head in his dry rations. The people inside the wall were eating dried meat from strange beasts. In the post-apocalyptic world, the shelf life of dried meat was only about 10 or 20 days. He gradually got used to his miserable life, because this was all he could eat now. The hunted beasts piled up in a corner. These were all to be distributed after they were taken back. Level 1 beast blood crystals are really beautiful. He saw a survivor from the inner wall take out a level 1 blood crystal. This blood crystal wasn't red, but white, the most valuable thing inside the beast. We had some bad luck today. We hunted 8 beasts in total, but only 2 were level 1. Damn it, indeed, any more ordinary red-blooded beasts are just for filling our stomachs. They're of no help to people like us. If only we could hunt some level 2 beasts. Lin Fan listened silently to what they were saying. In his opinion, level 1 beasts were already very strong. Even if a level 1 beast stood there and let him throw a short spear at it, he could only tell the truth. He had no confidence in killing it. Of course, he could inflict damage on a level 1 beast. When they left the fortress, this group of people who came out of the inner wall were all carrying melee weapons, obviously knowing that if they encountered a level 1 or level 2 beast, they would have to fight it hand to hand to kill it. Otherwise, if they encountered a tough-skinned beast, even if hit by ranged weapons, it could withstand the injury and quickly escape. The man carrying the giant axe suddenly said, "Hey, you bunch of outer wall bastards, can't you learn from Lin Fan and be a little bolder? Look at your performance today, it's truly shameful. You have another chance tomorrow. If you're still like this, you'll have to go back empty-handed." Lin Fan, who was obediently eating his dry rations, looked up and glanced at the man. What was this guy doing? Why was he bringing him up out of the blue? Was this some kind of flattery to kill him? But he didn't care. He just needed to do his job well, kill more beasts, and accumulate the initial strength. He didn't think that all beasts were easy to kill just because he had hunted a few. He knew that the beasts he hunted were like newborn babies among truly powerful beast groups. Aren't level 2 beasts much stronger than level 1 beasts? Lin Fan took the initiative to change the subject, not wanting to stand out too much. Nonsense, there's a world of difference between level 1 and level 2. They're not even on the same level. Take Lin Fan, for example, who's a level 3 hunter here. Even if he wanted to hunt a level 2 beast, he'd have to take it seriously, the man with the giant axe said. Lin Fan replied, "Zhang Yuang, you're also a level 3 hunter. When we compare, you can just be yourself, haha, okay, no problem." Zhang Yuang said with a smile. So Lin Fan was a level 3 hunter. But not in awakened. Lin Fan analyzed in his mind. A level 3 hunter having to take a level 2 beast seriously meant he was strong, but the difference in strength wasn't that significant. Considering that awakened humans could also appear, it meant that only awakened could compete with beasts of the same level. If Lin Fan, a level 3 hunter, were to fight a level 3 beast, his chances of winning would be 50-50 or 46/10. Lin Fan 40, beast for 6. Kid, if you want to become a hunter, you'll have to eat tons of monster meat. Zhang Yang made a comical gesture with his hands, as if he were stuffing excrement into his mouth. Lin Fan nodded. "Oh, I got it. Knowing is useless. You need meat, but that meat isn't easy to get." Zhang Yang smiled. Lin Fan didn't speak, just nodded. The meaning was clear. "I understand. You guys talk, don't involve me, I'm not interested." Just then, Lu Ying walked to a corner, bent down, and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "He's not a good person." Then she left. Zhang Yuang said, "Lin Fan, you'd better keep an eye on your sister, don't let her get kidnapped." "Shut up, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute," Lin Fan said unhappily. Zhang Yuang seemed to be smiling, but there was anger in his narrowed eyes. Sorry, I misspoke, my little mouth deserves a beating." Zhang Yuang patted his face lightly, laughing. Strike hard against the weak. Smile at those of equal standing. Chapter 11 Steadily Improving. What does this have to do with me? Lin Fan, huddled in the corner, sighed helplessly. What did he mean by being kidnapped without warning? Did he look like someone who would kidnap others? That's what human traffickers did. Early morning. The sky was overcast. The morning air in Mayaowen County was chilly, with fog obscuring visibility to only about 10 meters. It wasn't a good time for hunting. He could only wait for the fog to dissipate. Lin Fan took out his rations, drank some water, and swallowed. Here, no one would share their food. Weapons were their lifeblood, and so was food. He ate while observing the others. The survivors inside the wall were in good condition, but the survivors outside the wall looked exhausted. Clearly, the oppressive environment had kept them constantly tense, unable to relax. Not long after, the fog outside dissipated. Lin Fan gripped his short spear and headed towards the rooftop. Zhang Yuang watched Lin Fan's departing figure, a smile playing on his lips. He had survived the apocalypse to this day, even becoming a third-tier hunter, all thanks to his silver tongue and his willingness to sell anything he could. On the rooftop, Lin Fan observed his surroundings. The continuous roars of the alien beasts last night indicated a large number of them in the county. As for why he hadn't seen any large groups of them, they were probably resting somewhere in the shade. Not long after, an alien beast has appeared, a common red-blooded beast. Lin Fan reported over the walkie-talkie. Buzzing sounds. Damn, another red-blooded beast. Anyone who wants to make a move, hurry up and do it. Zhang Yang on the other end of the walkie-talkie didn't take this kind of beast seriously. They needed level 1 beasts. However, even so, their purpose in coming out was to replenish the fortress with enough meat, and they would definitely kill any common red-blooded beast they encountered. Lin Fan gripped his short spear, ready to strike. His improved attributes had given him even more confidence. He needed meat, and he also needed evolution points. What you look down on is exactly what he desperately needs right now. At this moment, a beast-like pig, evolved from an ordinary domestic pig, swaggered down the street, grunting. Don't be fooled by its pig-like appearance. Evolved pigs are incredibly ruthless, their bodies bulging with muscles and bursting with explosive power. Since wiping out humanity, these beasts have occupied the territories once inhabited by humans. What's it carrying in its mouth? Lin Fan observed carefully and immediately recognized it as a human arm, indicating that a surviving human had been attacked and devoured by the beast-like pig. Thinking this, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Just as the beast-like pig approached, his arm muscles tensed violently, and he threw the spear with even greater force and speed. Hit, in the quiet street, with a whoosh, the short spear struck the beast-like pig squarely in the head, piercing through and splattering its brains. The beast-like pig's limbs went limp, it twitched a few times, and then remained motionless. Evolution point +1, add point, add point. 4th floor. Zhang Yuang looked at Lu Shan and said, this kid should thank us properly. With us here, he can hunt beasts without restraint. Lu Shan stood by the window, watching the attack clearly. He was amazed by Lin Fan's throwing ability. It was incredibly accurate and powerful. Although he hadn't reached the hunter level yet, the explosive power he displayed was already close. It seemed that one day, there would definitely be another hunter within the inner walls of the Temple Bay Fortress. Seeing that Lu Shan ignored him, Zhang Yuang didn't say anything more. However, he was happy to see Lin Fan hunting beasts, because the survivors on the outer wall had to hand over 70% of the beasts they hunted, essentially working for them. At this moment, Lin Fan, having dragged the beast boar to the rooftop, pulled out his short spear, wiped the blood off it, and carried the beast boar to the 4th floor. He knew that without absolute strength and influence, he couldn't decide how to distribute the beasts he hunted. The waiting was tedious. He knew the people on the 4th floor wouldn't dare openly search for beasts in the city. After all, such behavior was tantamount to suicide. After an unknown amount of time, movement was heard. A force of beasts appeared ahead. So many, Lin Fan carefully counted them. There were 18 beasts in total. Among them, he spotted a somewhat unique beast, resembling a bull with wide, sharp horns and a blue marking on its chest. He picked up the walkie-talkie. A group of beasts has appeared, 18 in total. One is a level 2 beast, 5 are level 1 beasts, and the rest are ordinary red-blooded beasts. The report ended. A moment later, Lu Shan and Zhang Yang rushed to the rooftop. They looked excited, gazing into the distance. It really is a level 2 beast. I didn't expect to encounter one on the second day. Taking them down this time is enough, Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly. Level 2 beasts are very valuable. Beasts of this level already have followers, and many beasts are primarily level 2. Zhang Yang looked at Lu Shan, We two will handle the level 2 beasts, what do you think? Sure, Lin Fan nodded. The two of them working together would ensure the level 2 beasts were dealt with in the shortest time. Zhang Yuang then looked at the other survivors on the inner wall. The level 1 beasts are yours to deal with. You can divide them up yourselves, 2 against 1, no problem. As for you survivors on the outer wall, just watch. After saying this, his gaze fell on Lin Fan. Before Zhang Yuang could speak, Lin Fan said, I'll stay on the rooftop. I'm only good at throwing. Zhang Yuang nodded, agreeing with this statement. Let's go, everyone to the second floor, start setting up. Whether we can go back early depends on this wave. The survivors on the outer wall were terrified. The hunters on the inner wall were excited. They had long wanted to hunt enough beasts to return. In the distance, the wanderers had been monitoring the situation here. Oh dear, a group of alien beasts has appeared. Those guys are about to get to work. What should we do? Attack now or wait? Wait? Let's wear them down first, then lure the main force of alien beasts over and let them all die under their gaping maws. Hey, I like this strategy. They knew there were strong individuals among those people. Letting the alien beasts kill them was the best option. As the alien beast group approached, Lin Fan waited for them to make their move. Suddenly, the sound of arrows cutting through the air rang out. Once the alien beasts entered the hunting range, Lu Ying and the others made their move. Arrows shot towards the alien beasts. Don't be fooled by the massive size of the level 2 alien beast, the bull. Its reaction time is incredibly fast. Even if hit, it's no big deal, as its hide is thick and tough, and it doesn't care about such attacks. Ranged attacks are difficult to harm the level 2 alien beast, the bull. It's not that ranged attacks are ineffective, but rather that the limits of ranged attacks are limited. After the hunters on the inner wall restrained the other alien beasts, Zhang Yang and Lin Fan rushed out, heading towards the level 2 alien beasts. Lin Fan ignored the situation and instead, wielding his short spear, searched for a target. He noticed that the hunters' strength and speed were exceptionally fast, far exceeding the limits of ordinary people. He knew this was due to the enhancements brought by the meat and blood crystals of the alien beast's whoosh. Lin Fan hurled his spear. The red-blooded alien beast, fighting the hunter, couldn't react in time and was pierced through by the spear, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Evolution point +1, awesome. The hunter fighting the red-blooded alien beast gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, a form of recognition. The scene was somewhat chaotic. Screams rang out. Not all hunters could kill alien beasts. At this moment, a hunter was pounced on and torn apart by an alien beast. Although he was rescued in time, his injuries were severe, and the final result was still the same. He added the points he had just gained. His body was filled with power. Zhang Yuang and Lin Fan were fighting a level 2 mutated beast, a bull. The bull was covered in wounds, blood oozing out, clearly at its last gasp. It wouldn't be long before it was killed. Just then, the ground shook. Lin Fan looked into the distance, his pupils contracting sharply, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 12: The Game of Cat and Mouse. In the distance, a dark, swarming mass of monstrous beasts surged towards them like a raging torrent. The beast tide is coming, Lin Fan shouted. Just as he spoke, Zhang Yang and Lin Fan, who had just killed a level 2 beast, noticed the approaching horde. Sister, get in the car, run. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, rushing towards the vehicle. Lu Ying reacted immediately, taking off running while quickly turning back to the rooftop. Get down quickly, get in the car when you see it. The beasts were incredibly fast, beyond imagination. Especially the wolfhound-type beasts, whose running speed was terrifying. Meanwhile, a car sped towards them, pursued by the beasts. Ha ha ha, you're all doomed. You'll all become the beast's food. A man standing behind the car laughed maniacally, a gun in his hand, shooting one of the hunters in the leg. Ah! A scream rang out. The hunter collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, before being pounced upon by a pack of wolfhound-type beasts, who devoured him. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was gruesome and terrifying. Just as Lin Fan was about to climb over the rooftop and jump down, a loud bang echoed as a bullet struck the wall beside him, startling him so much that he quickly climbed back onto the roof. This fall delayed his best moment to escape. Time was of the essence, and all sorts of questions flashed through his mind. Who were those who fired the shots? Could they be the wanderers they had mentioned? Lin Fan's pickup truck, packed with people, sped off. The survivors who had been inside the building rushed out, terrified, clinging to Zhang Yuang's car. Zhang Yuang, sitting in the back, saw the monsters getting closer and closer, and the wanderers in the car firing. He quickly grabbed 2 survivors who had climbed up the wall, using them as shields against the bullets. After the wanderers' vehicle sped past, he threw the survivors into the monster horde, hoping to buy some time. He felt no remorse for his actions. As long as he could live, he would do anything. "Zhang Yuang, you son of a bitch," the survivor thrown from the outer wall screamed and roared, then was swallowed up by the monsters, leaving no trace. Finally, Lin Fan huddled in a corner of the rooftop, choosing not to risk taking the car. Only Zhang Yuang's car remained, but he didn't trust Zhang Yuang. If it was just to delay the monsters, he believed Zhang Yuang would have thrown him out without hesitation. With his current strength, he certainly couldn't fight Zhang Yuang. How did the wanderers find us? Or were we discovered by them as soon as we arrived, and they've been watching us from the shadows? Lin Fan pondered. As if struck by a thought, he stealthily went to the 4th floor, where the carcasses of the monsters he had hunted were piled in a corner. He quickly used his sharp short spear to cut off a large piece of monster flesh, put it in the rations bag, and swiftly returned to the rooftop, using wooden planks to jam the rooftop door shut. He knew the wanderers were also waiting for the beast tide to recede so they could scavenge the beasts they had hunted. He listened to the still lingering roars of the beasts. He kept himself calm. What was there to panic about? If panicking would solve anything, then he might as well panic. He glanced at his stats. Level 0, 6/10, Constitution 10.01, Agility 7.1, Spirit 6.9. The improved attributes filled him with confidence. He was no longer an ordinary person. 10 points in Constitution spoke volumes. After an unknown amount of time, the roar of the beast tide gradually faded. His building was adjacent to the one next door. Without a second thought, he took a running start and leaped onto the rooftop of the neighboring building. Pressing against the wall, he slowly peered out, observing the street. He was shocked. There were no corpses. The human corpses had been devoured, and the beast corpses had been completely gnawed away. These beasts not only eat people, but they also devour the corpses of their own kind. Their motto is no waste, right? Then he noticed several pickup trucks still parked on the road, unable to leave. To leave the county and safely return to the stronghold, he needed a vehicle. However, he didn't move, remaining hidden. He suspected other wanderers were watching. After some time, he heard movement. He secretly observed again. 2 cars drove up and stopped in front of the building where he had been hiding. 6 menacing-looking men, armed with weapons, got out. See that? That trick killed those guys. Collect all their weapons, and the beasts they hunted, they're all inside. Take them all. Haha, awesome, so awesome. This was the wanderer's favorite thing to do, reap without sowing, making others work themselves to the bone for them while they simply slack off. Hidden here, Lin Fan could only watch helplessly as the wanderers loaded the alien beasts onto their vehicles. There were also weapons scattered on the ground, such as bows and arrows, knives, and so on. These were relatively rare in the apocalypse. If the apocalypse had just occurred, these things would indeed be easy to find, but now, 10 years had passed, and everything that could be found had already been looted. Finding them was very difficult. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from the rooftop door he had blocked. Someone was banging on it, and with a bang, the rooftop door was smashed open. Then, footsteps approached. Lin Fan, who had already jumped to the side, pressed himself against the wall, not daring to make a sound. Gradually, the footsteps grew closer. At the same time, the wanderer muttered to himself, "Strange, the door was blocked from the inside, and there's blood on the ground, which means there must have been someone on this rooftop, but where is that person now?" Lin Fan gripped his short spear tightly. He hadn't expected the wanderer to be able to deduce these things. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a running start, and then a figure appeared above him like a hurdler, looking down to meet Lin Fan's gaze. His eyes shifted from surprise to excitement, then, thud, Lin Fan, quick as lightning, thrust his short spear through the vagrant's crotch, piercing the tiny hole. The vagrant didn't scream. Instead, his eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what had happened. A large amount of blood slowly flowed down the spear shaft. Lin Fan knew he couldn't linger. The man had a knife at his waist. Lin Fan took it, then searched his body and found another dagger. Without hesitation, he continued climbing, heading into the distance. He knew the group of vagrants below would notice when they realized one of their companions was missing. Sure enough, Not long after he left, a group of vagrants rushed onto the rooftop. After climbing over to the adjacent rooftop, they discovered their dead companion. They showed no anger, no sadness. On the contrary, they found it quite amusing. "Let's take his body back and make soup. It's been so long since we've had this kind of soup." A little mouse escaped right under our noses. "This is going to be much more fun. He'll definitely want to leave this bustling city. All we need to do is drive away all the cars downstairs, and he'll definitely show up." Hehe, the seemingly leader of the Wanderers speculated, letting out a sinister laugh. The other 4 Wanderers also cackled. They loved playing cat and mouse. To them, it was the most interesting thing. "Brother, do you think he can survive?" Lu Ying asked from inside the car. Lu Shan said, "I don't know, but the chances are slim. I didn't expect we'd been targeted by the Wanderers so early. Those damn guys, they don't dare to confront us directly, only daring to lure in strange beasts." In Lu Shan's opinion, Lin Fan was probably dead. He had communicated with the vehicles behind him via walkie-talkie. Lin Fan didn't get in the car. They set out with 10 vehicles, one of which was lost on the first day, and only 4 have returned, a truly devastating loss. This is what the apocalypse is like. No one knows when disaster will strike. Beasts harm people. People harm people too. It's dangerous for everyone. Thank you to the following readers for their generous donations. 20220304233557732, Yijian Kinkson, 161,124,235,689, 20201010164503225, Jiji Hong Chengson, Wuzan 173, and Wanli Fengho Yuri Lan. Many thanks. Chapter 13. I'm such a genius. Night fell. Inside the abandoned shop. Damn, was it looted this clean? Lin Fan quietly searched, hoping to find something useful in this post-apocalyptic shop. 10 years later. Unfortunately, the dusty shelves were completely empty, covered in a thick layer of ash. Understandable. When you can truly buy anything for free, you'd want to empty the entire store. Back upstairs, he took out the level 1 beast meat he'd cut off before escaping during the day. The smell of bloody flesh made him want to vomit. He considered roasting it, but what if he lit a fire, and the aroma wafted out, attracting the attention of the beasts? He didn't want to gamble, didn't want to take risks. This wasn't a game, this was a real apocalypse where death was real. Surviving this far hadn't been easy, it was all thanks to his rock-solid, steady approach. He drew his dagger, sliced the flesh into small pieces, then picked up a small piece, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole without chewing. A strong, metallic taste of blood filled his throat. He vomited. His abdomen reacted, churning, the urge to vomit growing stronger. Lin Fan covered his mouth, tilted his head back, stared at the ceiling, and took a deep breath to ease the nausea. After a moment, he felt slightly better. Damn, this is inedible. Having never eaten raw, bloody meat before, his stomach strongly resisted it. He then picked up another small piece of raw meat, put it in his mouth, and forced it to swallow. After the first attempt, he gradually got used to it. After swallowing the last piece of raw meat, he quickly drank some water to wash away the bloody taste in his mouth. Suddenly, a warm current flowed through his body. He knew this was the change in his physique brought about by the beast meat. He checked his panel. His physique had increased from 10.01 to 10.03. Agility also increased from 7.1 to 7.11. Spirit, however, remained unchanged. The boost from level 1 beast meat is slightly better than from ordinary red-blooded beasts, but it's really just a tiny bit. Not too far from Lin Fan's location, the group of wanderers gathered, making a fire, roasting meat, and boiling a pot of steaming soup. Some wanderers ate cooked meat, while others preferred raw, bloody meat, eating with relish, their mouths smeared with red blood. "Have you found him?" the wanderer leader asked. "No, I don't know where he ran off to, but he definitely can't have gone far. He must be hiding somewhere nearby. This little rat really knows how to hide, but I like the feeling of searching. He must be very scared now, very terrified. When we find him, he'll definitely wet his pants. So boring, really so boring." At this moment, one wanderer walked up to another, patted his butt, shook his head, and gestured for us to go to the small dark room. The vagrant who had been patted on the buttocks grinned lewdly. "Who goes first today, you or me?" "I'll go first, then you go first," And I'll go next, okay? The two walked expectantly towards the small dark room. Not long after, a voice came from inside. The remaining three vagrants rolled their eyes. Disgusting, the vagrant who spoke opened his mouth, biting into the bloody flesh, tearing at it fiercely, then chewing with satisfaction, enjoying the delicious taste of the flesh. The next day, these vagrants are staying here. Lin Fan found his new location and saw a row of pickup trucks parked below the building across the street. Could they be fishing? He wanted to rush over, drive off in a pickup truck, and run away, but he knew things wouldn't be that simple. These insidious guys, openly parking their pickup trucks here, were definitely trying to lure him over so they could ambush him from the shadows. He knew these vagrants were armed, and he didn't know their strength. Thinking this, Lin Fan disappeared into the building, heading into the distance. He didn't want to clash with the Wanderers for the time being. Instead, he wanted to quietly hunt beasts, gain evolution points, and improve his strength. Soon, he appeared on the second floor of a shop, standing by the window, observing his surroundings. He needed to cross the street to reach the building opposite. Being too close to the Wanderers made him feel unsafe, as if he were being watched. After confirming everything was alright, Lin Fan jumped out of the window, landing steadily on the ground. Just as he was about to run quickly, a beast slowly emerged from the dark alley, turned its head, and saw Lin Fan on the road, its eyes gleaming. Lin Fan and the beast locked eyes. Its belly had no markings, it was just an ordinary red-blooded beast. In that instant of eye contact, the beast charged at Lin Fan like a mad dog. Without a second thought, Lin Fan threw his short spear. It hurtled through the air at incredible speed, tearing open the beast's head with a sickening thud and embedding itself deep inside. The beast landed, glided, and slid right in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan grabbed the beast's corpse, ran to the opposite shop, hurried upstairs, reached the rooftop, and jumped onto the rooftop of the adjacent shop. The shop's door was locked. This was the only way to get there. He tossed the beast's corpse aside and used the evolution points he had just acquired. When physique surpasses 10 points. A strange feeling swept through his body, as if a fire was burning within him, and his muscles trembled slightly. If I hadn't used the blacksmithing skill, my physique would only be 8 points, but now it's 11. Could it mean my physique has exceeded level 1? Does this level correspond to a first-tier hunter? He couldn't figure this out yet. However, one thing he was certain of was that others who hunted exotic beasts didn't gain evolution points, and their improvement speed was far slower than his. They could only slowly improve by consuming exotic beast meat and blood crystals. He had already tried exotic beast meat. The numerical improvement was only 0.01, with higher levels reaching 0.02. Who knew how long it would take to reach a single point? He checked his panel. Level 0, 7/10, Constitution. 11.03, Agility. 8.11, Spirit. 7.9, Skills, Blacksmithing, perfect, Throwing, perfect. He was fairly satisfied. The improvement after his emergence was good. Only by hunting exotic beasts could he become stronger, but his attack methods were still too limited. Throwing was too simplistic. It was okay at long range, easily damaging the exotic beasts. But when facing a large number of exotic beasts, throwing became very inadequate. I need to find a way to learn more practical skills, like a knife. He gripped his knife and swung it horizontally forward. Swish swish, the sound of the blade rubbing against the air made the knife hum. With a powerful swing, his skill changed. Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, 0/100. Lin Fan stared, clearly surprised. He hadn't expected a casual swing to grant him a skill. He pondered. Then he got up, dragging the beast's corpse away from the rooftop, and went to the shop. He wanted to study it first. After a long while, what's going on? Staring at his stagnant proficiency level, he fell into deep thought. Recalling basic swordsmanship, he seemed to remember seeing it online before. The 13 basic techniques. Chop, hack, slice, intercept, scrape, flick, stab, pluck, chop, entwine, fen, block, slide. Was he supposed to follow the sequence? He knew that skill proficiency wasn't something that could be increased haphazardly. It was like blacksmithing. Initially, he only hammered, but later he needed to forge things to increase his proficiency. Thinking of this, he began to practice in sequence. At first, it was a bit awkward, and his movements were always intermittent, unable to flow perfectly together. Gradually, His movements became more and more skilled, and they began to look quite professional. Before long, his proficiency level changed. Skill, basic swordsmanship, 1/100. Looking at the increase in proficiency, he couldn't help but smile. I'm a fucking genius. Meanwhile, on the walls of Mayaoan Fortress, many people were waiting, craning their necks and looking into the distance. In the distance, a dark figure appeared. It was the convoy that had gone out to hunt strange beasts. They had returned. Old Wang, holding his daughter's hand, waited with the same nervous anticipation. Chapter 14. Has he returned? They're back. The main hunting party is back. I really want to know how many beasts they hunted. What does it matter to you how many they hunted? They're not giving them to you. A group of survivors from the outer wall chattered amongst themselves. Hearing the approaching main force, they dropped what they were doing and rushed over. They mainly wanted to try their luck. In the past, when large hunting parties returned with enough beasts, they would generously throw down a whole beast or half a beast for the survivors to scramble for. Although the process was tough, getting the beast meat made the hardship worthwhile. A full stomach was pure bliss. Soon, those watching from the city wall noticed something was wrong. Fewer vehicles were returning. They remembered there were 10 vehicles when they went out, but now, counting them, only 4 remained. This seemed utterly unbelievable to them. Oh no. Something's happened. Something's definitely happened. And it wasn't just the survivors from the outer wall who noticed. Even the inner wall hunters who came to greet them had very solemn expressions. Soon, pickup trucks were brought up one after another. The hunters who had gone out got out, all looking dejected. Lin Fan and his group looked very serious. Their defeat in Mayaoan County had resulted in heavy losses, leaving them empty-handed, an unacceptable outcome. Therefore, they could only hunt alien beasts on their return journey to ensure a successful hunt. Although they did manage to hunt some alien beasts, it was far from enough. Lin Fan and his group unloaded the beasts according to regulations, and paid a portion of the fee to the fortress staff. Where are the others? The staff member asked nervously. Dead. Lin Fan's tone was extremely calm. Dead, the staff member gaped, unable to believe so many people had died. When they went out, there were 10 trucks and dozens of people, a grand procession. Now, counting them, only a dozen or 20 had returned. The losses were devastating. Old Wang, leading his daughter, approached Lin Fan, trembling as he asked, "Has Lin Fan returned?" He looked at everyone who had gotten off the bus, but didn't see the person he wanted to see. A bad feeling crept into his heart. But he didn't believe it. Lin Fan had said he would definitely come back. Lin Fan looked at Wang Quan with a heavy heart. He knew Lin Fan and Wang Quan were very close, and the short spear Lin Fan used to hunt beasts was a gift from him, an investment. Although he didn't want to say it, he had to accept the truth. We were very successful in our hunt, and he also hunted a few beasts, but we were targeted by the wanderers, attracting a beast horde. We ran too fast, and he couldn't keep up. I'm not sure if he's alive or dead. Lin Fan felt it was unlikely that Lin Fan had survived. After all, in that place, the wanderers weren't stupid. They would treat humans as prey, just like the beasts. If Lin Fan was the hunter, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. But old Wang's face turned pale instantly, and he said helplessly, "No, he won't. I believe he won't die. He's so hardworking, so smart, and learns everything so quickly. He must be hiding in the city, waiting for it to be safe to come back." Looking at Wang Quan's condition, Lin Fan sighed inwardly. No one wants to die, but whether they die or not is not something they can control. Since they went out to risk hunting strange beasts, they had to be prepared to die at any time. He's dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't have any illusions. Zhang Yang walked over. He jumped down from the building to get into my car, but he was just a hair's breadth away. He was pounced on by the strange beast and torn to pieces. It was a gruesome sight. Old Wang stared blankly, clutching his chest as if he couldn't breathe. "Will you die if you don't speak?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly and said, "I'm just telling the truth. If we can't even tell the truth, that's really scary." With that, Zhang Yang turned and left, returning to the beast's corpse. This was what they were going to divide. Of the 10 survivors chosen from the outer wall, only one had returned alive. It was truly infuriating. Looking at the guy, he saw him beaming with excitement and joy, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the beast meat. At that moment, Lu Ying walked to the beast's corpse, took out a knife, and cut off 2 of its thighs. "Hey, what are you doing?" This isn't where you divide the meat, Zhang Yong asked. Lu Ying ignored him, instead carrying the 2 thighs to Wang Quan and handing him the meat. Here you go. If Lin Fan had come back with us, this is what he deserved. But he didn't come back. As his friend, you can accept his share. He was brave. The short spear you bought for him wasn't wasted. Lu Ying didn't like talking to strangers. Originally, she could have refused to share the meat leg with Wang Quan, since Lin Fan hadn't returned with him, and his fate was unknown. As for Zhang Yong's words, she didn't believe a single word. But seeing the little girl beside Wang Quan reminded her of how her older brother had raised her, enduring unimaginable hardship. She didn't consider herself a kind person. Perhaps she saw her past self in this little girl. Old Wang looked at the meat leg in his hand, then at Lu Ying. Finally, he slowly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Lu Ying was about to turn away when Little Hope asked, her voice trembling with tears, "Sister, is Uncle Lin really dead?" She especially liked Uncle Lin because he was gentle and kind to her. Her father always said that it was wonderful to meet someone trustworthy in this terrible apocalypse. He even said that if her father were gone one day, she must listen to Uncle Lin and not believe anyone else. Lu Ying looked at the little girl. "Probably not, I didn't see it anyway, but that person just said they saw Uncle Lin being eaten by the monster." Lu Ying didn't care at all if Zhang Yong heard her. "No, what that person said isn't worth believing. You have to believe your own thoughts. If you think your Uncle Lin isn't dead, then he isn't dead, understand?" "Yes, I understand," Little Hope nodded. Lu Ying walked to the monster's corpse. Zhang Yong chuckled and said, "It's not good to talk behind people's backs, it's easy to have a bad mouth. But I'm always broad-minded, I don't care at all." Lu Ying glanced at Zhang Yong. "Who talked behind my back?" "I said it openly, otherwise how could you have heard it?" Her brother always told her not to offend people easily. She remembered it. But she hated Zhang Yong. He was a two-faced guy, clearly very malicious, but he always acted innocent, even always showing that innocent expression and eyes, which was disgusting. At this moment, Zhang Yong smiled insincerely, the corners of his mouth turned up. It was as if they were thinking, "Wait until your brother dies. Then we'll see how you fare." Gradually, the inner wall hunters left. Old Wang, carrying 2 meat legs, still gazed into the empty distance, desperately hoping to see a black dot appear and then spot Lin Fan. "Hey, Old Wang, you're in luck. Even though your investment failed, you got 2 meat legs, that's great. How about I share one, consider it a debt." An outer wall survivor walked over with a grin. His eyes were practically gleaming as he looked at the meat legs. Old Wang ignored him. This annoyed the survivor. "What's with the arrogance? What's with the pretentious act? You invested all your savings in him just to get a return, and now that you've got it, you should be secretly happy," the survivor continued. "That kid was a complete idiot, thinking he could survive with the weapon you gave him. Look what happened, he lost his life, and you even got the benefits. He's a real fool, lost in his grief." Old Wang, unable to contain himself any longer, grabbed the meat leg and slapped it at the other man's face. "You son of a bitch!" Bang! A heavy blow. "You dare hit me? I'll fight you to the death." Survivors from the surrounding outer walls rushed over when they saw the two wrestling. They weren't actually fighting, they were just pretending to pin Old Wang to the ground, some even frantically gnawing on the bloody meat leg. Beast meat. This was beast meat. It could enhance their physique. "Don't hit my dad," Little Hope cried out. The surrounding patrolmen rushed over, swinging their batons. "All of you, separate them." To these patrolmen, if you didn't cause trouble, no one cared, but if you did, you had to be beaten, order had to be maintained. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Your tutorial mission is over. I'm not practicing anymore. He glanced at his proficiency level, skill, basic swordsmanship, 3/100. He had painstakingly grinded for half a day, and his proficiency level was only 3 points. This speed was comparable to a snail's crawl. But it was understandable. Basic swordsmanship was different from throwing or blacksmithing. Basic swordsmanship was a major skill, incorporating too many elements. It would take others several years, even 10 years, to master basic swordsmanship. But with his cheat-like abilities, his progress was already quite good. If he went all out, he could max it out in 10 days or so. What was there to complain about being slow? Besides, the current environment wasn't the time to grind skill proficiency. He needed to hunt beasts to gain evolution points, and at the same time, he needed to find a way to steal a vehicle from the Wanderers so he could bring the beast carcasses back to the stronghold. Lu Shan and the others should have returned to the fortress by now. Old Wang must be very anxious, probably even thinking I'm dead. Thinking about it, Old Wang must be desperate not to see him return. With that thought, Lin Fan clenched his fists, silently thinking, Old Wang, don't worry, despair for a while. I'm hunting hard. Suddenly, there was movement outside. He quietly pressed himself against the wall, peering through the dusty window. A vast horde of strange beasts was roaming. He had no intention of facing such a beast tide. He didn't even have the thought of encountering them or saying hello. He leaned against the wall, waiting quietly until the noise faded away, then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Danger was always present. If he were discovered by the beast tide, he probably wouldn't survive with his current abilities. He glanced outside again to make sure there was no danger. He saw a beast limping, slowly chasing after the beast tide. Its limp made movement difficult, which made him feel he should do something. Helping it was a good thing. Carrying a short spear, he hurried to the rooftop, threw it, and before the lame beast could even notice, struck it squarely, piercing its head and giving it no chance to retaliate. Evolution point +1, he dragged the beast onto the rooftop with practice ease. This was the only way now, seizing every opportunity to gain evolution points and improve his strength. Add points, add points. Feeling the warm current flowing through his body, he clenched his fists, knowing he had been strengthened again. Night fell. What's going on? His stats looked like this: level 1, 020, Constitution, 14.03, Agility, 11.11, Spirit, 10.9. After an afternoon of hard work, he had hunted enough points to level up to 1, and his attributes had improved rapidly. But just now, he had hunted another ordinary red-blooded beast. But he hadn't gained any evolution points. Is it no longer possible to get evolution points by hunting ordinary red-blooded beasts? Or is it that ordinary red-blooded beasts can no longer provide me with evolution points, and only hunting level 1 beasts will? It seems quite possible. Damn it, they're giving me cheat codes, can't they just stop being human? But then he remembered what they said. Before becoming a hunter, the meat of ordinary red-blooded beasts can enhance a person's strength, and long-term consumption of beast meat will turn one into a hunter. However, once one becomes a hunter, the use of beast meat is greatly reduced. One needs the blood crystals of high-level beasts, which are the essence of high-level beasts. Others need blood crystals to slowly improve, while he gains evolution points by hunting beasts and improves rapidly, while also consuming blood crystals. Just thinking about it for a moment, he realized that his cheat code was quite powerful. After figuring this out, his mood instantly improved. Taking advantage of the night, instead of resting, he left the rooftop, quickly climbing over the walls, moving stealthily so as not to disturb the beasts and avoid trouble. Soon, he arrived at the building where the Wanderer was. Looking towards the rooftop where they were, Lin Fan was surprised that these Wanderers would light a fire. Were they unafraid of being discovered by the beasts, or were they simply taking advantage of their high position, thinking the beasts couldn't see them, and therefore felt no fear? The beasts weren't blind. He chose to believe the latter. They thought the beasts couldn't see them, which was why they were doing this. Hidden in the darkness of the rooftop, Lin Fan vaguely saw dark figures moving on the roof. Shifting his gaze to the pickup truck parked below, he knew the key was definitely on one of the Wanderers. As for the wired activation in the movies, that was utter nonsense. Modern vehicle anti-theft systems were so sophisticated, it wasn't that simple. Before figuring out the strength of these Wanderers, he naturally wouldn't take any risks. He quietly left, disappearing into the darkness, returning to his original hiding place. Dawn broke. Lin Fan cut off a piece of beast meat and, as before, forced himself to swallow it. He secretly vowed that he would never again eat cooked meat. He would never live such a life of raw meat and blood again. Eating the meat of ordinary red-blooded alien beasts offered no improvement, only enough to fill his stomach. After eating his fill, he continued his ambush, waiting for wave after wave of prey. Finally, he spotted his target. A level 1 alien beast, accompanied by 2 ordinary red-blooded alien beasts, appeared in his sight. Now I must kill the level 1 alien beast. Lin Fan considered killing it directly, but he thought of a better method. Taking advantage of the time it would take for the alien beast to arrive from the other side was more than enough. Leaving the rooftop, in the blink of an eye, he was carrying the alien beast's carcass, leaping to the adjacent rooftop. At this moment, the level 1 alien beast, a wild boar, strolled leisurely ahead, while the two ordinary red-blooded alien beast wolves obediently followed behind. As low-level alien beasts, they deeply understood the benefits of following a powerful leader. The leader ate the meat, they ate the bones, a perfect process of cleaning up the environment. Walking. Suddenly, the level 1 beast stopped, turned its head, and looked towards the shop entrance. Two beast wolves also stopped, following their leader's gaze. When they saw a large piece of beast meat on the ground, their eyes lit up. Just as the two wolves were about to act, a grunt sound came. The two wolves dared not move. The beast boar's tusks were long and sharp, a threat to the two wolves, as if saying, "You haven't even had a taste yet, and you want to eat it? Do you want me to pierce 2 holes in your bodies with my sharp tusks?" The wolves growled, lowering their bodies in submission to their leader. The level 1 beast boar was quite satisfied, then slowly walked towards the piece of beast meat. Reaching it, it didn't immediately take a bite, but looked around to make sure it was safe before lowering its head and munching away. The taste was wonderful. Indeed, the taste of one's own kind was always more delicious. A piece of beast meat was quickly cleared away. Looking up, its eyes gleamed. There was more. The beast boar wagged its tail and entered the dimly lit shop. Gradually, the beast boar ate to its heart's content, completely forgetting its waiting underlings outside. "Was it good?" a voice called out. The beast boar jerked its head up, but before it could even see what it was, a short spear pierced through the air, striking it squarely in the face and piercing its skull. The beast boar collapsed to the ground with a thud, its body convulsing. Its eyes revealed anger and confusion, as if saying, "Human, you have no martial virtue." A mournful howl followed. The two beast wolves waiting outside growled and charged quickly into the shop. Seeing the humans in the dim light, the beast wolves bared their teeth and roared, charging forward. Normally, facing an attack from two ordinary red-blooded beasts, it would have been quite nervous. But at this moment, facing one of the charging monstrous wolves, he directly swung his knife, a cold glint appearing as he slashed a line of blood. Although he hadn't leveled up his basic knife skills, what did proficiency need for a direct chop? Thud, the knife cleaved the wolf's head in two, the blade extending to its neck, the wolf's head splitting in two, blood splattering everywhere. Facing another charging monstrous wolf, he released his grip on the hilt. He clenched his fist and swung with all his might. With a bang, his fist struck the wolf's head squarely, the force exploding as if the wolf's skull were shattering. The wolf's entire body was slammed heavily against the wall, sliding weakly to the ground. Lin Fan stepped on the wolf's corpse, pulled the knife from the bone, and walked to the level 1 monstrous boar. Tenacious vitality, its head pierced, yet still not dead. Not getting evolution points meant it wasn't dead. He raised his knife and pierced the boar's neck. Evolution point +1, just as I expected. Only level 1 beasts can provide evolution points. The value of ordinary red-blooded beasts ends here. Their tutorial mission is complete. Chapter 16 Awaken, my darling. Next door, in the shop, Lin Fan looked at the pile of alien beast carcasses. The quantity wasn't small, they were the fruits of his hard-earned hunts. His only thought now was how to get these carcasses back. The thought of his vehicle being taken by the wanderers and left downstairs filled him with rage. Damn it, those bastards were just trying to lure him out. But he couldn't think about that for now. The carcass of the level 1 alien beast he had just hunted was laid out here. Holding his knife, he aimed at the white stripes around its abdomen and cut it open. There, indeed, was a white blood crystal. The blood crystal was oval-shaped, looking like a gemstone. It was very beautiful, and it was hard to imagine such a thing inside a ferocious alien beast. He knew blood crystals were for consumption. He put it in his mouth, chewed it, and the liquid inside flowed into his abdomen, turning into energy to nourish his body. However, the effects of blood crystals were still limited. Consuming just one wouldn't make him much stronger, a certain number needed to accumulate to have any effect. He put it in his mouth and chewed it. Crunch, the blood crystal shattered, and he could clearly feel liquid flowing out, a warm current coursing through his body. It was faint, but he could clearly feel the changes within himself. Of course, he didn't feel it himself, rather, the values on his panel fluctuated. His physique and agility both increased by 0.1. Is this the benefit of taking it for the first time? The increase is quite significant. He thought back to before becoming a hunter. When he consumed ordinary red-blooded beast meat, the increase was only 0.01, and it wasn't even an increase every time. No wonder Lin Fan is only a third-tier hunter after 10 years. But this could also be the case for ordinary people. After all, hunting beasts in the early stages is extremely difficult, a very challenging start, almost like hell. He somewhat agreed with his guess. It must be like this. As for the situation within those large barriers, he hadn't been there, so naturally he didn't know. However, humans have managed to fight beasts to this point, so there must be strong individuals among them. Without powerful individuals who can determine the fate of the world, unless the beasts are lazy and greedy, how could humans possibly survive? Thinking too far ahead, let's set a small goal first, to become the strongest person within 100 miles of Miaowan County. Let's start from the county level and climb to the top step by step. Add points. As evolution points are used, the data improves. Suddenly, Lin Fan froze, an indescribable chill shooting deep into his brain, like firecrackers exploding inside, a deafening roar, unbearable pain. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head, repeatedly slapping it with his palms, trying to relieve the pain. What's going on? Why does it hurt so much? 2 streams of blood gushed from his nose, instantly staining the ground red. The sudden spurt of blood shocked him, his face changing drastically. He struggled to check his panel, spirit. 11.9. His spirit had always been improved with evolution points. Even after consuming beast meat and blood crystals, his spirit value remained unchanged. Suddenly, he remembered what he had read in a book. Ordinary people who consumed ordinary red-blooded beast meat to their full potential could become hunters, with a very small chance of becoming awakened beings. Could it be that when they consumed beast meat, not only did their physique or agility improve, but their spirit also improved? This reached its peak, opening the door to becoming an awakened. Thinking of this, am I currently opening the door to becoming an awakened? If so, then I'll have to endure it. He had a desire to become stronger. His environment didn't allow him to be weak. To live freely and unrestrained, he had to be tough. After an unknown amount of time, the pain in his brain dissipated. Huff. Lin Fan supported himself with his hands on the ground, his body soaked in sweat, breathing heavily. He truly didn't want to experience this pain a second time. It felt like his head was about to split open. Have I become an awakened? He checked his panel. He could tell just by looking at it. Level 1, 120, Constitution. 15.13, Agility. 12.21, Spirit. 11.9, Awakened Ability, Flame. The strength of the ability increases with the increase in spirit value. Skills: Blacksmithing, Perfect. Throwing, Perfect. Basic Swordsmanship, 3/100. The power of fire. Lin Fan pondered. His awakened abilities increased along with his mental stat. Thinking it over, he realized he had a significant advantage. Evolution points were his greatest asset. Adding points would inevitably boost his 3 attributes. Normal hunters or awakened individuals could only improve through blood crystals and beast meat. This meant he had an extra, simple, and direct way to become stronger, simply hunting the corresponding beasts. Fire, fire. Lin Fan opened his palm, and with a thought, a ball of red flame appeared out of thin air. His flesh and blood were completely unharmed, even his clothes remained unscathed. He gripped his sword, an idea forming in his mind. As this idea surfaced, a layer of flame adhered to the surface of the sword, yet the sword remained unaffected. The flame sword, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. His future self, dressed in a black trench coat, a short spear on his back, a straight sword engulfed in flames, faced an endless horde of beasts, unleashing a single slash that sent flames crashing down upon the earth. Just thinking about it makes me feel cool. Flames seem pretty good too. They can enhance lethality. Covering the thrown spears with flames will naturally increase their power significantly. Just then, he heard a voice. "Little darling, where are you? I know you're over here. Come out quickly, I'll really love you." Lin Fan's expression changed slightly upon hearing the voice. What's going on? Miaowan is a county town, but with so many buildings, how did the other party find this place? Just as he was pondering, another voice came from not far away. Based on his estimation, it was at most from the rooftop of the shop next door. They haven't even cleaned up the footprints. I can see them all. Oh, he suddenly realized. The city has been abandoned for so long, the rooftop has been neglected. covered in thick dust. Walking on it leaves footprints, and it seems the wanderer has been playing a cat-and-mouse game, searching for him. Now, they've finally found him. That makes sense. Outside, just as Lin Fan guessed, the wanderer was there. This wanderer was named Su-han, his name during peacetime. After the apocalypse of the alien beasts, he experienced many things. He feigned pitifulness before the powerful, willing to be their lackey just to survive. These days were aimless and meaningless, devoid of any future or joy. All the fun belonged to others. He couldn't tolerate it, so he left the stronghold and came to the city, finally joining the Wanderers group, doing the evil deeds he had always dreamed of. He did every evil thing he could think of. He enjoyed the feeling of doing bad things, especially the exhilarating process. At this moment, Su-han held a knife, looking at the crisscrossing footprints on the ground. He knew the little rat was hiding here. He touched the intricate scars on his face, all inflicted by the little rats of the past. Many little rats came to the city full of confidence. But when they were targeted, they all showed fear, some even wetting themselves on the spot. This gave Su-han a great sense of accomplishment. Lin Fan cautiously crept into the stairwell leading to the rooftop, using the dim light to observe the wanderer's situation. Escape was impossible. To have come alone, his strength was considerable. No choice, it seems I can only throw my short spear to delay him, and use that to escape. As for the beast meat, I can only. Lin Fan shook his head, unwilling to give up. He gripped the short spear, aimed at Su-han, and hurled it with all his might. With a whoosh, the spear pierced the air, and he used the opportunity to rush to the rooftop, preparing to escape. Although he had become a first-tier hunter and an awakened one, facing, thud, he turned his head and saw that the wanderer had been pierced through the abdomen by the short spear, pinned firmly to the wall at the stairwell entrance. Holy crap! So weak? Su-han was now coughing up blood, his crazed eyes filled with shock. What happened? Why was he suddenly pierced? Was this a little mouse? Seeing the other person vomiting blood, Lin Fan reacted instantly and ran towards them. Reaching them, he was at a loss, wanting to draw his short spear but afraid of killing them. He wanted to heal them, but knew no medicine. Brother, don't die yet. I really didn't know you were so weak. How dare you come to me alone? Tell me if you have the car keys, and who is the strongest among you wanderers. Brother, please, just be patient and tell me some useful information. Oh dear, I was too hasty. How could I be so reckless? I treated everyone like an expert. A level 1 hunter and awakened one, isn't that pretty good? Thank you to Hadoop, the steadfast lead Dadin, and reader 20220304233557732 for their donations. Chapter 17, A Powerful Kill, A Bountiful Harvest. How long can someone live after being shot in the abdomen? This is a complex question. Even experts would be ambiguous, offering only a plausible answer, possibly death, possibly not. Su-han coughed up blood. He hadn't expected this outcome. He'd come with a knife, aggressively trying to catch a small mouse, but who could have predicted this result? The brilliance of that spear thrust was too dazzling to be seen with the naked eye. When he felt it, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, making him acutely aware that he'd been hit. Lin Fan looked at the other's pained expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Brother, take a deep breath, listen to me, just take a deep breath, don't panic, don't rush. Tell me about your wandering group, who's the strongest? Say a few words. He was truly impressed by the other man. Good heavens, so weak, yet he dared to come alone with a knife, and acted so abnormally, making Lin Fan a little nervous. After all, only experts have the right to act abnormally, for the weak to act abnormally is just idiotic behavior, not worth emulating. Cough cough. Each cough from Su-han was accompanied by spurts of blood. He roared angrily, our boss won't let you get away with this. You little rat, you can't escape. Our boss is a tier 1 hunter. Heal. Thud. Lin Fan calmly pulled out the short spear that had pierced Su-han's abdomen. As the spear was removed, a bloody hole appeared, and blood instantly soaked Su-han's body. His breath grew weaker and weaker, constantly dissipating until finally, his head drooped, and he died unwillingly, leaving this wretched world. A tier 1 hunter? I thought he was something special. Lin Fan searched Su-han's belongings, finding no car keys. The only thing of value was the machete he was carrying. Weapons still had some value. The wanderer's gathering place. During the day, they rarely went to the rooftop. Has Suha not returned yet? As wanderers, they were like vermin hiding in this desolate city, never actively attacking, but quietly waiting for their prey to appear. They had already looted some of the city's supplies. Although it was expired, being able to taste those delicacies was still a satisfying thing. No, this guy said he was going out to find little mice. He's used to being a cat. I don't think that's the case. I feel like he wants to be the first one. After all, fresh little mice are very tender. He, the leader of the wanderers, who didn't speak, had a very gloomy and sinister face. The missing piece of flesh at the corner of his mouth added to his ferocious and terrifying appearance. His appearance alone could intimidate many timid people. Downstairs, Lin Fan carried Suhan's corpse to the entrance of the building. He looked left and right, but didn't see any movement from the alien beast. What blocked his way was a door. Without thinking, he kicked it open violently. With his current physique, kicking down a door was simple and easy. He was furious right now. Being scared into hiding for several days by a wanderer who was only a first-level hunter was a disgrace to him. Did he know that his old Wang was still in despair? This was a terrible thing. If outsiders knew this, they'd think Lin Fan was a coward. The thought of the vagrants having guns. Pshaw! So what if they have guns? A moment later, the commotion on the first floor alerted the 4 remaining vagrants. They rushed down and saw a corpse lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than their member, Suhan. Who the hell is it? Get out here, one of the vagrants roared angrily, glaring fiercely at his surroundings. But the empty, dimly lit floor remained silent. Lin Fan observed the situation. Knowing these guys had guns, he needed to see who had them. He wasn't afraid of anything else, except risking a direct confrontation with someone armed. Soon, he saw one vagrant pull out a gun, while the others held various weapons. Target confirmed. Hidden in the darkness, Lin Fan suddenly threw a short spear, its dark edge gleaming as it shot through the air. The leader of the wanderers, being a Tier 1 hunter, reacted immediately. However, by the time he reacted, the short spear was already upon him. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he reached for the spear with both hands. What an overconfident fool! Thud! Just as he grabbed the spear shaft, thinking he had a secure hold, a tremendous force surged through him. He lost control, his body lifted into the air, the sharp tip of the spear piercing his flesh and pinning him to the wall. Without the threat of firearms, he was about to unleash his domineering arrogance. Damn wanderers, who's the leader? Lin Fan, pulling on the nylon rope, dragged the spear back, pulling the pierced corpse to his feet as well. His gaze fixed ahead, he stepped on the corpse and pulled out the spear. Just in case the enemy wasn't dead, without even looking, he pierced the corpse's head with another spear. Blood splattered everywhere. The air was thick with a stench of blood. The remaining 3 wanderers were completely dumbfounded. Their leader had been killed, trampled underfoot, and brutally decapitated. The sight terrified them, their hearts pounding wildly. You bunch of bastards. I thought you were so powerful, that I took you so seriously. Turns out you're nothing special. The strongest is only a Tier 1 hunter. How dare you attack the main force of the barrier army? Sure enough, the bold get rich, the cowardly starve. And they even used the beast horde as weapons. It was undeniably effective. Kill him. A particularly violent rogue, brandishing a knife, charged forward furiously. His physique, enhanced by consuming beasts, was good, but far from reaching the level of a Tier 1 hunter. You're asking for death? Lin Fan's short spear pierced the rogue's throat. With a soft plop, the rogue's eyes widened, trying to make a sound, but his throat was blocked, preventing any noise. Lin Fan flicked the spear aside, the pierced rogue glistening with blood. Killing is a test of one's mindset. Since transmigrating to this world, he had been adjusting his mentality. He knew that in this apocalyptic world, killing was inevitable, and killing hesitantly was wrong. Since he had to kill, he should treat them as beasts. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on the 2 remaining wanderers. Where's your leader? One of the wanderers slowly raised his hand and pointed. Lin Fan looked down, frowned slightly, and skipped the awkward question. Where are the car keys? The wanderer pointed again. Lin Fan looked down again and indeed saw a bunch of keys on the other's waist. He had asked everything he needed to ask. There was nothing else to ask. He gripped his short spear and threw it at one of the wanderers, simultaneously taking a step forward, drawing his sword, and charging at the other. Don't kill me. Thud, the sword fell. Lin Fan's eyes were indifferent as he swung his sword, and a head flew into the air, fell to the ground, rolled, and finally rolled to the corner of the wall, facing the wall, motionless. Damn it, if I'd known you were this weak, would I have let you play this cat and mouse game? He felt a deep sense of helplessness at his overly cautious behavior. He'd been too vigilant. He walked over to the leader of the vagrants, picked up a bunch of keys, not yet knowing which car they belonged to. He'd try them later, and searched his body, finding a magazine and then tucking a pistol into his belt. Now was the time to reap the rewards. These vagrants should have quite a few good items. He looted their bodies. He found 3 machetes, a pistol, a magazine, and a bunch of keys. This was the first floor, there was more upstairs. He wouldn't just kill and leave. Now, impoverished, he could only rely on his own hands to gradually become wealthy. Nothing on the second floor. Nothing on the third floor. He kept going up until he reached the top floor, where he found a lot of things piled up around him, but the air smelled terrible. The beast meat they'd stolen hadn't been frozen, and maggots were wriggling inside. Lin Fan remembered something. Back at the stronghold, he needed to hand over some of the loot. Since that's the case, why not remove the maggots from the meat and then hand it over when we get back? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but chuckle. Huh, what's this? He was quickly drawn to the packaging next to him and opened it. Salt. There were 2 open bags and 2 completely sealed bags of salt. He glanced at the production date, May 2034. But it's 2044 now. Will it work? Who cares if it works or not? Having something is good enough. Even if it doesn't work, it has to work. His backpack was in the corner, so he put the salt in it. He continued searching. He found a pair of sunglasses, tried them on, and stood in front of a mirror on the wall. Definitely cool. Even in this apocalyptic world, when there's a chance to dress up, you can't let it pass. A man has to maintain a handsome appearance wherever he is. He continued searching. Shampoo, shower gel. Damn, they're expired, can they still be used? He thought for a moment and stuffed them into his backpack. No blood crystals. This was a disappointment. It's understandable, though. Blood crystals are important. Hunters who find beasts with blood crystals will dig them out immediately. Even if they don't, if a wanderer gets them, the wanderer will eat them right away. Leaving them is out of the question. After carefully observing the surroundings, there was nothing left worth taking. Suddenly, he saw a dusty plush rabbit toy in the corner. The rabbit was holding a carrot. Thinking that little hope they didn't have any toys, and that he shouldn't go out without bringing back a gift, he picked up the plush rabbit, dusted it off, and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he cleaned the maggot-infested meat, carried it downstairs. Chapter 18. Old Wang, you've suffered. Downstairs. He tossed the beast meat into the back of the pickup truck, went to the driver's seat, and started trying out the keys one by one. The engine started perfectly, a perfect first attempt. There were several other pickup trucks nearby. Back inside, he came out carrying 2 blue plastic bottles and a flexible tube. He went to another vehicle, opened the gas cap, inserted the tube, and took a sip. PFFT. Being inexperienced, he got his mouth full of oil, but ignoring the discomfort, he placed the tube into the plastic bottle opening, and gasoline from the tank flowed continuously into the bottle. This used the siphon principle. A very effective trick. Although he hadn't tried it before, he could easily understand it by watching some educational videos. In this post-apocalyptic world, even though he hadn't been here long, he knew how precious gasoline was, definitely no less valuable than blood crystals, perhaps even more so. Therefore, since he was going to drive back, he couldn't afford to waste the gasoline in these vehicles, especially since the car would be his later. Anyone who stole it would become his enemy, and he would definitely kill them later. Following the same method, he quickly drained the oil from the vehicle, leaving not a trace. He drove away to the shop where he had previously hidden, and loaded all the beast carcasses piled in sight onto the car. This trip had truly been a fruitful one. 1 level 1 beast carcass. 4 ordinary red-blooded beast carcasses. 2 beast carcasses infested with maggots. For him personally, this was a very good haul. He drove off towards the outskirts of the city. Old Wang, your return on investment is finally coming. Lin Fan's self-assessment was rather simple. He was good to those who were good to him. If someone was bad to him, he would kill them. Even if he couldn't kill them at first, he would practice 1,000 times in his dreams, seizing the opportunity to strike ruthlessly, giving the other party absolutely no chance. Perhaps the survival rule in the apocalypse was selfishness and distrust of everyone. Even if someone was very good to him, he would take advantage of that kindness and try every means to exploit them, discarding them when they were no longer useful. This kind of mentality might actually allow one to survive for a long time, even live quite comfortably. But it would be incredibly lonely. Loneliness is the greatest pain in life, seemingly without a knife, yet each stab cuts to the heart. Living like a walking corpse, it doesn't seem to have much meaning. Ahead, a human controlled by a brain beast appeared, much like a zombie in a post-apocalyptic world, the only difference being the moving fleshy tentacles behind them, making them even more dangerous than zombies. In high spirits, Lin Fan stopped the car, opened the door, and waved to the brain beast human. As the human approached, he gripped his short spear and began stabbing it repeatedly until the brain beast human's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. He then went over and took off its shoes. Nikes. Thinking that old Wang was still wearing tattered cloth shoes, he felt it necessary to give it a pair. He continued driving, weaving through the desolate county town. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed. A horde of mutated beasts was charging towards him. Seeing this, he immediately stepped on the gas, accelerating. This kind of horde was beyond his capabilities, at least not in his current state. Ignoring the pursuing beasts, he could shake them off by speeding up. Mutated beasts are mainly social creatures, so there are always some places in this desolate city where you won't see them. The walls of the fortress are badly damaged. They must have been attacked by mutated beasts. Or are the mutated beasts gathering and, when they reach a certain number, they will attack a human fortress? He pondered these thoughts as he drove. He thought this was a possibility. However, the only question that puzzled Lin Fan was whether the birds had mutated. Since his transmigration, he hadn't seen any avian beasts. Or perhaps the energy causing the beasts to mutate was too immense, causing the birds' weak bodies to be unable to withstand it, ultimately turning them into winged beasts that could only walk? Thinking about these things, he looked back. They were already far from the county town. The beast hide had also disappeared. They'd stopped chasing after it. My own small fortress. Old Shen, could you please help us release him? He's one of your employees, after all, so please help us out. Grandpa Chen brought little hope to Shanghai for help. Wang Quan had been in prison for fighting and causing trouble with other survivors. After being separated by the patrolmen, those involved were locked in wooden cages for 5 days as punishment. Shanghai looked troubled. Old Chen, you're putting me in a difficult position. You know the fortress rules. Troublemakers are never released and must be punished. Besides, look at my situation. How could I possibly have that authority? I think we should just let it go. He'll be out in 3 days. Uncle, please save my father. Little Hope knelt before Shanghai, tears streaming down her face, pleading. Shanghai was somewhat displeased. He really had no intention of getting involved in the affairs of these survivors on the outer wall, and he was also quite annoyed with Chen Haoli. That old bastard was really annoying. He always came to him for help. If it weren't for the fact that he knew how to repair cars, he would have kicked him out long ago. I can't help you. Besides, Wang Quan is no longer with the weapons factory. Someone else has already taken over. You should go find someone else. After saying this, Shanghai turned and left. He didn't want to bother with him at all. He didn't need Chen Haoli's help right now, and besides, he wasn't the only one in the stronghold who knew how to modify cars. He had only let Lin Fan come into work so he could save on modification costs. Anyway, the weapons factory wasn't his, so it didn't matter who he hired. He might as well make a deal with someone else. Old Chen watched Shanghai's departing figure and sighed. He knew there was no compassion in the stronghold, only collusion for interests. He helped up the kneeling Xiao Zuing and wiped away her tears. Grandpa Chen, is my dad really not going to get out? Xiao Zuing asked, her voice trembling with tears. Sigh, old Master Chen sighed and left with little hope. He had no choice. Although he could reach the inner wall, it didn't mean he had connections there. No one cared about the lives of the survivors on the outer wall. Even if someone from the inner wall did care, they would say that rules are rules and cannot be changed once they learned the reason. But he knew all too well that these rules applied only to the survivors on the outer wall. To those inside, they were nothing but a joke. Old Master Chen prepared to take Little Hope to the wooden prison. Halfway there, Little Hope suddenly looked up and saw a familiar figure. As if seeing a lifeline, she ran towards it. Sister, please save my father. Lu Ying, who was walking along, was suddenly stopped by a little girl kneeling in front of her, which startled her slightly. "Aren't you Little Hope?" "What's wrong?" Lu Ying helped her up, patted the dust off Little Hope's pants, and asked what was wrong. "Sister, my dad's been locked in a wooden cage for days." "Why would he be locked in a wooden cage for no reason?" "Because after you left that day, some bad people spoke ill of Uncle Lin, and my dad got angry and fought with them. They even ate the meat you gave him." Lu Ying frowned. The rules on the outer wall were indeed like that, but they only applied to the outer wall. All right, don't cry. Take me there, I'll help you get your dad out." Lu Ying stroked Xiao Ziwen's head. Women always have a kind of love for children. Especially Xiao Ziwen, whom she had met a few times, seemed very sensible. To her, this was something that could be done with a few words, without any cost. Besides, if Wang Quan remained locked up, how would the child survive? People living on the inner wall and those on the outer wall, though both human, were actually different. There's an old saying, the emperor is subject to the same laws as the common people, but how many can truly live by that? It's just talk. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Thank you to the readers Lun Guxun, Reader 1396650661453991936, Hafzaya Shin, and Yijian Kinkson for their generous donations. Chapter 19 Breaking the Rules Isn't Good. Inside the wooden cage, Old Wang looked exhausted, a sense of despair lingering in his eyes. He didn't regret fighting with the other survivors. The other survivors, also imprisoned, were calm, even watching Old Wang with amusement. They had fought intentionally, mainly for the meat leg Old Wang had been holding. They were quite satisfied with the meat, the warm sensation flowing through their bodies making them almost cry out in pleasure. So what if they were locked up? It wasn't like they couldn't be released. "Daddy!" A cry made Old Wang look up quickly. He saw his daughter running towards him. Little Hope reached the cage and grabbed her father's hand. "Daddy, I brought my sister to rescue you." Old Wang looked up and saw Lu Ying and Grandpa Chen approaching. The patrolman guarding the area waved his stick, trying to drive Little Hope away. Just as he was about to act, "Stop," Lu Ying spoke. The patrolman frowned, wondering who was meddling, but when he looked at Lu Ying, his expression changed slightly, even showing a hint of flattery. "This is a strong man from within the inner wall. Don't be fooled by his position as a patrolman, he's actually a survivor from the outer wall. Being chosen as a patrolman is incredibly lucky for him, and it also means he's finally standing up. The selection criteria for patrolmen is to have people from the outer wall manage other people from the outer wall. They know how fortunate the chosen person is, and they'll definitely work diligently, avoiding a lot of trouble." Lu Ying walked up to the patrolman, who was slightly bowing, a smile plastered on his face, almost ingratiating. "Release him," Lu Ying said. "Yes, sir," the patrolman agreed without hesitation. Although there were rules, he knew they were set by people from the inner wall, so when someone from the inner wall spoke, he didn't overthink it and just listened. But just as the patrolman was about to open the wooden cage, a discordant voice rang out. "Lu Ying, you're leading the way and breaking the rules. That's not a good thing." Zhang Yang walked over with a smile. Even the patrolman who was about to open the cage stopped what he was doing. He inwardly groaned, "Damn it, I've run into a fight, and I, a mere patrolman, have been dragged into it. What are you doing here?" Lu Ying frowned when she saw Zhang Yang approaching. She knew things might get complicated. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Just passing by, thought I'd say hello, but I didn't expect to run into this. Being locked in a wooden cage violates our fortress's rules. Rules are rules, and you're trying to break them now. That's not a good idea." Looking at Xiao Ziwen's pitiful eyes, Lu Ying steeled herself, ignored Zhang Yang, and looked at the patrolman. "Let him out." The patrolman looked at Lu Ying, then at Zhang Yang, feeling very conflicted. "Big brother, big sister, can you please not make things difficult for your little brother like me? You're making things hard for me," Zhang Yang said. "Without rules, there can be no order. If you release them now, you'll break the rules of this outer wall. Who will follow the rules then? Look around, so many people are watching. You'd better think it over." The other survivors locked in the wooden cages all stared at Lu Ying. Some shouted, "We want to come out too, let us out too." Hearing the other survivors' shouts, Zhang Yang smiled. He had deliberately set a trap for Lu Ying. He knew Lu Ying disliked him, so he didn't need to give her face. If it were anyone else, he would have turned a blind eye. At this moment, Lu Ying understood what her brother had said before, "Don't offend people, Otherwise they will easily trip you up over small things. Now she deeply understood this. Lu Ying turned to Zhang Yuang. What exactly do you want? Zhang Yang shrugged. What can I want? I'm just teaching you not to act impulsively. Rules are rules. Breaking the rules might feel good for a moment, but it will only lead to endless trouble. As someone from the inner wall, you should understand this. If your brother were here, I think he would criticize your behavior too. At this moment, Zhang Yang was standing on the high ground, attacking with a barrage of rules. In his view, the little girl was just being impulsive, and he wanted to teach Lu Ying a lesson. It's okay if you don't like me, but you have to keep it to yourself. Sometimes showing it will offend people, and offending people will have serious consequences. On the outer wall of the city, the worker in charge of the lifting platform rubbed his eyes and looked into the distance. In his vision, a pickup truck sped towards them, its rear end kicking up a thick layer of dust. Huh? Everyone who was supposed to come back recently has come back. Why is there still a vehicle? That's what he thought. But when the pickup truck stopped on the lifting platform, he still operated it. Back in the car, Lin Fan felt relaxed, a smile playing on his lips. He wondered what old Wang's expression would be when he saw him, his despair beginning to fade. Would he cry, throw a tantrum, or jump around in a fit of rage? Reaching the city wall, he parked the car. Survivors around him peered out, their mouths agape in shock at the pile of mutated beast carcasses behind the pickup truck. They all wanted to know who could hunt so many beasts. Opening the car door, Lin Fan, wearing sunglasses, calmly stepped out, instantly feeling the envious gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's Lin Fan. The one old Wang invested all his savings. Didn't he die in the beast tide? How did he come back alive?" Among the outer wall survivors, old Wang's investment of all his savings was a source of ridicule. They talked about it constantly, treating old Wang like a fool. They certainly wouldn't have done something like that. So in their eyes, old Wang was mentally unstable. Now that Lin Fan was back, he had completely baffled them. It turned out the clown was themselves. Lin Fan gave the pre-prepared meat infested with maggots to the staff. This was the rule of the entire fortress, even for those inside, so it had to be followed. This meat, the staff member smelled it and frowned slightly. Lin Fan said, "What's wrong with the meat? Don't you want it?" Yes, the staff member said. He was only responsible for collecting the meat, it wasn't for him to eat, so the quality was irrelevant to those who ate it. Where's old Wang? Who can go and tell him to come over? The first person to go and tell him, I can give him some meat. When he had plenty of surplus food, he became very generous. It was like peacetime, throwing money at people. No one would be unhappy about being showered with money. If someone felt humiliated, it only meant the amount given wasn't enough. After he finished speaking, the crowd wasn't as frenzied as he'd imagined. Instead, they remained silent. This surprised Lin Fan. Had they all gone mad? Soon, one of the survivors spoke up. Old Wang's been locked in a wooden cage? Huh? Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression changed drastically. He turned to the staff member. Keep an eye on the things in my car. I'll give you something when I get back. The situation was reminiscent of a white-haired man parking his car, throwing out a few banknotes, and crazedly warning the other party, keep an eye on my car, or I'll break your legs. Chapter 20. What about the awakened ones? Lin Fan's face was cold. A group of survivors followed behind. They were ready for a show. Old Wang had made a mistake and was locked in the wooden cage. That was the rule of the outer wall. Now they really wanted to know what Lin Fan could do about it. Don't forget, you're also a survivor of the outer wall. Challenging the rules of the outer wall is not a wise choice. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and Zhang Yuang were locked in a stalemate. Zhang Yuang's obstruction put Lu Ying in a very passive position. Although she could forcefully release him, she knew Zhang Yuang would not give up so easily. The patrolman had quietly retreated. He had to listen to everyone and couldn't offend anyone. He understood one thing, if he really released him, Lu Ying might be fine, but he would definitely be in trouble, and he would ultimately be the one to take the blame. He was filled with regret. He should have known better than to linger around the wooden cage. Old Wang in the cage knew that Lu Ying was confronting Zhang Yuang to get him out. This was not what he wanted to see. It was unnecessary, really unnecessary. Miss Lu, I'm fine. I'll be out in a few more days. You don't need to let me out. I just want to ask Miss Lu to look after my daughter. She doesn't need much care, just some food will do. Old Wang was humbled, he didn't know what the future held. He had no savings. He had no job. But no matter what, he wouldn't despair. Life had to go on. Even if he had to farm for a meager living, he would raise his daughter. Lu Ying nodded silently to old Wang. She genuinely wanted to release him. But Zhang Yuang's obstruction left her powerless. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Old Wang, a familiar shout. Whoosh! Hearing the voice, old Wang, locked in the wooden cage, turned sharply towards the source. He saw the figure he had longed for, his eyes wide with shock. Lin Fan, a smile instantly appeared on old Wang's face. It was good he was alive, it was good he was alive. Zhang Yuang was surprised and shocked, he truly hadn't expected this kid to come back alive. This was something he never expected. Lu Ying was equally shocked, she too thought Lin Fan was dead, but he had returned alive. Uncle Lin, Little Hope ran towards him. Lin Fan stroked Little Hope's head, then immediately saw old Wang locked in the wooden cage. He couldn't tolerate this and quickened his pace. On the way here, he had already inquired about the situation. It turned out that he hadn't returned with the group, leading old Wang to believe he was dead. Lu Ying had shared 2 meat legs with old Wang, which attracted the attention of the survivors, who then provoked old Wang, leading to a fight. The survivors also took the opportunity to eat the meat legs. Fighting was indeed punished within the outer walls, but Lin Fan didn't care about that. He was different now. He was also very grateful to Lu Ying. He vaguely remembered that after he hunted this strange beast, Lu Ying had told him that he had a share. He hadn't expected that even after everyone thought he was dead, she would still share the meat legs with old Wang. This act had earned Lin Fan a silent compliment. He reached the wooden cage, and the tip of his short spear pierced the iron lock. Just as he was thinking of pulling old Wang out, Zhang Yuang slowly spoke. Lin Fan, I advise you not to be impulsive. He violated the rules of the outer wall and deserves punishment. Besides, you're also from the outer wall, you know the rules. Yet you still broke them. You know what the consequences will be. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yuang. What will the consequences be? Zhang Yuang said, the consequences are that you will still be punished, and after the punishment, you will be expelled from the fortress. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yuang calmly. Although he hadn't witnessed everything firsthand, with his little brain, he could still figure it out. Why was Lu Ying here? She must want to release old Wang, but she had been delaying until now, definitely because Zhang Yuang was obstructing her. He now knew completely that Zhang Yuang was no good. From the moment he decisively used the 2 survivors as shields and threw them out of the car, he knew this man was ruthless and could never be trusted. At this moment, in his eyes, Zhang Yuang was already on his deathbed. As for when he would die, that depended on when the opportunity arose. Lin Fan gripped the short spear, its butt resting on the ground, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuang. Zhang Yuang, however, remained unfazed, even smiling at Lin Fan as if to say, what can you do now, Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. I'll only be locked up for a few days, it'll be fine. Old Wang, knowing Lin Fan's temperament, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Zhang Yuang is a hunter, a very skilled one. You've come back alive, you can't do anything foolish. Lu Ying knew Lin Fan wanted to release old Wang. But clashing with Zhang Yuang over this was unwise. Although she could stop the fight, they were all survivors of the outer wall. If Zhang Yuang wanted revenge, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Lin Fan chuckled, glancing at Lu Ying beside him. You said if I become a hunter, can I live inside the inner wall? Lu Ying replied, yes, if I can become a hunter, I can live inside the inner wall. The Temple Bay Fortress is just a small fortress, it needs strong individuals. Strong individuals are crucial to the fortress's existence, it can't be sustained by just one person. Therefore, the fortress's administrators will try to win over hunters, offering them benefits to drastically change their lives compared to those outside the wall. Zhang Yuang said, even hunters can't break the rules of the outer wall. Rules are rules. He assumed Lin Fan had definitely become a hunter, hence his confidence in confronting him. But he needed to let Lin Fan know that even becoming a hunter wouldn't change anything, he would still be inferior to Zhang Yuang. Is that so? Lin Fan slowly said, if becoming a hunter doesn't work, then what about now? As soon as he finished speaking, flames danced on Lin Fan's body, then split and gradually spread throughout his entire body. Even his short spear transformed into a flaming spear in an instant. Are there enough awakened ones? Lin Fan roared. He didn't hide the fact that he was an awakened one. This was the apocalypse, not peacetime where one needed to hide their strength. In the apocalypse, one had to demonstrate their power. This would bring many benefits and avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. If you appear weak, people will bully you, but when you show your strength, no one will bully you. Instead, you will be respected. What? Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. He even took a step back, his eyes reflecting a crimson flame. He believed the other person was a hunter, but he really couldn't believe he was an awakened one. Not only Zhang Yang was dumbfounded, but everyone else was too. The surrounding survivors gasped, their eyes filled with envy and awe. Lu Ying's mouth was slightly open. At this moment, she completely understood why Lin Fan was so confident. Because in the Temple Bay Fortress, awakened ones were always at the very top. Because no matter how many hunters there are, they can't compare to an awakened one. If the manager had to choose, he would choose Lin Fan and, without hesitation, expel Zhang Yang. An awakened one, the power of fire, this is a truly usable ability in battle, Lu Ying muttered to herself. Awakened ones have many abilities, all sorts of strange and wonderful, some practical, some not. Although there's a saying that there are no useless abilities, only useless possessors, in all her years of life, she had indeed seen a useless ability, the ability to breathe underwater. Wow, Uncle Lin has turned into a fire person, Little Hope exclaimed. Old Wang in the wooden cage was completely stunned, kneeling on the ground, his eyes brimming with tears. It was unclear whether he was happy for Lin Fan or felt his investment had truly paid off. The flames dissipated, returning to his body, his clothes and hair remained unaffected. This was Lin Fan's strongest state after awakening his ability, a body of fire, its power skyrocketing. Zhang Yang's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty before he finally smiled amicably. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. There's no rule breaking involved, it's all my fault. He then hurriedly went to the wooden cage, pulled old Wang out, and turned to the patrolman beside him. This needs to be investigated thoroughly, understand? These guys deliberately insulted others, then took the opportunity to fight and steal meat. 5 days isn't enough, lock him up for 10 days, or even longer, you hear me, Zhang Yang shouted. Oh, the patrolman nodded frantically, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice. Whatever you say, I certainly won't argue. Sorry, I just remembered I have some things to tend to, I'll be going now. Zhang Yang acted humbly and left hastily. Lin Fan watched Zhang Yang's departing figure silently. Wait till you die. Fighting Zhang Yang now would be unwise, but for him, who could hunt beasts to increase his strength, killing him was only a matter of time. He withdrew his gaze and looked at old Wang, smiling. Aren't you excited? Chapter 21. Tell me loudly, are you ready for a good life? So excited, old Wang's face flushed with excitement. I knew you'd be alright, you definitely wouldn't be. When he saw that the returning hunting party didn't include Lin Fan, he felt like the sky had fallen. Now, not only had he returned, but he had also become a hunter, and even more importantly, an awakened one. The impact on old Wang was simply too great. Lin Fan smiled and walked up to Lu Ying. Thank you, he didn't mean anything by it. He was just thanking Lu Ying for sharing her meat leg with old Wang and his daughter. If it were anyone else, they would have saved it as much as possible, and there would be no way they would share their meat leg. You're welcome, congratulations. Lu Ying also didn't expect Lin Fan to improve so quickly. It had only been a short time since she and her brother met Lin Fan in the city and brought him back to the stronghold. What was even more shocking was that Lin Fan had actually become an awakened one. An awakened one. This was a very rare existence, and it represented an infinite future. Those survivors who became hunters dreamed of becoming awakened ones, but it was useless. They could dream, but whether they could succeed was truly a matter of fate. Alright, my things are still on the city wall, come with me to get them. Lin Fan felt like he was returning home in triumph, his back straight. He even wanted to see old Wang's shocked reaction. After all, what kind of life did old Wang live? Others might not know, but he certainly did. It could only be described as truly miserable. The crowd left. The onlookers were still immersed in shock, unable to pull themselves out of it. Old Wang really made the right bet. His story was a joke to us, but we're the ones who are laughing at him. Damn, how come I couldn't see that this guy had this ability? If I had invested, I could have stood up too. Hunter, awakener, dual identity, it's really enviable. I want to invest now. Whoever wants to go out and hunt alien beasts, I'll provide them with weapons. Instantly, everyone looked at the person who said this as if they were an idiot. Invest my ass. Crazy. Lin Fan, I think someone will contact you soon. The fortress's administrators will definitely invite you into the inner wall, or even into the air raid shelter, Liu Ying said. The air raid shelter is the core area of the Temple Bay Fortress. Only administrators can reside there. The environment inside is undeniably luxurious. One can even eat naturally grown, unpolluted vegetables. Vegetables are a luxury in the apocalypse. While some people cultivate them within the fortress, the yield is too low for ordinary survivors. So, even though I'm only a Tier 1 awakened, my status has skyrocketed, Lin Fan asked. Liu Ying nodded. Yes, the status of an awakened is extremely high, far surpassing that of a hunter. Becoming an awakened inevitably leads to a high-ranking position because their abilities are incredibly powerful, especially since your awakened ability is a high-level one like fire, which is even more crucial. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. When he became an awakened, he never intended to hide it. He knew that for a fortress to survive safely in the apocalypse, it needed a sufficient number of skilled individuals to deal with the unpredictable attacks of hordes of alien beasts. Therefore, the importance of awakened individuals was evident. Ever since he ate raw meat, he had sworn to eat cooked food from now on. This terrible lifestyle was not suitable for him. He quickly arrived at the city wall. Lin Fan was like a celebrity there, followed by a group of survivors. The survivors on the wall were unaware of what was happening, but when they heard that Lin Fan was an awakened, they were all stunned. Their mouths were agape, showing utter disbelief. Old Wang, look, this is what I brought back from my trip. Lin Fan pointed to the contents of the pickup truck. Watching Old Wang's expression go from excited to even more excited, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He was completely satisfied. Lin Fan, you've struck it rich. Old Wang was happy for him. Thump. Lin Fan patted Old Wang on the shoulder, solemnly saying, it's not me who's struck it rich, it's us. Old Wang stared blankly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, Old Wang, I told you, your investment in me won't go to waste. My successful return was largely due to your help, so, Old Wang, are you ready for a good life? Old Wang's chest heaved violently, and tears streamed down his face. He truly hadn't expected that Lin Fan, even as an awakened, would still remember him. Who said people in the apocalypse are heartless? Clearly, there's plenty of affection between them. Liu Ying watched calmly from the side. She knew that the good life for Old Wang and his daughter was about to begin, and she even admired Lin Fan's character. She had seen too many seemingly friendly friends break off all ties after one of them became a hunter. Because in the eyes of a hunter, everyone they would meet from now on would be hunters. Ordinary people would only be a hindrance, a burden. Old Wang, say it out loud, are you ready? Lin Fan asked loudly. Feeling Lin Fan's enthusiasm and sincerity, Old Wang straightened his back. I'm ready, he shouted these words with a sob in his voice. The apocalyptic life had long since driven Old Wang to despair. If it weren't for his daughter to raise, he felt he might not have survived. But now, Lin Fan before him was like a ray of light, enveloping him and filling him with endless hope for the future. Lin Fan smiled happily. He wanted everyone to know that those who helped him, Lin Fan, would be repaid 100-fold when he achieved success. When I was down on my luck, you gave me a piece of bread. When I rise to power, I, Lin Fan, will give you a bakery so you can eat bread every day. The people around Old Wang looked at him with envy. Having lived within the walls for so long, many of them naturally knew about Old Wang's situation. When Old Wang was locked in a wooden cage and lost his job at the weapons factory, they didn't feel sorry for him. Instead, they gloated. They were both survivors of the outer walls, so why was he living better than them? But now, with Lin Fan's return and his promise to give Old Wang a better life, they were so angry they almost ground their teeth to powder. Damn it, why is he so lucky? Lin Fan rummaged through his school bag, took out the plush rabbit toy he had prepared for Xiao Zuan, squatted down, and placed it in front of her. This is a gift Uncle brought back for you. Do you like it? Wow, Zuan. Thank you, Uncle. Xiao Zuan's eyes lit up when she saw the plush rabbit. She took the toy, hugged Lin Fan's neck, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Since birth, Xiao Zuan had never had a toy. Now that Uncle Lin had given her one, she was determined to keep it safe. Old Wang, standing nearby, was envious, feeling that his daughter was gradually becoming someone else's daughter. How terrifying that was. At that moment, a commotion came from afar. The fortress managers are here, Liu Ying reminded them. Lin Fan stood up and looked into the distance. A group of people were walking towards them. They were coming quite quickly. It has to be said, news travels fast. Please continue reading. It's important to continue reading now. Just scroll to the end, please. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. This is the kind of benefit we're entitled to. When a powerful figure appears, there's usually an all-knowing introducer, and in this case, it's Lu Ying. The middle-aged man in the middle is Zhou Shichen, the fortress manager, 59 years old, a third-tier awakened, whose ability is to manipulate metal. Lin Fan nodded silently. The ability to manipulate metal was quite strong. No wonder he could become a fortress manager, his strength had reached the third tier. Soon, Zhou Shichen walked up to Lin Fan, smiling warmly, and shook Lin Fan's hand. Congratulations on becoming an awakened. I am Zhou Shichen, the manager here. This home will be even more impregnable because of your addition. My name is Lin Fan, Lin Fan said. The surrounding survivors, seeing the manager's appearance, all behaved very obediently, even the whispers ceased. Please follow me, this is not the place to talk. Zhou Shichen was in a good mood. The appearance of a new awakened in the fortress was a great thing, indicating that the fortress would be safer, thus ensuring the continuation of human civilization. Okay, Lin Fan knew that the next step would be a discussion, followed by arrangements for accommodations. When he left, he took Old Wang and his daughter, as well as Old Master Chen, with him. He wasn't ungrateful, he would always remember those who had helped him when he had a good life. As for the beast carcasses he brought back, someone was naturally keeping them safe for him. They arrived at the inner wall, in the conference room. Please have a seat, Zhou Shichen said gently. Old Wang was a little reserved. After all, this was his first time being so close to a barrier administrator, and besides, he was just an ordinary person and lacked confidence. Lin Fan noticed Old Wang's reserve, gently patted his shoulder, and gestured for him to sit beside him. He assured him that he wouldn't let Old Wang remain just an ordinary person, he would provide him with enough beast meat to eat, so that even if he couldn't become an awakened, he would become a hunter. Zhou Shichen slowly said, the Temple Bay stronghold has been around for 10 years in the apocalypse. Blessed by the heavens, it has withstood numerous attacks from beast tides, but thankfully, it has always survived unscathed. All of this is thanks to everyone's hard work, allowing it to survive until now. Lin Fan nodded, pretending to listen attentively. He didn't know what to say, but he still showed the proper respect. What's that called again? That's right, it's called respect. Consuming beast meat can slowly enhance our strength, allowing us to become hunters. However, hunters are still somewhat powerless against some high-level beasts. Fortunately, we humans can become awakened, which gives us the means to fight against beasts. Currently, there are 9 awakened in our stronghold. With your arrival, you will be the 10th, because awakened provide greater security for the stronghold. All awakened have the following privileges. They can freely consume the stronghold's resources, such as vegetables, rice, and beast meat. Zhou Shichen began explaining the benefits of awakened. These are things even hunters can't possess. In the current world, the importance of awakened ones is self-evident. No matter which stronghold they go to, they are the most important existences. Although he is a third-tier awakened one, he certainly can't protect a stronghold by himself. Therefore, it is necessary to constantly recruit the awakened ones and bind them to the stronghold to ensure that the stronghold has enough power to fight against the alien beasts. If they are not given anything and their lives are still so bad, the awakened ones can simply leave here and live a better life in another stronghold. Lin Fan knew that there would definitely be benefits after becoming an awakened one, and now, listening to this, the benefits are indeed beyond his imagination. It can be said that he has reached the point where he can eat and wear whatever he wants. And the most important benefit is that the stronghold will provide awakened ones with blood crystals, Zhou Shichen said. Provide blood crystals? This was something Lin Fan hadn't expected. Zhou Shichen said, yes, the stronghold will provide blood crystals to awakened ones, but the quantity is limited and not available every day. However, when blood crystals are available, they will be provided immediately to ensure a rapid increase in strength. Hearing Zhou Shichen's words, Lin Fan felt that the stronghold he had come to might be one of the more reliable ones in the apocalypse. Although the people on the outer wall were living a miserable life, As long as they were willing to work, they might not have enough to eat, but they certainly wouldn't starve. Considering the number of people in the stronghold, he understood that Zhou Shichen couldn't possibly ensure that every survivor was well fed and provided for. A little kindness is appreciated, but too much can breed resentment. If everything were perfectly arranged, who would take the apocalypse seriously? In the end, only Zhou Shichen would be exhausted to death. Lu Ying, standing beside him, was also very envious. This was the treatment of awakened ones. She and her brother were able to live well in the inner wall because her brother was a Tier 3 hunter, a high-level expert in the stronghold, but compared to the awakened ones, their treatment was far inferior. Lin Fan said, "The fortress is my home, and I will definitely protect it well. I will absolutely not let the alien beasts destroy this place." They had already given him everything they could. It was time for him to make his statement. Sure enough, as Lin Fan said this, Zhou Shichen smiled, a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. The conversation in the meeting room was relaxed. Although Lin Fan was only a first-tier awakened, he was already eligible to live in the air raid shelter, where the environment was much better. However, Lin Fan refused. He didn't want to live in an iron cage, preferring to look up at the stars to soothe his mind when he couldn't sleep at night. The meeting ended. Zhou Shichen led Lin Fan to choose a house within the inner walls. Since he didn't want to live in the air raid shelter, his choice was naturally respected. They ultimately chose a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. Although the house looked old, in the apocalypse, it was considered paradise. "Are we going to live here from now on?" Old Wang rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it was real. He even pinched his cheek, feeling the pain before realizing it wasn't a dream, but reality. "Yes, I'll live here from now on," Lin Fan said with a smile. He also invited Grandpa Chen to live here with him, but Grandpa Chen refused, still unable to give up his bookstore and his work teaching children. Lin Fan didn't say much about it, but he would make sure Grandpa Chen lived well materially. After all, his first job was introduced to him by Grandpa Chen. Zhou Shichen left, giving Lin Fan a black metal card as he left. This was a symbol of an awakened, which allowed him to receive necessary supplies. After everyone left, Lin Fan tossed the metal card to Old Wang, who caught it hastily. To him, it was the most precious thing. "Come with me." Lin Fan pushed open the door and went out, with Old Wang and his daughter following. Soon, they arrived at the outer wall, where Old Wang lived. The surrounding survivors looked at Old Wang with envy and jealousy, silently thinking, what kind of incredible luck did he have? He actually managed to get on Old Wang's good side. They wanted to cry, they felt terrible. Seeing Old Wang living well was more painful than death for them. Old Wang looked at Lin Fan, puzzled, wondering what they were doing there. Lin Fan clapped his hands. "Hey, everyone, I have something to say. From now on, Old Wang and his daughter will be living a better life with me inside the walls. He doesn't want anything here anymore, you can divide it up." Suddenly, the bewildered survivors snapped to attention and, in the blink of an eye, divided Old Wang's place up clean, leaving not even a rope behind. Old Wang stared at the empty space, blinking, somewhat bewildered. On the way back, Old Wang, "I want stir-fried vegetables and tomato and egg soup." "You arrange it, don't you eat meat?" From then on, Old Wang was responsible for Lin Fan's 3 meals a day, as well as household chores, becoming Lin Fan's stay-at-home dad. "You guys eat monster meat, I just want vegetables." Lin Fan was truly fed up with the monster meat and really missed the taste of vegetables. He never imagined that something so abundant in peacetime would be the most precious thing in the apocalypse. "By the way, do you have any cola?" Is a 3-year-old cola okay?" Chapter 23. It's okay, I'm not a petty person. Inside, at the dining table, Lin Fan and Xiao Zuwen sat down at the table. Xiao Zuwen touched the exquisite table she had never touched before, then looked at the food on it, swallowing hard. It smelled so good, so delicious. Lin Fan noticed all of this. It was just a plate of stir-fried vegetables and a tomato and egg soup, very ordinary, very common food. In peacetime, no one would care, but for Xiao Zuwen, born in the apocalypse, it was a delicacy she had never tasted before, perhaps never even seen. "You eat first," Lin Fan said. Xiao Zuwen shook her head. "I'll wait for Uncle and Dad to eat together," Lin Fan smiled. What a sensible child. In the kitchen, Old Wang was busy. The sound of plating filled the air as he emerged, carrying a plate of beast meat. Smiling, he said, "Delicious braised pork is here. It's been a while since I've cooked, My skills are a bit rusty. No bragging, but I used to be a super good cook, the best in the neighborhood. It looks, smells, and tastes amazing, really good. Lin Fan looked at the food on the table, very satisfied. This was what a normal life was like. What was his previous life compared to this? It was utterly terrible. Let's eat. The food was delicious, reminding him of a normal life. Little Hope wolfed down his food. Although he tried to restrain himself, the child's self-control was weak in the face of such delicious food. Old Wang slowly savored the dishes, his eyes slightly red, clearly recalling something. Eat more beast meat, it's better to have some strength in the apocalypse, Lin Fan said. Although he didn't want to eat it, he still picked up a piece. Long-term consumption of beast meat could slightly increase strength, even a tiny increase of a fraction of a percent was still quite good. Okay, sure, Old Wang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded emphatically. It wasn't that he didn't want to become stronger, but that he lacked the ability. Now that he had such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. He knew that Lin Fan took such good care of him and his daughter because of his previous help, but he didn't want to be helped by Lin Fan forever and wanted to repay him. Therefore, becoming stronger was the only way out. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan left home. He went out hunting, became an awakened, and his status rose, allowing him to establish a foothold within the barrier. The next step was to increase his skill proficiency. Basic swordsmanship was very important. When his proficiency was maxed out, it meant he had achieved considerable success in close combat. Long-range throwing was too limited. It was a divine skill for killing a single beast, but it became somewhat awkward when facing a large number of beasts. He arrived at an empty open space. Holding his sword, he began the tedious training. He didn't need to focus on the meaning of each strike, he only needed to diligently complete a complete set of basic sword techniques. The 13 basic sword techniques seem simple, but executing them smoothly is challenging at first. However, with increased proficiency, he can now perform them flawlessly. This cheat is quite effective. After a long while, basic sword technique proficiency +1, increasing proficiency in basic sword techniques is rather slow, far inferior to forging and throwing, but he knows the power of basic sword techniques will be immense. He buried himself in his work, continuing to grind proficiency. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Fan stopped, shook his wrists, and felt no soreness. It must be because his physique was improving, enhancing his recovery ability. Besides, this wasn't something that required too much physical exertion, he just needed to endure the solitude. Should I go back? Gazing at the darkening sky, he finally abandoned the idea of returning. Go back? A young man who doesn't work hard will regret it when he's old. If he encounters danger in the future, he'll definitely blame his present self for being lazy and not working harder. He continued grinding proficiency. In the darkness, a diligent figure continuously wielded a knife. Under the moonlight, the blade gleamed coldly. If anyone saw this, they would have to admit that Lin Fan's becoming an awakened was not luck, but hard work. Of course, with a cheat code and such relentless effort, if I didn't succeed, who would? Dawn gradually broke. The morning light appeared, day and night alternated, and the sky was bathed in rosy light. He glanced at his proficiency level, skill, basic knife technique, 10/100. With a proficiency increase to 10, he noticed a 0.1 increase in agility. This was progress, far better than consuming beast meat, even surpassing blood crystals. At this rate, it might take another 7 or 8 days to max out basic knife technique. He stopped, facing the rising sun, and headed towards his residence. Back home, Old Wang was already awake and busy in the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of porridge and roasted meat. The inner walls of the house were all electrified. The place was fully equipped with a refrigerator, air conditioner, induction cooker, and so on. These were things nobody cared about after the apocalypse. They might spoil if stored for too long. However, some survivors were skilled at repairing these things, so they remained functional. You're back. Yeah, I'm back. I'll take a shower first, okay? I'll get you breakfast. Old Wang lived here to take care of Lin Fan's daily needs. Although he and Xiao Zuang had started consuming alien beast meat, becoming a hunter required a lot of time and more meat. It couldn't be rushed. In the shower room, Lin Fan stood under the shower head, letting the water wash over him. The shower gel and shampoo he had scavenged were useless, but thankfully there was soap. He lathered his body and hair, finishing in a few seconds. Men showered faster, mainly focusing on one area and rubbing it a couple of times. Back at the dining table, he ate his porridge, casually picking at the alien beast meat. He had been consuming more and more alien beast meat. His physique increased by 0.01. The number was small, but even a tiny mosquito bite is still a bite. After finishing breakfast, he returned to his room for a 2-hour nap. Since his breakthrough in mental cultivation, his mental state had been excellent. Even without sleep all night, he didn't feel tired. An hour or two of rest would make him even more energetic. When he woke up and prepared to continue his cultivation, Little Hope came out rubbing her eyes and yawning. This was the most peaceful and comfortable night's sleep Little Hope had ever had. "Uncle Lin, good morning, good morning." Lin Fan smiled, patted her little head, told her to wash up, then said goodbye to old Wang and left home. Downstairs, just as he was about to go to the open space, a voice called out, "Brother Lin, Brother Lin." Zhang Yang ran over with a beaming smile, his face ingratiating. "Brother Lin, you're up so early." Ever since Lin Fan became an awakened, Zhang Yang had felt a mix of fear and anger. Damn it all. Why was he the one to become an awakened? He had never taken Lin Fan seriously before, but who could have imagined things would turn out this way? "What's wrong?" Lin Fan asked calmly. He still liked Zhang Yang's arrogant demeanor, and he also knew that Zhang Yang's current humble attitude was because Lin Fan had become an awakened. Of course, if Zhang Yang had the chance, he would kill him without hesitation. That was beyond question. After what Zhang Yang had done, his path to death was already clear. There was some misunderstanding earlier. "I hope you'll be magnanimous and not take it to heart," Zhang Yang tried to appease Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's alright, I'm not a petty person, don't worry about it." Really, do I look like a petty person to you?" Lin Fan grinned, seemingly very friendly, but for some reason, Zhang Yang felt something was off. His gaze was as if he were looking at a corpse that wouldn't last long. But since Lin Fan had already said that, Zhang Yang had nothing to say for the time being. "Then I won't bother you any longer, Brother Lin," Zhang Yang said, taking his leave. "Okay, take care." Watching Zhang Yang's departing figure, Lin Fan's gaze gradually turned cold. As Zhang Yang walked, he awkwardly turned back to look, and Lin Fan, who had been expressionless, instantly smiled again. It was as if he were saying, "Go in peace, it's alright." Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at Lin Fan, turned around, and continued walking, but his face was also incredibly cold, and his eyes were filled with hostility. Damn it. Chapter 24 Enchantment. Time flies. Several days later. My proficiency is almost at its peak. In the open space, a figure gripped a sword, displaying his swordsmanship. The afterimages were dense, the wind whistling, yet the swordsmanship was orderly and systematic. After raising his basic swordsmanship proficiency to 80, he found the sword as an extension of his arm, as if it were an integral part of him. This change filled him with joy. Truly impressive. Regardless of the era, his control over swordsmanship would make him a master swordsman. During these days, his life was very regular. He practiced proficiency, ate, bathed, slept, and then continued practicing proficiency, cycling like this day and night, diligently working. Anyone who saw him would exclaim in amazement, "Why are you working so hard?" Through Zhou Shicheng's introduction, he met the other 8 awakened ones, but there wasn't much interaction between them. They weren't particularly enthusiastic about him, a newly awakened one. Lin Fan didn't care. "You don't want to pay attention to me, and I don't want to pay attention to you either." Quietly grinding proficiency and then going out to hunt beasts to improve strength is the most important thing. Nothing else matters. However, he also learned what these people's abilities were. Some were better suited for combat, while others were surprisingly support-oriented. The one who impressed him most was a cute and pretty girl. Her awakened ability was enchanting, allowing her to enchant various things. This support ability was quite good. Therefore, he showed a fake smile to the other awakened individuals, but a genuine smile to that cute girl. As for whether the cute girl felt his sincere smile, he firmly believed she did. However, he discovered a problem among the awakened individuals of the Temple Bay Barrier. The benefits provided by Zhou Shicheng completely eliminated their worries, to the point that some awakened individuals were unwilling to go out and fight beasts. They figured they could just lie around and eat, so why take the risk? In Lin Fan's view, having such thoughts was a slow death. They would eventually pay the price for their laziness. A moment later. Complete. Checking the panel. Constitution. 15.14, Agility. 13.21, Spirit. 11.9, Awakened Ability, Flame, Skills, Blacksmithing, Perfect, Throwing, Perfect, Basic Swordsmanship, Perfect. Lin Fan clenched his fists, a smile playing on his lips. After all the effort, the reward was inevitable. He looked down at the sword in his hand. It was somewhat worn and its design wasn't cool. It was uncomfortable to look at and even more uncomfortable to use. He walked towards the weapons factory. Meanwhile, Shanghai, carrying a teapot, inspected the workers. Everyone, pay attention. Anyone who slacks off, get the hell out of here. He thoroughly enjoyed his current life. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar figure. Startled, he knew perfectly well who this person had once worked here, but now as an awakened one within the barrier, their status skyrocketing. He jogged over. Brother Lin, hello, is there anything I can help you with? Shanghai ran up to Lin Fan, forcing a smile on his dark face. However, the smile, combined with the scar, looked rather menacing and frightening. Lin Fan glanced at him, grunted, and walked straight into the factory. Faced with such disregard, Shanghai dared not show any displeasure, instead forcing a smile and following behind. The factory workers, seeing the fierce-looking Shanghai so humble, were all surprised. But when they saw Lin Fan, they suddenly understood. The most popular story circulating in the stronghold now was that Lin Fan had become an awakened, and old Wang and his daughter were enjoying the benefits. One man's success brought prosperity to his entire family. An enviable example indeed. Bring me the best materials, I want to forge weapons myself, Lin Fan said. Yes, sir. Shanghai hurriedly went to get the materials. Things were different now. He absolutely could not offend Lin Fan, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Shanghai, who was as humble as a slave, the surrounding workers felt a sense of satisfaction. They, who were usually so arrogant, now dared not even utter a sound in front of an awakened one, truly shameful. Standing before the anvil, he took off his shirt and tied it around his waist, his muscular upper body stunning everyone around him. He was incredibly strong. After Shanghai obsequiously brought over the high-quality materials, Lin Fan weighed them in his hands, finding them indeed excellent. He then began to forge the materials, and after a moment, gripping the hammer, his arm moved with incredible speed. Clang, 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 a rapid rhythm rang out, sparks flying. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The speed of the strikes was beyond their imagination, simply terrifying. Was this the power of an awakened one? Lin Fan's blacksmithing skills were already perfected, his technique extremely high, forging any cold weapon was no problem for him. And now, he wanted to forge a Tang sword. Before he transmigrated, the Tang sword was the symbol of the cold weapon era. How long had passed? A brand new Tang sword finally appeared. The blade was snow white, the back jet black, with a wave-like black stripe running from the blade to the tip. Lin Fan ran 2 fingers along the back of the blade, gently rubbing it, feeling the cool touch of the blade, and smiled. His weapon was finally finished. The hilt and scabbard were both jet black. He left the weapons factory with a knife. Shanghai glanced at Lin Fan, who ignored him, and his lips twitched. He thought to himself, what's with the arrogance? When I become an awakened one, I'll be just as arrogant as you, little Zhu. May I come in? Little Zhu, whose real name was Yao Zhu, was an awakened one with auxiliary abilities. She didn't live in the air raid shelter, but also within the inner walls, though her place was a separate courtyard. She loved gardening and wanted this kind of environment. At this moment, Yaozu was watering her flowers in the garden. Hearing the voice, her bright eyes looked over. Please come in, Yaozu's voice was soft. Lin Fan pushed open the courtyard gate, not mentioning the enchanting, but smilingly said, these flowers and plants are so lucky to be cared for like this in the apocalypse. Yaozu raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear. I'm just doing this because I have nothing else to do. Just tell me what you need. I'm not very good at socializing, but if I can do it, I will. Yaozu's position in the stronghold was somewhat awkward. Although she was an awakened, she lacked the ability to fight alien beasts, yet her abilities were powerful to others, making her important within the stronghold. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush, but took out a Tang sword. This is a weapon I just forged. I hope you can enchant it for me. Okay, no problem, Yaozu readily agreed. With Yao Zu's current abilities, she could enchant weapons in two ways, sharpness and durability. For example, Lu Ying could pierce the body of an ordinary red-blooded alien beast with one arrow, but couldn't pierce a level 1 alien beast. It wasn't that her strength wasn't sufficient, but rather that the arrow's sharpness was limited. But with enchantment, that would be no problem at all. Yao Zu took the Tang sword, her eyes lighting up. What a beautiful and cool weapon. It exuded a powerful aura of intimidation. Under Lin Fan's watchful gaze, Yao Zu began enchanting it. He could clearly see the Tang sword's blade gleaming with an even more dazzling sharpness. If the Tang sword could previously cut through stone like mud, now it could probably cut through iron like mud. A moment later, Yao Zu handed the Tang sword back to Lin Fan. Alright, one sharpness, one durability. Lin Fan carefully felt the Tang sword, truly experiencing a dramatic transformation in his hand. He was overjoyed and deeply grateful to Yao Zu. Thank you. I'll give you blood crystals when I return, Lin Fan said. Are you going out to hunt strange beasts? Yao Zu asked. Yes, that's right, you're the most diligent awaken I've seen here. I've heard you've been practicing your swordsmanship all this time. I hope you return victorious. Thank you for your kind words. I won't bother you any longer. If you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Fan smiled and left without further ado. Yao Zu watched Lin Fan's departing figure before continuing to tend to the flowers and plants in front of her. She didn't know how long Lin Fan could persevere. Everyone had worked just as hard before. But after encountering that invincible behemoth, they all lost hope for the future, only thinking about surviving well within the fortress, hoping never to encounter such a behemoth again. Thank you to Wooden Sword, Kun Shao 79, and other readers for their donations. Thank you very much. Chapter 25 Lin Fan must die, I said it. Early morning. In front of the mirror. Lin Fan straightened his clothes, wearing a black trench coat, carrying a short spear, a knife on his left hip, a water bag on his right, short hair, and sunglasses. His tall and straight figure exuded confidence. Very handsome. Quite the demeanor of a post-apocalyptic strong man. Little Hope was still asleep. Old Wang looked at Lin Fan with concern, clearly not expecting Lin Fan to go out hunting beasts again so soon after staying in the stronghold. He felt it was unnecessary to be so diligent, since becoming an awakened, the stronghold had provided beast meat, and he could simply stay inside, eat more beast meat, and slowly increase his strength. No need to see me off, just watch the house. You and Little Hope eat more beast meat every day, Lin Fan instructed. He had to hunt beasts. Killing beasts to gain evolution points would increase his strength at a rapid pace, while the speed of improvement from consuming blood crystals and beast meat was no different from that of a tortoise. I know, Old Wang nodded. Even without Lin Fan saying so, he would have done the same. During this time, he had been consuming the meat of alien beasts and could clearly feel the changes within himself. After consuming a certain amount of the meat, a warm current would appear, making him feel as if his strength had been enhanced. He pushed open the door and left, heading towards the outer wall. The hunters on the inner wall were naturally familiar with Lin Fan, the 10th awakened being in the barrier. However, seeing his fully armed appearance, they were quite shocked. Was he going out to hunt alien beasts? As hunters, they didn't have the privileges of awakened beings and definitely had to go out and rely on their own efforts. Awakened beings, on the other hand, had benefits, and generally, few awakened beings were willing to go out. Some hunters took the initiative to approach him, asking if he was going out to hunt alien beasts and if he wanted to team up, etc. Lin Fan refused all of these offers. He didn't need to team up with anyone, more people would only increase the danger, since not everyone was as reliable as him. The hunters who were refused by Lin Fan didn't feel any resentment, only a little regret. They arrived at the outer wall. Lin Fan saw a survivor from the outer wall washing his pickup truck. He glanced at him for a few moments. The man was working very diligently. Are you washing my car? Lin Fan asked, approaching. Hearing the voice, the survivor turned around abruptly. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, he immediately said respectfully, Brother Lin, I saw the car was a bit dirty, so I offered to wash it for you. The man looked somewhat disheveled, his face covered in dust, and appeared to be only in his early 20s. What's your name, Brother Lin? My name is Wang Dabao. Wang Dabao maintained a smile throughout his encounter with Lin Fan. Lin Fan patted him on the shoulder. Thanks. I'll pay you when I get back, Brother Lin. I did it willingly. No payment is needed, Wang Dabao hurriedly replied. Lin Fan smiled, saying nothing more. He opened the door, drove the pickup truck, and parked it on the lift platform. He was never stingy with those who volunteered to work for him. Before, he needed beast meat to fill his stomach. But now, beast meat wasn't important to him, he needed evolution points. Brother Lin, have a safe journey, Wang Dabao waved and shouted. Dabao. Stop flattering me. What's the use? He won't even give you a second glance, a survivor patted him on the shoulder. Brother Lin doesn't even acknowledge me. How? They knew they were nothing in the eyes of the awakened. Approaching him was pointless. In their eyes, they were probably less than a beast. They'd be better off thinking about how to get food to fill their stomachs. As for becoming hunters, they naturally wanted to, but it wasn't that easy. Forget it, they'd better just survive. In the crowd, Zhang Yuang stared in the direction Lin Fan had left, his eyes cold and indifferent. He knew Lin Fan intended to kill him. And he didn't want to let Lin Fan continue down this path. Although Lin Fan was already an awakened, he had only recently become one. With his strength as a third-tier hunter, killing him wouldn't be a problem. HMPH, I thought you'd stay huddled in the fortress forever, but I didn't expect you to leave so hastily. Well, sorry, your death is near. Zhang Yuang didn't leave the fortress immediately, but planned to wait a while. Putting everything else aside, Lin Fan had to die. Even Jesus couldn't change his mind. In the suburbs, Lin Fan was driving, his driving skills were excellent, and he rarely crashed. He was calm now, without the tension he felt when he first arrived in this strange world. He glanced around, the seemingly peaceful suburbs concealed various dangers. Suddenly, he heard running sounds. Looking towards the source of the sound, he realized that the sound of his vehicle had attracted the attention of a strange beast. It was a rhinoceros beast, with one eye injured, making it a one-eyed beast. This reminded Lin Fan of his first time hunting strange beasts. It seemed this same rhinoceros beast had overturned a pickup truck, and was ultimately blinded by an arrow shot by Lu Ying. Still alive? That's some impressive vitality. But that's where it ends. You managed to escape after ramming me last time, and now you want to do the same? You're in for a disappointment. Lin Fan stopped the car abruptly, not throwing his short spear, but drawing his tang sword from his waist. He silently watched the charging level 1 rhinoceros, the sword gleaming coldly in the light. The level 1 rhinoceros roared ferociously, its only sided eye fixed on Lin Fan. Clearly, it hadn't expected a human to be so arrogant. Not only did the rhinoceros not run away, but it dared to confront him with a sword. I'll ram you until you're sprawled on the ground, then pin you down and tear you apart with my sharp teeth. This was the rhinoceros's most perfect thought. But reality is often cruel. The rhinoceros's massive body, like a small mountain, lowered its head, intending to use its sharp horn to knock Lin Fan away. When a cold glint flashed thud, there was no clanging sound of blade clashing against the horn. Instead, it was as smooth and silky as cutting through tofu, without any hesitation. The moment the rhinoceros charged, Lin Fan moved with agility, stepping aside to dodge, his blade sweeping horizontally, slicing through the horn, the blade cutting all the way down its back. He didn't exert any force, letting the beast kill itself. Looking down at the blade, stained with a trace of the rhinoceros's blood, he gave it a slight shake, sending the blood flying. Looking back, the level 1 rhinoceros had run forward a few steps with its momentum, then collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, its horn broken. Its body sliced open, blood and internal organs gushing out from the wound. Evolution point +1. What a powerful blade. Yaozu's enchantment ability is amazing. He hadn't tested it with a real thing before, so he couldn't really feel the difference, but now, having killed a level 1 beast with a single strike, he deeply felt how powerful the enchanted blade was. Truly capable of cutting through iron like mud. Lin Fan walked to the corpse, cut open the area where the blood crystal was, and took out the blood crystal. This was the most valuable thing from a level 1 alien beast. As for the alien beast meat, he naturally didn't need to take it. He was on his way to hunt alien beasts and hadn't reached his destination yet. Taking the corpse with him would only lead to the smell of rotting alien beast carcasses. He returned to the car, stepped on the gas, and drove off into the distance. Add points. Attribute upgrade. His pursuit of evolution points was fanatical. Just 1 point was enough to boost all 3 attributes, something alien beast meat and blood crystals couldn't do. Although he hadn't been in this apocalyptic world for very long, with this kind of upgrade, He wasn't far from becoming the strongest. A long time later, after an unknown amount of time, a pickup truck drove up to the place where Lin Fan had hunted the alien beast. Level 1 alien beast. Zhang Yang looked at the alien beast corpse that hadn't been taken away. He knew that this corpse was definitely killed by Lin Fan. He checked the wound. Killed with a single strike, without using any abilities. It seems the knife in his hand is very dangerous. To be able to achieve this level with a knife, it must have been enchanted. Zhang Yang knew that Yao Zhu in the barrier had such abilities. He had asked Yao Zhu for help initially. But Yao Zhu only glanced at him and ignored him, not even bothering to enchant his abilities, which greatly displeased Zhang Yang. Unfortunately, what could he do about it? She was an awakened one with support abilities, a precious asset within the barrier. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.